In courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past?
Good morning, everyone, and it is a very cold morning yet again. Well, afternoon from the UK. I hope everyone is having a very good morning, afternoon, wherever you are. Um, me and Nightbot are getting better. We are getting there. I mean, we are, I would say 95.5% better. But yeah, I mean, talking I we were talking in chat and I'm saying I have to go live because there is so much that there is to be said about this case before the new day starts. So y- the feed is not even up yet or anything, so I just decided to go live because this case is just too good not to talk about it. Because like we've been talking on the chat, is yesterday it was like watching two people in the playground, the attorneys, both from the plaintiff and CNN lawyers, that they were literally like fighting like brothers and sisters, literally. So it's just crazy. And also, how did the judge like allowed out, like, it was a bombshell that they allowed that document to be brought in when it was discovered, and I'm doing air quotes, very late in the process, and how he let that in, but also how he's making them working together in a way. Because um Zach was 3 days in the stand, right? Because the judge said to the plaintiff that they need, in a way, to share the witness, because CNN was going to call Zach anyway, as it's not as a witness, in their case. So instead of, then we having Zach for a little period there, and then plaintiff would not have carry on with their case, and then Zach on back to the stand when was the CNN's case. The judge just decided we'll keep, Zach there for as long as probably takes to go through the whole thing. That's why it took 3 days in the stand, and it was so long. So true. Both of sites who keep discovering things late. And there was something else on the docket yesterday, as I had a look this morning. But again, morning Zio, you okay? So because but um the thing on the docket I couldn't see, because yet again it's not available to the public in a way, so I had to request, and I think the request is still going through the motions, because I haven't heard anything back from the court itself, to see if I can see the document yet or not. Um but yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. I mean, I am addicted to this trial, for sure. This is definitely been a really good surprise in the trial, because I was not expecting to like it that this much. I was like, oh, okay, seems interesting. Let's see what he says, what he's on about, and everything. But the plaintiff is making the whole case, well, is making the whole thing, and I'm loving it. I'm here for it. Even Nightbot, I'm telling you something, Nightbot is not the person that says, oh, it's just not really typed through crime things. But is really hooked. Oh yeah, oh, it's all right. Don't worry. I know you're a busy girl, so don't worry. And I know, if like we need to talk about that idea we had, um about the idea about the Discord thing. We need to talk about that, because meanwhile I got sick, and I haven't really been thinking about. And oh, we have a feed. See, they are on time, Discord. There we go. And there, it looks better. Um but yeah, um today they say we're gonna have a new witness. I did forget to make notes, but today I do have a notepad to make more notes, because yesterday afternoon they were talking about the timelines and on how this trial is gonna go. And also, there is the fact that this case is supposed to go to the jury, at least the phase one, because civil trials are divided in two phases. Phase one, that is the trial itself, and then phase two is the penalty phase, which in the normal trial is the sentencing, to see how long the person would be like sentenced for. But in this case, it's going to be to find out how much the uh the defendant is going to get, if they get um to that stage. So they said Thursday afternoon next week, the case should be in the hands of the jury, which the judge is already saying, I'm aiming for Thursday afternoon, because he was hilarious, because he said it's funny because nothing has been done on time by both of the defense and the plaintiff's lawyers. So um yeah, I am not surprised that he doesn't believe the morning dinner.
Henry for Zach.
Oh,
Morning, everybody.
there's already sound. Interrupting me much.
I know the y'all missing one at your table. Just everybody, if you've got cell phone, just make sure it's silenced.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No problem. No, we had the issue of juror questions that y'all raised at the end yesterday. And did you have, Mr. Friedman, any thoughts on changing that?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I know I'm going to be disappointing the court here, but we would like to continue as is.
All right, then we will.
We can come back to that in a second. Because I think that, I know you asked us to get together last night and kind of map out the trial. Plaintiffs never sent us kind of what their proposed rest of the case looks like, but they did talk to Mr. Sanborn and kind of propose that moving forward, we operate on more or less of a chess clock philosophy, which I think sounds agreeable. We're still working out the details. But given that, about the jury questions, given that we, the defense, don't believe they're necessary, plaintiffs do, one of the things that I think we need to work out is how the additional jury question time gets allocated to that process.
What do you mean?
Who it gets allocated, which party it gets allocated to. If we agree to a chess clock philosophy where plaintiffs get charged for their time, defense gets charged for their time, obviously the juror questions are neither party's portion, but the defense has said that we don't need them, plaintiffs said we want them, which is their right under the law, but that doesn't mean that defense should be taxed with the time for the jury questions. So that's just one thing that I think we would need to consider how to evaluate that if we move forward with this chess clock.
I don't think anybody should be.
Okay. Good.
Mr. Sanborn.
We're going to review the record over the weekend and propose and try to reach an agreement Monday morning on where we stand.
Okay.
I'm surprised with the court that we agreed. I think that time just needs to be taken as the court's time and just removed from playtime.
Okay.
All right. And I'll have them install a trap door under where the podium is. Fall through if you go in. Can we connect that to a holding cell somewhere? Good. Yeah. Or a rabbit hole? Yes. Thank you.
I do have some good news. I think the parties have reached some stipulations on additional documents. So if it's all right with the court, I'll have Mr. Dulles read that in. And I will also tell the court that we spent a lot of time last night cutting portions of our videos to make things even shorter. So we are, I think, and we sent them to the defendants who responded very quickly last night. So we are working well together to try to get this thing done as soon as we can.
Okay. All right. You want to address what additional exhibits moving in?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So the parties agreed to move into evidence Plaintiff's Exhibit 85, Plaintiff's Exhibit 89, Plaintiff's Exhibit 90, Plaintiff's Exhibit 91, Plaintiff's Exhibit 96, Plaintiff's Exhibit 101, Plaintiff's Exhibit 102, Plaintiff's Exhibit 103, Plaintiff's Exhibit 109, Plaintiff's Exhibit 112, Plaintiff's Exhibit 134, Plaintiff's Exhibit 141, Plaintiff's Exhibit 144, Plaintiff's Exhibit 155, Plaintiff's Exhibit 158, Plaintiff's Exhibit 163, Plaintiff's Exhibit 203, Plaintiff's Exhibit 213, and Plaintiff's Exhibit 215.
And by stipulation.
1 second, Your Honor. $215 was the last one? Yes, sir. It's agreed, Your Honor.
All right. By stipulation, the plaintiff's exhibits to be admitted. You got anything else, Mr. Friedman?
No, Your Honor.
The one other issue we have, Your Honor, I know that time is running short for this trial. I understand that plaintiffs are going to call by deposition Mr. Levine for deposition testimony. Mr. Levine is sitting right here. He's going to be called as a witness in our case. I presume that the plaintiff is then going to cross-examine him. We don't think that there's a need for plaintiffs to call him by deposition and then engage in cross-examination of him at 2. I think that's unnecessary as long as we're all moving towards getting this thing done. But I raise that with you.
Well, I think we addressed this previously, and if he's the corporate representative, they can certainly use the deposition testimony as substantive evidence during their case. I will say this, though, to the extent that they're reading designations from his deposition, we're not going to cross them on the exact same stuff.
Your Honor, last night.
To some extent, I think that'd be duplicative.
Yeah, last night, Your Honor, we proposed large cuts for Mr. Lee's deposition. Defendants objected to those cuts. So in the interest of efficiency, we just put them back in. But I mean, like you said, if I didn't want to ask you to rule on additional deposition designations to see if they're actually truly counter designations or not. I'm just trying to move us forward. But we are trying to minimize that time, but we got forced into playing a lot longer than we wanted to. But again, he's the corporate rep. I'm not even sure he's here as the corporate rep when he takes his stand. It wasn't my understanding that CNN was going to put up a corporate rep live at trial. Or are you putting up a corporate rep at trial?
He's going to be testifying both in his individual capacity and corporate rep capacity.
All right, well, I mean, the video is part of their clock time, so,
Understood.
you know, but to the extent that they try to cross them on the exact same stuff we played, if you want to raise an objection of asked and answered, to some extent, we can call out those sorts of questions, and I'd expect that we don't need to rehash or replow that same ground if you already played it.
Yeah, just trying to be efficient.
But, I mean, they got the right to use the depot, just like they have the right to cross-examine them, so. All right, anything else before we get the jurors in?
Just one thing, I think that their first witness is going to be their expert, their young expert, not the plaintiff Young. And I know Your Honor made certain decisions in the Daubert motion about General Young. I just hope that, I don't anticipate there being any issues, but I think that your decision greatly circumscribed what he's allowed to testify to. So I just wanted to put everybody on notice that, you know, we will object if it goes beyond the scope of what that order was.
And y'all got the ruling.
Comply with your Daubert order.
I hope so. Although nobody complied with my trial order, so I guess why start now, right?
I comply with it, just didn't remember it.
And Your Honor, for the record, someone on the defense side, who may be speaking right now, made a voluntary contribution. It is not, last night, it is not thinking that I would violate it down the road, but I wanted to get the karma going forward. So.
Get the right karma. Good. I appreciate that. And Legal Services in Northwest Florida appreciates it as well. All right, anything else before we get the jurors in?
No, not for plaintiffs, no.
All right. And I'll, like we had the menus yesterday, I'll tell them we'll still have lunch, but we're not, there's going to get an assortment of stuff and we're not providing, just so that they're not wondering about that, if y'all are all right with that.
That's fine. How are you going to tell us how much where are we going to pay that to?
I'll get it. I'll get the info. I'll get Brittany to shoot that to you.
Great, thank you.
If you guys are doing a chess clock, I might get a little counter thing and throw numbers over.
Hey, Bill.
Your Honor, we almost had,
Lunch today
we tried a case in Arizona State Court and they had that. It was like a big running clock on the judge's bench that clicked and he stopped it. It was actually a funny.
I've seen it with an hourglass. Start arguing, turn the hourglass over. When your sand's done, you're done.
Your Honor, are you going to ask the jury about staying till 6 next week?
Yeah. Yeah, I figure I'll talk about lunch and I'll talk about that when we take the break this morning. And, you know, again, just kind of keep in mind somewhere around 10:15-ish or so. Well, 10:15 is probably somewhere in that neighborhood to take a break. Ready?
Yes.
All right, we'll bring the jurors in.
Jurors entering.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
You all have a seat when you get to your chairs. Y'all ready? All right, plaintiff, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Plaintiff's called General James Young.
General, if you just come around back there, face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give on this shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat and just position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth, so we'll pick you up good. Great, how's that? Good?
Good morning, General Young. Would you please introduce yourself and tell the jury where you live?
My name is James Vincent Young Jr., and I live in Pawleys Island, South Carolina.
And your last name is Young. Are you related to the plaintiff in this case?
No, it's just a coincidence. We're not related.
Did you know him before you were retained as an expert in this case?
No, I did not.
And are you charging plaintiff for your services in this case?
Yes, I charge $695 an hour.
Have you ever served as an expert before?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
about 20 cases.
And in those 20 cases, do you always serve as an expert for the plaintiff?
No, actually, I work both sides, both plaintiff and defendant, and probably breaks about 75% for the defendant.
And have you testified at trial before?
This is the second time.
Can you briefly explain to the jury what you've been asked to do in this case?
So I've been asked to give my expert opinion on two aspects. One is the evacuations from Afghanistan, which I helped facilitate with a group I was with. And then the second is my work as an intelligence professional with the U.S. government, which I did for 36 years.
All right, let's get into your background. Let's start with your education. Can you tell the jury what your educational background is?
I have a bachelor's in economics, and I have 2 master's degrees. One is an MBA, and one is what's called a master's in strategic studies from the Army War College.
And we've introduced you as a general. Can you explain why?
Well, I spent 36 years in the Army, and I retired as a major general.
And when did you retire?
2019,
And what rank did you retire with?
as a major general.
And can you tell me a bit more about your experience with the military?
Sure. So I was essentially an intelligence officer for the majority of my career. That means you start off, as a lieutenant. I went to school. I was trained in all the different intelligence disciplines. Went to Ranger School. Then I went to my first active duty assignment, and I was a tactical intelligence officer. And then, through 36 years, you progress and you have quite a few other jobs.
And so you said the word intelligence. What does the word intelligence mean for your line of work?
So there's different disciplines in intelligence. There's signals intelligence, human intelligence, and so on. I was a generalist, so I knew, I guess, a fair amount about all of them. I wasn't necessarily specialized. When you start off as a lieutenant, you're working at the tactical level. So when people think about the Army and their vision of that as something on a television, it's the infantry running around. A tactical intelligence officer is the person trying to figure out what the enemy's capabilities are, what they're most likely going to do, so that you can defeat that. And then, as your career progresses in intelligence, you get different types of jobs. You sort of move from tactical to operational to strategic, and then you also manage formations of other intelligence professionals doing the work. So you become a leader and a manager as you get to be much more senior.
Can you give the jury an example of one particular intelligence project you worked on during your time?
Well, probably the most rewarding and challenging for me was when I commanded an intelligence battalion in Iraq. So this was early on in the Iraq invasion. We had a really unique battalion called a Technical Intelligence Battalion. We were there to look for weapons of mass destruction and any kind of weapon that had been uniquely modified from a technology perspective or brought into the country in violation of UN sanctions. So this involved my Army battalion, but we also were in a task force with Australians, with British, we had folks from every other service, so Marines, Navy, Air Force. And then because of the unique nature of the weapons of mass destruction hunt and trying to find those, and it being a national objective, we had a lot of interaction with other government agencies, intel agencies, the sort of 3-letter agencies that have been talked about in this trial, and others as well.
Approximately how many intelligence professionals did you oversee during your time with the military?
So again, as my career sort of progressed, I had different jobs at different levels. I had this battalion command that we talked about. I commanded a group of joint professionals in the Pentagon that supported the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. My largest intelligence job was when I commanded all of the intelligence units in the Army Reserve. So it was about 5,000 people.
And you mentioned earlier that you retired as a major general. How many stars?
That's 2 stars.
Were there any other significant responsibilities that you had outside of intelligence, really more managerial role during your time in the military?
So 2 other jobs that probably are relevant. One, I was the head of human resources for the Army Reserve. So this was a job they gave me to broaden me, if you will. And I had done some of that work in the private sector. So It's basically just like you think about in a corporate setting. You have to worry about pay, promotion, performance reviews, leadership development, that sort of thing. There's some nuances with disability pay and others, but so human resources was one. And then my last job, I stood up a nationwide command that tried to bring new and civilian technology into the Army faster. So the Army was trying to modernize and change the way that it, and change the speed in which it adopted technology. You can see, you know, if you follow the Ukraine war at all, you can see how important that kind of stuff is nowadays. And so because in the reserves, we had hundreds and probably thousands of soldiers that worked in really innovative technology-driven companies. They weren't necessarily doing that job in the military. And so what we tried to do is take advantage of those civilian skills, build a unit that would take advantage of these unique people, and so that the Army would have access to them and the Army would have quicker access to some of the technologies that they were involved with in their civilian careers.
During your time with the military, did you receive any awards?
Well, if you've been in 36 years, you get a few awards. So, yeah, I have gotten, you know, if you want me to list them, I got of course, a Ranger tab when I graduated from Ranger School. I got a Bronze Star from Iraq, and then a Distinguished Service Medal when I retired.
And can you tell the jury a little bit more about the Distinguished Service Medal?
Well, it's a big deal. I think it's the highest peacetime service award. It's the kind of award that General Petraeus got when he retired. So he's a lot more famous than I am, but so, you know, I was proud of that one.
During your time, while you're still with the government, did you work with the private sector at all?
Well, sure. So I had a kind of a bifurcated career. I was on active duty, and then I was also in the reserves. So I was first mobilized a couple different times while I was in the reserves to come back off active duty. But I've worked in a lot of different capacities in the private sector. I mentioned before I had jobs in human resources as an example. So many different jobs.
Did you have a security clearance while you were with the military?
Sure. Ever since I was a lieutenant, I had a what's called a top secret secured compartment information, or TSSCI clearance.
And is that the highest security clearance level?
Yes. So with security clearances, there are the clearance level, and then there's compartments. So you have to have a need to know. And I think Mr. Young testified a little bit about this yesterday. It's not just the TSSCI is sort of the base level that when your background has been checked, et cetera, and you're going to have the ability to see different pieces of information, but then there are compartments after that. So if we're running, these are hypothetical examples, but if we're running an operation against the Chinese, or one against the Russians, or we're doing something in Ukraine, or et cetera, these are all different compartments, if you will. The TSSCI is sort of the key that gets you into the room, but then there's different closets that have different information depending on what it is. And so if you don't need to know about what's going on in operations in China, then you're not going to see that stuff. That's all part of the way it works. It's all part of operational security. It's all part of need to know. There's no reason for me to know what's going on in China if I'm not involved in that.
And then you're retired. Do you still hold your security clearance?
I do.
Can you tell the jury sort of how that process works after you've retired?
Sure. So Mr. Young described it yesterday accurately. If you go to work, let's say for a private sector company, we'll take a big defense contractor. This is, again, sort of theory, but if you work for Boeing, Boeing is working on big classified projects. Not everybody at Boeing has a security clearance, but so the accountants may not have one, but if you're a scientist or an engineer, then you probably have one because you're working on a classified program. Boeing manages those clearances. They have billets, and if you have a need to know and you're working on the clearance and you have the base clearance, then you'll be able to have that, and Boeing can hold it. So There are organizations out there that the government has given a certain allotment, if you will, of clearances to. And then even when you leave service, they will hold your clearance for you in case you need it. It's not an economic relationship necessarily. It can be, but it's certainly not always that way.
And in the past year, have you been paid by the entity that holds your security clearance?
Right. So I have an entity that holds mine, and I haven't done any work for them in probably a year and a half.
So you said one of the things you're here to do is talk about the situation in Afghanistan in August of 21.
Yes.
Has any of your work since retiring from service been related to Afghanistan?
Sure. So that would be my work with an organization called Allied Airlift 21, which we refer to as AA-21.
And what is AA-21?
So when the U.S. government made the decision to leave Afghanistan, and I think you guys covered this over the last few days, how chaotic the situation was. And AA-21 was a group, largely veterans, but other folks other than veterans, that came together to try to get deserving Afghans and U.S. citizens out of Afghanistan when the chaos really started. It began with one person, really. It was there have been a couple of Afghan nationals that have gone to West Point and graduated. And one of these individuals was back in Afghanistan and was stuck. And his classmates were trying to get him out. And I knew someone who knew one of the classmates, basically. And so I was talking to this individual, and, you know, we saw what a tough situation it was. And I said, let me know how I can help. And that conversation then 2 or 3 days later turned into if anybody had served in Afghanistan and they had worked with an interpreter or somebody on their security team or whatever, all those people were calling and trying to get out. So AA-21 started as just a handful of people. In 3 or 4 days, it turned into really a couple hundred volunteers trying to help several thousand Afghans who were trying to get out. So AA-21 was this veteran group, largely self-organized, many people who had been to Afghanistan, some like me who hadn't, all trying to sort of come together to try to right a wrong, if you will, and help get as many people as we could out of Afghanistan.
So the withdrawal happens in 2020, August 2021. Can you describe, based on your experience, what the situation on the ground was in Afghanistan?
Yeah, so I think around August, the middle of August, was when the decision was made to leave, and some folks are familiar with the scenes at the airport being, rushed, thousands of Afghans, people hanging off airplanes, the whole 9 yards. The U.S. government sent the Marines and the 82nd Airborne to secure the airport, and then to try to bring some order to the chaos, and then to try to logistically facilitate the people that had come to the airport, getting them out of country, as well as trying to get other people that had not made it into the airport before it was closed, trying to get them out as well. So again, this is like the middle of August or so, and we announced that we're going to leave at the end of August. So there's a couple-week period where groups like AA-21 and others came together to try to get as many people as they could initially into the airport. This is the airport in Kabul, so that we could get them out. That the U.S. Air Force was flying planes out, and we were trying to get them on those planes to get them out.
And so, okay, withdrawal happens August 21, AA-21 formed within the following weeks. What was your role within AA-21?
So at first, I was asked to be on the board of directors. So we formed an organization, and because I was one of the more senior people that volunteered to help, they asked me to be on the board. So the responsibility as a board member is to make sure the organization strategically is doing the right thing, that we're operating in a secure way, in an ethical, legal, moral sort of way, and that we're doing all the right things. And so I started off that way, and I was asked, I think, to be on the board again because I was senior, and the thought was I could help raise money. I knew people, I could get access. It's sometimes easier for a two-star general to get somebody to call them back than somebody else if we're trying to do coordination with State Department or the Pentagon. So that's why I was asked to be on the board. And I've been on other boards, so I had some experience doing this. After a few days, it became obvious that even though we had a couple hundred volunteers, we were just overwhelmed with people that needed help. And so I said, okay, I'll be a case manager. And a case manager in our team was somebody who had a group of Afghans that they were responsible for. Let me just say, I'm going to use the term Afghans, and that's sort of broad. We were helping U.S. citizens and green card holders, lawful permanent residents as well. But I'll just use the shorthand Afghans. So I said, okay, let me take a group, and I went to our web portal where we had everybody listed, and I picked out a handful of people, and I reached out to them to. At this point, I'm trying to understand who they are, vouch that they are who they are, and I can talk about that if you want, and then try to help get them into the airport.
So let's. How is this operation funded?
Well, it was funded through private donations. So that's how our, at the same time that we're tactically trying to get contact with people, we're trying to, move them into the airport, we're trying to raise money as well, because we know that we're going to have expenses with this, particularly if we are not able to get people into the airport and we have to find other ways to get them out. And we're not quite sure what those expenses are going to be, but we know they're going to be expenses. So, we're there's multiple people who are using their networks, who know people that are, say, veterans that are wealthy, or that was sort of the initial people that we solicited for donations, other foundations, things like that, to try to raise money. I want to say one thing I sort of forgot. It's important in the overall context, is that when our group came together, so we were most interested in helping Afghans that had helped U.S. service members. So there's a ton of people that rushed the airport that were just desperate to leave, but not necessarily, quote, the right people to leave. And I don't mean anything disparaging by that, but I mean there were certain priorities of people who were more at risk and that did more for the U.S. than others. So anyone we helped had to have a sponsor. Now, a sponsor in our language is different than what Mr. Young talked about. A sponsor is not somebody who's paying money. That's a donor. A sponsor in our group is another U.S. service member who could vouch that this person was who they said they were. This Afghan was who they said they were. So if I got in contact with somebody, the first thing I said to the Afghan was, who can vouch that you helped them and that you helped the U.S. And they would give me a name, and then sometimes we'd try to track that person down. So anyway, that was our model, was, high risk people, and then people that had legitimately helped the U.S.
And I want to get into your work as a case manager, but where were you while you were coordinating these evacuations?
Oh, it's in the United States.
Okay. And do you know where Zach was during his time?
I was in Europe.
And do you think it's a fair criticism that Zach was running these operations out of Europe? Is there anything prejudicial about that?
Yeah. Objection. Relevance.
Let me sustain the objection, rephrase the question.
Okay. Was there anything about being in the United States as you were coordinating that these evacuations that made your job less effective, what you were doing less effective?
No, you had to plan for the time zone change, but people in Afghanistan were pretty much up 24 hours a day trying to get out. So, no, I mean, it was, our group really relied on a network of networks. And I think we'll get into this as we talk about the case manager piece of it, but it wasn't just, there were multiple people on the ground in Afghanistan and other places that had an impact on what we were doing. So coordinating it from the United States was not an issue.
And how many individuals did you help evacuate from Afghanistan?
So AA21 takes credit for helping about 2,500, some of those very directly, and some we helped facilitate through other organizations, and I helped about 25.
And did you know the people you were coordinating with on the ground?
No, I didn't know any of those individuals.
And can you walk the jury through one particular example of an evacuation that you, as a case manager, helped oversee?
So the first family I helped in case was, I'll just use his first name if that's okay, was Hafi. And as it turned out, when I got the information on him, Hafi had submitted through our web portal. In just a day or two, we had a webmaster create a web portal where people could type in, if they needed help. And I got all the information. Turned out Hafi had a California phone number. I sent him an email, I sent him a text message, sent him a voicemail. Reason he had a California phone number is because he was actually a green card holder. And his wife was a lawful permanent resident, as were his sons, and his daughter was actually a U.S. citizen. So one of the things we thought initially going into the evacuations was we're just going to help Afghans. But what became really clear was there were a bunch of American citizens there and green card holders. People have a lawful right to be residents of the country. And so our prioritization started to shift a little bit. We were still very worried about women, still very worried about special forces interpreters and other interpreters. But now you had this sort of dynamic of U.S. citizens that also know. So about 30 minutes after reaching out to him, the phone rings. It's a California phone number, and I pick up the phone and start a conversation with Hafi. His English is good, and find out that he's in Kabul. And as it turns out, we're getting ready to run really our first mission. And we called this mission Operation Baby Bus. The reason, because one of the people that we're trying to help was a woman who was 9+ months pregnant. And so the idea was we're going to take a bus in Kabul. We were going to stop at multiple locations, pick up people, and then get them into the gate in the airport. So again, this is now toward the end of August. We started planning this mission, a day or so before. Then there was the suicide bombing at Abbey Gate that killed 13 service members and I think almost 200 Afghans. And so we weren't positive we were going to be able to still get into the airport, but it was worth a try. And our organization is talking to people all over the country. I mean, we've got, people who know people on the ground who, for instance, one of our members was somebody who was actually still in the Army, had been in Afghanistan recently, and knew somebody who owned a bus company. So that's who we used to contact the bus company for the bus to drive around Kabul to pick people up. We had some people that were actually talking to people in the service guarding the airport. And so all this information is coming into our organization. We're trying to fuse it together and put this operation together. So with Hafi, I talked to him. I said, look, I need the exact spellings of everybody in your family you're trying to get out. I need you to send me a photograph of their identification. I need you to take their identification, hold it up to their face, take a picture of it. That way we knew that this person was really alive and really had this documentation and it was who they said they were. Again, this is kind of a operational aspect, operational security aspect. Hafi did all this. This is all going on, I think late at night is my recollection. We're sending it back and forth. At this point, we're just using a regular phone, regular text message. We switched later on to WhatsApp, much more secure. But at this point, it's still early on and we're trying to get him through. So Hafi sends me his name, sends me his pictures. I ask him to send me a pin drop of his location in Kabul. So that's, if you don't know what that is, that's where you can use your phone and you can press on the map app where you are and it sends your location. He texted me that. I then texted it to the person that was putting our manifest together, who then sent it to the bus coordinator. Again, all this is kind of making it sound perhaps a little more seamless than it was. It's pretty hectic and it's a lot of back and forth. And then Hafi tried to add people to the manifest because he wanted to bring his brother's family, wanted to bring his mother-in-law. That was 10 people, then it grew to 15 people. So all this happens, one more time and then one more time again. And finally, I was able to get 15 people seats. They didn't really have seats. We put like 200 people on a commercial bus. So, and he sent me the pen drop. I sent him the challenge and the password. So anytime we did an operation like this, there was, when the bus pulled up, the bus driver would say a challenge like, red, and you would have to say the password back. So red pomegranate. Then the bus driver knew that Hafi was who he was, and Hafi knew who the bus driver was getting on the right bus and all that. So they picked him up. It worked like a charm. I mean, I was, kind of shocked, actually. I'm like, holy cow, this actually is going to happen. And it was Hafi's daughter's birthday. So I was like, oh my gosh, I know this is going to happen. It's going to be her birthday present. We're going to get him in. And so they basically drove around. The bus had to drive around all night because of the suicide bombing. We weren't comfortable with it staying in one particular place. And drove around all night. We had some false alarms. We thought the gate was going to open. We were told the gate was going to open. Turns out they never opened the gates again because it was just too dangerous. If you've seen pictures of what it looks like at the front of these gates, there's thousands of people there. And it was just too difficult. So it was very disappointing, but at the same time, we were able to sort of prove our operational concept could work. We got a lot of experience doing it. Then what happened with the buses, basically we're told to go park somewhere else. We decided to pivot to another phase of the operation. And actually Hafi had to get off the bus and go back home and wait for further instructions.
So you didn't end up getting out of the Kabul airport?
No, we had the bus drive around again, basically for 24 hours, but they were not allowed in.
What was plan B?
So plan B was to move the bus, and it turned out to be another bus, up to a town called Mazar Sharif, which is we'll call it Maz. It's a town up in northern Afghanistan. Now this is, we're in let's call it like August 27th or so. We're going to pull out at the end of the month. And we picked Mazar Sharif because it had an airport that would support a commercial airliner. And that part of Afghanistan was not really super Taliban heavy at that point. And so Operation Baby Bus had a kind of second phase to it. And we changed the manifest of some people. We actually thought by that point that U.S. citizens might have another path out, that the U.S. government might actually go get them in Kabul and bring them to the airport. And so we sort of reprioritized and focused more, frankly, on high-risk Afghans, women in particular, get as many as we could onto two buses. And those buses started their journey up to Mazar Sharif, about probably 10-hour ride up there.
Did anything noteworthy happen on the ride to?
Well, it's high adventure. It's kind of the wild, wild west, if you want to think of it. The bus got stopped. One of the bus drivers sort of got beat up by one of the checkpoints, and the woman went into labor. And they had to stop the bus. They basically pulled off to the side of the road. She had her baby on the side of the road, got back on the bus. The baby was healthy, and they continued on to Mazar Sharif.
What happened when they got to Mazar Sharif?
So we had been arranging for safe houses for, this is now a couple hundred people. A safe house is sometimes it is a house, but it's oftentimes a hotel or a place where you can put multiple families. And while Baby Bus was being run, we had other folks, working with their contacts on the ground to coordinate where we're going to house all these folks, because we're responsible for them now. I mean, we've told them, we said, hey, there's no promises, we're going to do the best we can, but here's our plan. And of course, most people, frankly, they don't have another option. So they're happy to take the option that we provide for them. And we got them up to Maz. We got them dispersed into multiple safe houses. And then we began to provide life support for them, food and water. And we, of course, paid for the housing.
Were you able to was AA-21 able to get a flight for them out of?
Yes. So we then started trying to get a commercial airliner. So as you can imagine, this is not like United Airlines isn't flying, 10 flights a day into Mazar Sharif. So there's basically one airline that will do it. But our group, again, is operated with this sort of network sort of concept. We knew somebody who knew somebody on the ground who had a contact at the airport. We knew somebody who had a bus. We knew somebody who could arrange for the safe houses. And so in our group, it wasn't just one person who was doing this, of course. It was multiple people with multiple contacts. The idea was to take a commercial airliner to pay for it. Again, we're trying to raise money during this whole time, and to pay for a flight to go to either the UAE or Qatar. And so while we're trying to arrange for the airline and we're trying to keep everybody safe and hidden, we're also working with the State Department to make sure that whatever country we send them to is going to welcome them, and that there's a reasonable path for the people that we send to eventually come to the United States.
And what did it cost? What did this flight cost?
So the planning number was $1 million basically to run the operation. Most of that was the airplane. The airplane itself wasn't quite $1 million, but you had to pay for gas. You had to pay for the airline. Excuse me. You had to, of course, pay for the safe houses. It took jumping ahead a little bit. We eventually got the plane out, which I'm sure we'll talk about. That didn't happen until September 17th. So we had people for, we'll call it 3 weeks in these safe houses. And, you had to pay for all that. So $1 million was the planning figure when we went to raise money and talk to high net worth people and other foundations. We would say, hey, if we want to do a second plane, it'll be another $1 million.
So, anticipated my next question. Did they get one of the people that you helped coordinate up to Mazar Sharif? Did they get on the plane?
So we were able to make all that happen. And the day of the plane, we had a manifest, 380 people. We had done all the coordination. The Taliban, of course, they know what's happening by this point. Okay, they're in charge of the country. But to them, it was, what we thought was going to be sort of indiscriminate killing of people wasn't really happening. There were definitely people who were targeted, definitely people getting killed, but not everyone. And so we were able to get 380 people. The operation worked kind of like the initial Kabul operation. We had 12 different buses. We had 12 different pickup points at 12 different times. So Hafi had five or six seats on this bus or this plane, and he had a place to go. I gave him a pin drop this time of where he should go, and the passwords and the code words. And when the bus pulled up, he called me and he said, I can't leave. And he sent his mother-in-law and his daughter and his wife, but he and his sons stayed behind because he felt like I'll never be able to get my brothers and their family out because they didn't speak as good English if I'm not here to help. So, of course, I was like, you've got to be kidding. I mean, I said, Javi, I may never be able to get you out. And he says, I understand. We'll take our chances. So Javi didn't go, but that was the first group that I had that made it successfully out.
So you mentioned that you were coordinating with WhatsApp. Was there any other messaging app that you used?
Well, each case manager was a little different, but WhatsApp and Signal were the most common. And then inside our organization as well, we would have different WhatsApp channels, if you will, for the coordination.
And did you retain the messages that you used to coordinate with the people on the ground in Afghanistan?
Yeah, no, this is a point that became really obvious pretty quick, is that particularly for the people on the ground, we told them, look, you need to memorize our phone numbers and our emails because we got reports of folks, you're just walking down the street, there's armed Taliban that will stop you, get your phone, see that you have US phone numbers in it, and, at a minimum beat you up or whatever. So, and we were worried about it on our end, not quite as much as on their end, obviously. But, phones get hacked. This happens. And so it was common to delete messages either as they occurred or at the end of the day or some process for doing that.
Did you review Mr. Zachary Young's deposition?
Yes.
And did you hear some of his trial testimony?
Some of it.
Do you generally agree with the nature of the work that was involved in evacuations as Zach described it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Or
Foundation, relevance, hearsay.
no, overruled.
So, yes, I agree with it in many aspects. He had obviously a different model than we did. He was moving folks from on the ground, which we did, of course, too, until we flew them out. So that part of it, the ground movement, is very similar. You have to consider the tactical situation, the threat situation. You have to do route reconnaissance, figure out the best way to move people that tries to keep them as safe as you can. A lot of the things he mentioned in terms of operational security and compartmentalization of information is the way we tried to operate. And so all of these things, safe houses, all these things that he was doing in his methodology was in many cases very similar to what we were doing.
Were there a lot of individuals like Zach who were coordinating evacuations on the ground?
Yeah, I don't know about
Foundation.
I'll sustain that.
But based on your understanding of the situation and familiarity with other projects, are you aware of other individuals like Zach who are running private individual evacuations?
there were other veteran groups like AA21 that came together that were more or less following our model. I don't know personally any other individuals like Zach that were doing that kind of work.
Now, AA21 was a volunteer organization.
Largely, yes.
You and the volunteers were not paid.
I was not paid. We were able to raise enough money to have some staff that worked full-time for a small period of time. So it's important to kind of understand the timeline here. So AA21 came together in the middle of August. The airport closed at the end of August. We got our flight out in the middle of September, if you will. So we had these volunteers, but kind of as quickly as they came, they left. Once we got the flight out, a lot of people had taken vacation or were, kind of working as they could, give us a time that they could. It wasn't like everybody was working 24/7, all 200 people. So by the time September rolled around, we got that first flight out. Most of our volunteers had kind of gone back to doing what they were doing. There was a core group of people that stayed for a couple of years, really. And there were some paid staff that we had for a period of time.
Were the individuals that were running the safe houses, were they volunteers or were they paid?
The people in Afghanistan?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they were all paid. All these vendors that, whether it was the airline, whether it was safe houses, whether it was the bus drivers, the bus companies, they were all paid.
Are you familiar with what Zach was charging for his services?
Generally, yes.
In your opinion, were Zach's fees reasonable?
Well, I think so. And I'm not sure how you come to a conclusion that they're unreasonable. I mean, I guess everybody can have a different opinion on it. And there's probably people that, legitimately think that people should do this kind of work for free. But, I would submit to you, if you're a 16-year-old Afghan girl and if you don't get out of Afghanistan, you're going to be married off to a 60-year-old Taliban leader. I don't know what's the right number. Well, what's that worth? I mean, so this whole concept of whether you should charge or you shouldn't charge, I understand how people can have different opinions, and I don't, I think it's just, I never looked at it like that because, I mean, in a sense, we charged our donors. I mean, our donors were giving us money. They knew what we were going to use it for, but we couldn't have done what we did for free. I mean, we had to have people that, were generous enough to give us money so that we could use it to get people out.
Do you serve on any boards? And since you retired, do you serve on any company boards?
Yes. So since I retired, I've worked for some defense contractors and providing a variety of different services. And then I also am on either as a board member or a board advisor about a half a dozen companies, all of which have a defense nexus to them.
Based on your experience sitting on these boards, is a 60% profit margin typical for a defense contractor?
Objection. It's outside the scope of this expert report.
Talk to them.
It's completely outside the
Outside
scope.
of the report. So, Your Honor, page 7 of your Daubert, happy to come up here. Second paragraph down.
Your Honor, I'm actually focused on his expert report.
I don't have a copy of the report that was provided as to the scope of his opinions that were disclosed.
It does not disclose in the opinion itself the reasonableness of a particular profit margin, but
I'll suspend the objection.
okay. I want to switch gear. General Young, are you familiar with this CNN case?
I am.
Based on your understanding of the situation in Afghanistan, would you say that, is it in your opinion that the use of the word black market in that segment was a perfect word?
Objection.
Yeah.
Move to strike his answer.
Did he answer?
He answered.
Strike his answer. Generally, shouldn't have responded to that while the objection was pending, so the jury's not to consider any response for purposes of your deliberations in this case, okay?
All right, so you described in great detail your work with the nonprofits, AA21. Based on your experience, are there any downsides to the nonprofit model?
Well, I think there's two main downsides. One is that you're relying on your staff to volunteer their time. So I talked about before how, I mean, it was incredible to see all these people come together in a way and self-organize and volunteer their time and all trying to do the right thing to help people. But, you know, after a couple of weeks, people had to leave. We weren't able to pay them. So, where they had other things in their life. So our staff, if you will, sort of disappeared for the most part. And the other thing is, of course, you're always raising money. I mean, we had hoped, because we certainly had enough people that needed to get evacuated, we had hoped that we would be able to run multiple flights, but we just were not able to raise enough money to do that.
Generally, you're also here to testify about the types of work Zach is qualified to perform.
Yes.
And what did you do to evaluate Zach's qualifications?
Well, I spoke with Zach, and I'm familiar with his deposition and familiar with the type of background that he has and how he's been trained.
Can we pull up, and do you know where he was trained?
I do.
Okay.
I don't really think I should say it, but it's, we
Objection.
All right. I won't ask him any further questions on that. I just,
You know, can I see your sidebar, please? I'm sorry. You're good.
Right. While they are at sidebar, I think, in my opinion, this guy has explained more things than Zachary explained in 3 days of testimony. Because he talked a bit more in depth about how they verify identities. Because Zach just made the same that you ask for help, you sponsored, you have like funding or whatever they call, and then that's it. You are taken out. But no, this guy went into depth of exactly what is involved, which, like, yes, true, he probably wasn't there himself to do the extraction, but at least I think he knows a little bit more of what is actually involved in the process of doing the extraction. At least is my opinion. I mean, this everyone is entitled, of course, to their opinion. But from this testimony that has been on the stand for about an hour, not even that, just small, probably of an hour, he has explained more things and how things work in a way that Zach took 3 days on the stand and didn't even come across that well to explain how things work. But it's very interesting how, I don't know why, it's just a very more well spoken than Zach in a way. Yes, Zach you can say is the plaintiff, he doesn't ask to answer, but you have to explain how things work for people to understand, then to see how this whole CNN thing is defamation on their side. This guy has made more sense than Zach. But I don't know what you guys know. Let me know in the chat what you guys think. They did say that this was not going to be a long expert anyway. I think they said about an hour, a couple of hours. So it's not going to be a very long witness. So I think we should move along through witnesses quite well today. They haven't mentioned, but they did say that they were going to finish at 4 p.m. today, 4 p.m. local time, which is CST, which will be 5 p.m. EST, and then 10 p.m. UK time. And then next week, they did say they're going to start to finish at 6 p.m. local time, which is going to be 6 p.m. local time, 7 p.m. EST. And it's going to be about midnight UK time, which you guys are going to have the awesome experience of hanging out with Nightbot. Because as we spoke before, yeah, I need to be sleeping way before midnight because I have to start to wake up for work at 4 o'clock in the morning, which going to bed at midnight means I have 4 hours of sleep. Yeah, that would not work. Oh, and we're back.
Have you reviewed?
Hang on.
that- oh,
Hang on.
My apologies. Have you reviewed Zach's work history in the private sector?
Yes.
Okay, Corey, can we bring up page PX41? And let's go to page 1 of the document. I want to look at rate of compensation. Generally, do you see paragraph 4? Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Okay, did you review it in rendering your opinions in this case?
I did.
Based on your review of Zach's work history and what you did in preparing for your testimony at this trial, do you believe the hourly rate for Zach's work provided in this contract is a reasonable rate?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to PX18? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the contract between DynCorp and the Saudi government to basically rebuild the Saudi intelligence operation.
Was this one of the documents you reviewed in preparing for your opinion on what Zach's qualified to do?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you find notable about this contract?
Well, it's incredible from a lot of different perspectives. One, just the scope of it. It's quite ambitious for them to really try. They have sort of 6 aspects of this contract, one dealing with signals intelligence, one with human intelligence, one with Iran. There's some others. It's designed to basically rebuild from the ground up over a period of multiple years their intelligence capability. So that was the first thing. Then the second thing was
Hold on, before we get to the second, can we go to page 20 real quick of this contract? Nice. Can we blow up the bottom part of paragraph 2 where it talks about the advisory board? Do you recognize the people involved in this project?
I do. This was actually the second thing I was going to talk about. The folks that are involved in this kind of project, or this is the A team of, U.S. intelligence. Mr. Secretary Panetta, former defense secretary, former CIA director. Mr. Morrell was the acting and deputy director of the CIA when Osama bin Laden was killed. So, I mean, these are serious, important people.
And what does Zach's involvement in a project like this tell you about his employability at the time this contract was signed?
Well, if you're going to be asked to work on a project of this scope, of this magnitude, of this seriousness, with a serious customer, and you're a big part of the team, it shows that you're the best of the best. You're an A player to be considered for work like this.
And how important is reputation for obtaining employment in contracts like this?
I think it's pretty much everything. A contract like this, you're not going to find these jobs on monster.com or a website like this. It's staffed with people who know people, who trust people to be able to deliver. And so it's essentially a word of mouth kind of operation.
And can we pull up PX24 and go to page 5 of PX24? And can we pull up, when you're on page, yes, the conduct of employee, can we highlight that? Did you review this contract?
Yes.
And what does this clause tell you about the nature of the services and the expectations of employees?
Well, I think it's somewhat typical for clients to outline things that they expect and don't expect their customers or their clients to do. And It says that you're going to obey the laws of the host country, that you're not going to do anything illegal, and that includes black market operations, prostitution, drug use, alcohol use in Saudi Arabia is against the law. So these are important things to this client, or they wouldn't have put them in the contract.
And you testified earlier that you've seen the CNN segment
Yes.
at issue in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes to your order that was already asked about.
No. Page 7, paragraph 3 of page 7. In the final sentence, after the comma, he can testify.
I don't know what the next question is, but I'll overrule the objection for now.
Okay. You've seen the segment that's at issue in this case?
Yes.
Based on your experience and based on your work for AA21, would you have hired, after seeing that segment, would you have hired Zach to do work for AA21?
No.
Why not?
Well, because the segment implied he was.
Objection.
It's relevant.
Sidebar number 2. I think I'm going to be starting numbering the sidebars just to keep and then a tally of them, and then at the end of the day to see how many sidebars were. But I mean, I thought the question about the defamation suit it was one of the questions that had everything to do with the trial. So it's just, so I don't understand why CNN lawyers were overruling that. Yeah, sorry. I am trying to figure that out an issue because I've got comments that show on a chat, that show on StreamYard, but don't show up on YouTube. But then and then another ones that show up on YouTube and on YouTube chat, and then on doesn't show on the StreamYard, which is absolutely insane. So we're not ignoring your comments. It's just there's an issue going on. I think I need to do reopen a new window for YouTube for the chats, see whatever is going on. Yeah. Anyway, but another thing that I'll keep you guys posted as well in the background. I'm going to be listening to the TikTok hearing. It is actually supposed to start in about a minute. Out of in Washington, the TikTok ban that says is to see if it's actually going to go straight ahead or not, which I think people are giving up and thinking that, yeah, it is going to go ahead. There's still a very slim chance, but there is still a slim chance that the app doesn't get banned at all in about 9 days now. Just before, yeah, on the 19th of this month. So talking about this trial again, I think this expert is doing all right. I don't think he's doing too bad as well. It's been all right, and we're back.
Okay.
All right, wait, Mr. Rush. Great. All right, and just for the record, I'll sustain the objection that was raised right before we took sidebar. So rephrase the question.
So General Young, I'm not going to ask you about what the segment means or was intended to mean or what your interpretation of it was. But based on your work for A21 and your role in hiring contractors and coordinating evacuations, why would the segment have caused AA21 not to retain Zach services?
Risk and reputation to the organization would be my question. As a member of the board of directors, I have a responsibility to, for that kind of thing, for the organization as a whole. And it would, and in that role, I would see someone like this as way too risky for our operation to be associated with.
No further questions at this time. Russ?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, General Young.
Morning, sir.
My name is Dave Axelrod. We've never met, right?
Correct.
Just off the bat, you obviously have a very impressive Army career. Thank you for that. Also, your work evacuating, I think you said, you testified, you were involved in the evacuation of 380 people, but your operation evacuated 2,500 people?
Yes, so sometimes that's other organizations moving them that we've helped facilitate, just to be clear. But yeah, so we believe we have a role, a significant role in about 2,500.
It's incredibly impressive, and a lot of people who are deserving of getting out of Afghanistan. I'm sure you feel the same way.
Very proud of it.
Yeah, it's great. Just off the bat, when I was a federal prosecutor, I had a friend who was a Marine, and he said when I was out of uniform, don't ever refer to my rank. Are you okay with me calling you General Young?
It's
Or you prefer
whatever
something
you
else?
prefer. My friends call me Bo. You can call
I
me.
can't call you Bo.
So-
What would you prefer that I call you?
Mr. Young's fine. General Young's fine.
I'll call
Whatever.
you General Young.
Whatever you're okay with.
I just want to make sure you're comfortable.
I'm fine.
Okay. If we could start by putting up Plaintiff's Exhibit 18, Mr. Demeza, something that Mr. Roche just finished with. So I think, General Young, you were just testifying about this document, correct?
Yes.
You've looked at this document, right?
I have.
Zachary Young is not named in this document anywhere, correct?
I don't believe in this document he is.
You believe in this document?
No, I said I did not.
Okay, good. I thought I missed something. And I think you testified that this is a very ambitious program and you talked about the different things that this document outlines. Anywhere in this document, does it say what Zachary Young is responsible for?
This is the, as I understand it, the base document, and then there are statements of work that would, this is the contract with the client. So then normally there would be statements of work or other sort of smaller contracts that would support other people who are going to work on this contract.
Got it. So there'd be other additional documents that I guess would come from this document?
But potentially.
Right. Did you see any of those?
Well, there are other contracts between Zach and DynCorp that talk about his work there.
Right. The DynCorp docs, but have you ever seen any statement of works that are related to this contract that talk about what Mr. Young's role with respect to this contract that we're looking at would be?
I'm not sure.
That would stick out to you, correct? I mean, if you had seen something that said, Mr. Young is in charge of the training aspect of this very ambitious Saudi contract, right? You would remember that.
I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm going to answer.
I know, I'm
the
not trying to trick you either.
question. I'm not sure what's been let in and what's not been let in.
Yeah.
So in the context of reviewing lots of different documents, it was very clear to me through other documents that he was going to work on this project. So I guess I'll answer it that way. And the reason I'm hedging a little bit is because I'm not sure what's an exhibit and what isn't an exhibit.
You reviewed this document. You reviewed Mr. Young's contract with Momentum. What other documents did you review that have any application to this?
There were there were other emails and other things between parties that were involved in this. And again, that's where I'm not sure. I don't know what's been admitted or what hasn't.
Yes, I'm confused because I'm not sure the documents you're talking about. So let me do this. Mr. Nemex, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 148 just for the witness. And go to page 4, well, go to the first page first. Sorry, it's taking a second. General Young, do you recognize this as the report that you prepared in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could go to page 14. And if you could blow that up for General Young, Mr. Nemex, that would be fantastic. Okay. And this was the list of documents that you put together that you said you reviewed in preparation for your expert report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm not sure, what documents are you talking about that reference Mr. Young working on Plaintiff's Exhibit 18?
So it says various work agreements, SOIs and correspondence from DynCorp, DCR Workforce, and others. Again, as I said before, I'm not sure what's an exhibit and what's been allowed in and hasn't, but in the context of looking at the all of these documents that were provided to me, it was my understanding that he was hired to work on this contract.
Okay. But you've never seen any document that specifically outlines what he was supposed to do on this contract, correct?
In the form of a contract?
In the form of anything.
I guess that's correct.
Okay. If you could put that down and go back to PX 18, please. Oh, yeah, this is an evidence. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And we could go to page, well, before we do that, this is you said a very ambitious contract, correct?
Yes.
There would be a lot of people working on this contract, right?
Probably so.
Yeah. Many, many people, right?
I guess so.
Well, you looked at the contract, right? It's for $200 million over 30 months, right?
Yes.
That would involve a lot of people working on this contract, right?
I said yes.
Okay. Just making sure I understand. If we could go to page 20 of this document. I think you testified about this before. All right. And this is, I think, the list of, I said it's getting worse and worse every day. This is the list of people. I think you said they were the A team.
Right.
Do you know any of these people personally?
I've met Mr. Panetta and Mr. Morrell.
Okay. In the course of doing your work on this case, did you reach out to Mr. Panetta or Mr. Morrell to discuss Zachary Young?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No.
If you had, maybe they could have told you what Mr. Young's actual role in this contract was, correct?
I've met them. I don't know them well enough to call them.
Right. You talked about reputation. Did you reach out to any of these people to ask them about Mr. Young's reputation?
Again, I don't know them that well.
Did you reach out to anyone about Mr. Young's reputation?
No.
So, as you sit here, you have no idea what Mr. Young's reputation was before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes.
You talked a little bit under examination by Mr. Roche about your top secret SCI clearance, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree, and maybe I got this wrong, I'm not in this industry, so I may mess up the language, and please correct me if I got it wrong. But when you go through that clearance process to get the top secret SCI, they do a pretty intense look into you, correct?
Yes.
And they're looking for, I think the term is derogatory information. Do I have that right?
That's one of the things, yes.
Right. And derogatory information is like bad stuff, right?
Yes.
Right. Bad stuff, whether, I mean, they talk to people you know, right?
They do. It's derogatory information. They're thinking about judgment. Are you financially sound? What are your, who do you associate with? There's lots of different factors. It's all documented, but yes.
So I got the government clearance when I was a federal prosecutor, but this is much more intense. They go and talk to like friends of yours and family and stuff like that, right?
Right.
Because they want to assess whether you're going to be a risk, right?
Yes.
Right. So they want to know, this is one example that I got asked about because I like the sports gamble. Like, are you a risk because of gambling debts? That's one thing they could look at, right?
That would be a problem.
Right. And so they go through kind of this complex investigation to determine whether someone would be a risk if they get top secret clearance, right?
Right, in your gambling example, if your gambling debts are too high, you could be subject to being blackmailed, as an example.
Exactly right. Thank you. Thank you, General Young. So if you are able to go through that top secret clearance process and you get the sign off, it's essentially the government signing off and saying, we don't view you as a risk and we'll give you this top secret clearance, right?
Yes.
Right. And if you go through the renewal process, they go through a similar investigation of you like that, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree that someone couldn't get their top secret license or clearance, I'm screwing up the words, I apologize, renewed if the government viewed you as a risk.
You shouldn't, yes.
And you know in this case that Mr. Young had a top secret clearance, correct?
I believe that's what was said. I wasn't here for that portion, but yeah.
But I think I saw you sitting here yesterday afternoon when the testimony came in that Mr. Young's top secret clearance was renewed after the CNN publications, correct?
I wasn't, I was here, but I wasn't sure if you were talking about a top secret or not. That was my point of confusion there.
But you do know that his clearance was renewed after the CNN publication.
I heard you guys talking about it.
Right. And the fact of having that clearance is a pretty important thing if you want to get hired in the government contracting space, correct?
Yes.
Right. You need that, right?
For certain types of work, yes, you do.
For the kind of work that Mr. Young says he does, right?
Probably so, yes.
Right. And Mr. Young had that before the CNN publications, correct?
Yes,
And he had it after the CNN publications, correct?
as far as I know.
Thank you. So let's talk about this. So I want to talk about first about Afghanistan in August of 21. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Actually, before I do that, let's go back to basics. You'd never met Mr. Young before you were hired for this case, correct?
Correct.
You'd never heard of Mr. Young before you were hired for this case, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You'd never heard of Mr. Young's business, Nemex Enterprises, either?
No, I hadn't.
You never saw the TV segment that we're here about before you were hired for this case?
That's correct.
You never saw the article that was published on November 13th before you were hired for this case?
I didn't.
You do watch CNN though sometimes, right?
Sometimes.
I think I read your deposition testimony. It sounds like you're like more of an equal opportunity guy. You watch some Fox, you watch some CNN, you watch some other stuff.
I try. I watched CNN the other night about the fires in LA. They were doing a great job.
It's terrible. Not CNN's coverage of the fires.
Yeah, I know.
For people listening. They still want to have a job. I think you testified that I think you retired from both active and reserve duty. Was that in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And since that time, you've been serving as an expert witness in addition to doing some other stuff,
Correct.
some other business ventures. I think you already talked about the fact you're being paid by the plaintiff in this case, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether you're being paid by the plaintiff or his lawyer?
Actually, I'm being paid by.
Action relevance.
I'll follow up with a different question.
Yeah, I need it.
Mr. Young, Attorney General Young, you're being paid in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay, it doesn't matter if it came from the plaintiff himself or his attorneys, right?
Objection relevance.
Yeah, it is relevant. It is relevant. I mean, you're
I'll sustain the objection.
okay. And I think you've testified that you have worked as an expert on other cases, right?
Yes.
generally, what types of cases have you worked on as an expert witness?
So they kind of fall into two buckets. One bucket is personal injury cases. So let's take an example of you're a sergeant in the Marines and you are in a car wreck, and now your Marine career is over. You have to get out. And so there are potentially damages associated with that because you couldn't stay in the Marines, you couldn't continue to work, you couldn't get a Marine pension, et cetera. I've worked both sides of those cases, sometimes on behalf of the service member, sometimes on behalf of the insurance company. There's another set of cases that are different, like this case. I'm involved in, there's a large class action lawsuit about the efficacy of earplugs.
With the 3M?
The 3M case, that case is settled, but now there's additional litigation between the insurance companies.
Sure.
I'm involved in that. And so there's another group of cases that are a little hard to pinpoint exactly what they are, but if they have a military nexus, then I can get involved in them.
Okay. You've never really, though, given expert testimony of the kind that you've been asked to give here. Is that fair to say?
In what way do you mean?
Talking about Afghanistan in August of 2021.
This is the first time I have testified about that experience.
Right. And fair to say you've never also given testimony about whether you would actually hire the plaintiff or the defendant in the case where you were retained as an expert. Is that fair to say?
Some of the cases have, I mentioned before, do have an economic nexus, so it's not exactly like this, but so I think the answer to your question is generally yes, but, and
Fair enough.
there are some examples where we touch on that.
Fair enough. So let's talk about Afghanistan in 2021. I think it was your testimony that you never served in Afghanistan. You served in Iraq. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think, if I have it right, you never went to Afghanistan as a civilian either. Is that
I've never been there.
okay? So to set the stage, in August 21, the Biden administration withdraws from Afghanistan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And chaos erupts, right?
Yes.
Fair to say the Taliban took over Kabul and Afghanistan much faster, I guess, than the American government anticipated.
That's correct.
And I think you wrote in your report, it is difficult to describe the chaos and the desperate.
You can't read from sections of the report.
How rude. They had to have a sidebar while I'm eating my popcorn. Never mind. Just joking. So yet another sidebar number 3 now, if I did not miss any sidebars while I was making popcorn. But I'm reading on Twitter because someone is in a hearing that Miss Lori Vallow Daybell is having, and it's literally so interesting. Yeah, he is a paid personal injury expert, which is weird. I want one of those too.
Hang on. You look like you were about to say something.
I was. I'll get better.
By next Friday, we'll get it.
Maybe by the end of my career.
You ready? All right, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think you testified on direct that Afghanistan in August of 2020 was extremely chaotic.
Yes.
Would you explain to the jury what that means, or what you meant by that?
Well, What I meant by it was, if you look at it from a macro sense, you had the whole country deteriorating basically, and a lot of uncertainty, people legitimately fearing for their life. The rushing of the airport was an extremely dangerous situation. And then, the fact that we had, it was kind of mind-boggling, thousands of people asking for help, and with very little way, at least initially, of helping them. It was very troubling.
Would you describe the situation on the ground as desperate?
I would.
Why would you use the word desperate?
Well, because you would get, when you talk to people, you would, I have firsthand from text messages or message apps where people would say, the Taliban has taken my uncle, or they're coming door to door, or they just came in and beat me up, or, and so people were legitimately fearful for their lives, and some people were taken out and killed.
People were desperate to get out, right?
Yes,
I mean, it's pretty horrible situation, right?
it was.
And I mean, would you agree that what made it even more horrible for America was that a lot of these people had been very loyal to the U.S. for the last 20 years?
Yes.
Think it was fair to first strike that. So I think you just testified that people were texting you or IMS or WhatsApping you.
WhatsApp, right.
WhatsApping you. I'm sorry. For the jury, WhatsApp is kind of like a text message, right?
Yes.
Yeah, just that it's an app on your phone.
It's theoretically encrypted. Yes.
Theoretically, you never know. But people were WhatsApping and texting you, talking about being beaten or being kidnapped by the Taliban.
Yes.
Do you have the opinion that the Taliban, once it took back power, was intent on enacting revenge on people who worked with the U.S.?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think the Taliban more or less said it, but initially, I think I said this in direct, initially we thought there was going to be sort of widespread killing. Turned out that really wasn't the case. It was definitely killing, but it was more selective. You have to, I guess if you put it in a big picture, we had been there 20 years. We had really propped up the economy. So in some ways, probably most people in Afghanistan had worked for the U.S. in some ways. But clearly, if you were a female, you were at risk. If you worked in the government as a female, so you're a female judge, special forces interpreters in general, pilots, people like that, you were at risk, real risk.
Why, if you were a female, would you be at risk?
Well, I'm not necessarily a cultural expert on Afghanistan, but they have a much different view of the role of women in their society than we do, or most people in the world do.
On direct, I think you were talking about the Operation Baby Bus, which, if you haven't already, you should try to sell that story to that sounds like an amazing story that people would see. But you were talking about the Operation Baby Bus, and you were talking about, I think you used the word checkpoints. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What did you mean by the use of the word checkpoints?
These would be areas where there'd be a group of armed Taliban that would stop people from moving.
Right. And checkpoints were pretty common in Afghanistan at that time, correct?
As I understand it, yes.
Right. And as you understand it, because you were working on these evacuations, so you were designing plans to kind of work around or figure out how to navigate this checkpoint system. Is that fair to say?
As best you could.
Right. Because the Taliban was really controlling movement in Kabul and in Afghanistan as much as they could, correct?
As much as they could.
And if you were an Afghan who was desperate to get out at this time, you couldn't just go to the airport and buy a ticket to get out, right?
No. Couldn't
Go to Greyhound and grab a bus ticket, right?
Not at all.
I mean, I know that that's a stupid example, but
No, but it's legitimate.
people just generally couldn't move around the country without the Taliban's approval. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think you could.
This goes pretty close to what's been a lot of sidebars the past few days on the mill issue.
Talk about Afghanistan.
I'll withdraw my objection for now.
I'll overrule it otherwise.
Okay.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
I can't even remember what it was.
I think it was about moving around, perhaps.
Yeah, I think my question was, people just generally couldn't move around the country without the Taliban's approval, fair to say?
When you talked to, for instance, when I would message Hoppy, you could go down the street and, get a bottle of water at the store or whatever. Even that, you were subject to being sort of harassed, if you will, or stopped. So I don't want to, this wasn't like COVID lockdown in China kind of thing,
Right.
but it was, you could not just move around however you wanted.
And so you also, another term you used in your direct testimony was safe houses.
Yes.
And I know that safe houses probably have different connotations in different situations. But how did you use the word safe house? What did you mean by using the word safe house in your direct testimony?
It was where we paid to house people, and it was our hope that they were safe locations and that the Taliban would either not know of them or leave them alone if they discovered it.
Why was it important to use locations that the Taliban didn't know about?
Again, we were not sure exactly who the Taliban would have on their quote kill lists. And some of these people that we were trying to get out were people that were extremely high risk, religious minorities, female activists, that kind of thing.
And so it was important to kind of fly under the radar. Is that fair to say?
Best we could.
Yeah. Stay underground, right?
Best you can.
Fair to say that you viewed helping Afghans getting out of the country as a noble pursuit.
I did.
Did you start AA21 or were you a part of a group that started AA21?
No, it's more accurate to say one of the original group that started it.
Okay. And I know that AA21 has now been folded into another organization. Is that correct?
Yes.
What organization is that?
No One Left Behind.
And I was Googling last night. No One Left Behind, I guess, is an organization that's been around longer than it predates the Afghan crisis. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it's an established, well-respected organization that is generally in this work of trying to get people out of dangerous situations, resettle them, et cetera.
It's been doing this for a number of years, right?
Yes.
So it made sense to fold AA21 into that organization?
Right.
When you were working with AA21, I think you testified that you were helping AA21 raise money, right?
The best I could.
Right. And it's hard to raise money. But when you were doing it, I guess you would go and you kind of network of high net worth individuals and other people to kind of raise money for the organization. Is that fair to say?
Yes, or talk to people, friends who might know people and could make introductions for you.
So when I was looking at No One Left Behind, they have a bunch of videos of media coverage of No One Left Behind. Are you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did AA21 ever talk to the media to help raise money?
Yeah, well, indirectly. I don't remember specifically talking to the media about raising money. Some of our members were interviewed. We did sort of podcast kind of stuff. I mean, so if that's what you're referring to, then yes.
Yeah, that is what I'm referring to. And I don't mean talking to the media to raise money, but if you do podcasts or you get interviewed on a network like CNN, that helps bring awareness to the organization, right?
Certainly.
And that's a good thing if you're trying to raise money, right?
Yes.
And it's a good thing if you're trying to help evacuate as many people from Afghanistan as possible. Is that fair to say?
I agree.
Okay. Your Honor, whenever you are ready, I can take a break or I can keep going. Just let me know.
Are you all good? You want to take a break? All right.
Here we go.
All right, members of the jury, just put your notepads in your folders there and leave them on your chairs while we'll take our break. We're going to take our morning recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as that recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. And if you use your phones while we're on break, just make sure they're turned off before we come back in the courtroom. Be back in the jury lounge at 10:10 if you go down the hall or use the restroom or what have you. Okay? All right, jurors are out of the courtroom. Anything?
Yeah, just for the record, Your Honor, Mr. Roche did ask General Young a question that was in direct contravention of your Daubert order, and I just want that on the record.
Which question?
The question, what, in your opinion, what does black market mean? Which was a direct contravention of your order. It couldn't be more clear.
And all right. All right. Anything else?
Not right now. Thank you.
Your Honor, at some point, we want to move quickly. Our next expert is Richard Bolko. I think there is an issue on the demonstrative. We can address it in a short break before when General Young gets off the stand, or I'm ready to address it now.
All right. Everybody be seated. Sorry.
We disclosed to the other side our demonstrative we're going to use 2 days ago. I did check. That timeline was in your pretrial order, but I didn't want any issues. So we disclosed it. And I think that what I understand the basis for the objection on the demonstrative is Mr. Bolko's report provided a spreadsheet, computes income over a number of years with a growth rate, a discount rate, and Your Honor's order requires us to lay foundation for that. One thing Your Honor's order did do is it limited General Young from being able to testify about replacement income. So one of the deductions that Mr. Bolko made in computing out the figure was that replacement income. But now that replacement income's not coming in, the final number for Mr. Bolko's report goes up. And so they have the calculation. They have the itemized broken down calculation so that the number that Mr. Bolko is going to be testifying to is without that $70,000 deduction. Now, it's the defendant's burden to prove mitigation of damages, so they're entitled to argue at the end of this case that there should have been mitigation, but I understand the basis of their objection is that numbers changed. The numbers changed because he can no longer rely on the $70,000 replacement income.
What's the issue with their demonstrative?
So, Your Honor, the issue is this. When you issued, remember, we downwarded Mr. Bolko, right? And in response to that, they said, we're only going forward with the income. We're taking away the sale of Nemex, the retirement income. They cut out that piece. That was the only thing you ruled. You didn't rule anything else. I don't know what Mr. Roche is talking about the income. You can look at your order. You didn't rule anything else about Mr. Bolko's opinion.
I guess there was some number that he was deducting in his calculation. What it sounds like Mr. Rich is saying is that Mr. Bolko had an opinion that deducted some number for replacement income to deduct from his loss.
It wasn't an opinion, it was a reliance on a general opinion that General Young is no longer offering.
It was deducting a number from his
Correct.
income, though, that reduced Mr. Balco's calculation.
Correct.
And all you're saying is on the demonstrative, you're removing that deduction
Correct.
from Mr. Balco's calculation.
Correct.
Mr. Bolko made incredibly long spreadsheets, waterfall spreadsheets that are incredibly hard to read. You have to go into the Excel data and actually look at the numbers to verify they're accurate. It came up with a total of $18 million. Yesterday morning, not 2 days ago, right before we went to court, we got a demonstrative that had a number for $21 million, which is about, if it's $18 million, about 17% larger than what his previous opinion was. I have never received an updated expert report. I have never received updated Excel spreadsheets that show the calculation. I have never received the waterfall so that I can actually verify that it's been done correctly. None of that was done. And actually, after Your Honor, after we had the argument and you issued your opinions, I was waiting to get an amended expert report and amended Excel spreadsheets. I thought they were just going to stick with the number. So yesterday morning was yesterday afternoon when we reviewed it, was the first time that I had seen that Mr. Balco's opinion and the underlying calculations had changed. I still don't have them. I couldn't tell you how they get to this number.
Well, that's an issue for you all to figure it out during the course of discovery. The issue is that there's a demonstrative that totals up what his numbers are. And all it does is remove something that you thought may be coming in evidence, that's not coming in evidence. And the demonstrative reflects the calculation that he provided before. Without this, I don't know that, where's your problem with it? Because you guys wanted to exclude part of his opinion. You excluded part of his opinion. Well, it affects what Mr. Balco's calculation was by removing something that he would have been relying on.
Well, actually, that's nothing we moved on. And his calculation is very complicated. It goes year by year and it increases it increases. We don't have his calculation for how he gets to his new number. We don't. I can't tell you how he gets to it.
The explanation is that he removed the deduction.
Your Honor, there's a spreadsheet. They have a financial expert who has access to that spreadsheet. They've had it since months before they deposed Richard Bolko. All it does is there's a sum, adds up income over 28 years, and then there's a deduction over 28 years. We remove the deduction. Simple math. And it was in the spreadsheet. They've had that. And the final thing, it's not, unless the expert's changing their opinion, it's not a rule that you have to reissue a report after a divert. Their experts were diverted, and we didn't receive updated reports. So
he is changing his opinion. His opinion now is not it's $18 million, it's $21 million. And again, if the situation exists, I have no calculation that gets to $21 million. No, our expert hasn't seen it either. I still don't have it.
Where you have Balco's report, or
Yep. Yes.
or you know what date that the motion was filed, or his report was provided, or if you got a paper copy of it or whatever, then that's great. I'll go old school.
I do have a paper copy of it.
I always do.
Raj, you mind grabbing me? So, okay. Got my approach?
Yep.
Report is on page. So if you go to page, we didn't page number these, but if you go to, flip through 1, 2, so new career.
And
Your Honor, if I may, generally done, I think you can step down and take a break if you'd like to.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, why don't you say?
Sorry about that.
Can you correlate the spreadsheet? And so that goes, if we need to pull it up, we can.
Mr. Axelrod. On the 6th page, in the middle of the page, there's a section that says new career. And he says, I use the expert witness report of Mr. James V. Young, Jr., and estimated his earnings potential. You see that?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know where, because I was looking at under his conclusions where he said,
If you go to page 7, at the bottom of page 7, I think this is the number, the old number.
yeah, well, that's why I was looking under scenario 1. It had the 18 million number in there.
Right. That's the
But I was trying to see, I mean, he didn't explain in the paragraphs after that how General Young's opinion related to And when I said earlier you were trying to exclude General Young's opinion in this case, y'all filed a Daubert motion as to part of his opinions in this case, and I did exclude on that basis of your motion, defense motion, about an opinion regarding his employability. So
you said, and he did testify about the jobs that he would be qualified for.
the jobs he would be qualified for, but that was not the totality of it. There was part of that on employability, giving an opinion, which I guess would have been the 70,000 a year number. So, I mean, to the extent y'all said don't use it, Mr. Balco is adjusting his numbers because we're not using it. I don't need to know that they needed to provide you a different report. I mean, he's got, obviously, Mr. Balco's got to explain whatever he's putting on this demonstrative. I don't know what the demonstrative looks like, but.
If I may, can I show you the problem? Mr. Hernandez, if you could load the spreadsheet, the waterfall spreadsheet that we received.
No, I mean, I saw it attached as one of the attachments to his report. There's a whole big spreadsheet, and on a letter-sized page, it's impossible to read the numbers, but.
That's why I loaded it in Excel. It's the only way you can look at it. But what I'm saying, Your Honor, is I don't have a new Excel for his calculation. I can't even tell you if the math is correct.
Your Honor wants, you can provide that.
Excuse me. I don't know how I cross an economics damages expert who's providing a calculation if I don't have the spreadsheet and have the opportunity to actually look at the math to make sure the math is right. Because I can't do that based on what he gave me before. I don't even know how the assumptions have changed. I haven't heard his testimony.
I haven't either.
This is not how expert discovery is supposed to work.
Y'all disclose reports. He explains he's got things calculated in there. And he's relying on something else to plug a number in there. Then you guys say, no, you guys, General Young can't testify about it. I say, great, I agree with you. You can't testify about it. That's the result, is what we got. That apparently is what Mr. Balco is going to testify to.
But I would assume, and I would think that the rules would provide for us to get a new waterfall calculation that supports his new number, which I don't have. But if that's your ruling, that I can cross an expert who's going to give a $21 million number, and I have no ability to cross-examine it as to whether it's accurate, I guess I've laid my record and we'll go forward.
I mean, this is the problem of you wait till the last minute. We have motions heard at the last minute. The disclosure requirements is opinions at this point in time. If you guys exclude some evidence, I mean, what if they render an opinion and we show up at trial and you object to something coming into evidence, say medical bills for future things, and you exclude the doctor's opinion as we're sitting here at trial. You didn't file a Daubert motion, but you do it. Then the guy who cranked those numbers in is going to take them out for a damage calculation. That's what I'm understanding Mr. Bucko's. Obviously, this is more complicated with seeing the spreadsheet here, but that doesn't mean he can't testify about it. I mean, y'all got what you wanted.
Well, no, what I want is actually a spreadsheet that I would have had time to look at and verify it's accurate. That's what I want.
All right. Well, as long as Belko can justify the numbers that are on the demonstrative, he can use the demonstrative. Obviously, it's not evidence. It's not going back to the jury, but if it explains what his calculation is, y'all got to lay the foundation that that's where the numbers derive from. You have fair game to cross-examine him, that his numbers changed. And he, I mean, if you really want, well, no, we're not going to get into that because we're not going to explain to the jury that do you have the revised waterfall spreadsheet?
No.
We can, so
Mr. Balco have that?
it's the same spreadsheet, deletes 2 rows and it just zeroes out 2 rows. We can do that fairly quickly. We could do it live. I mean, I would prefer not to.
The report's not necessarily come into evidence, so.
Yeah, the
That's
exhibit
what I'm
doesn't
saying.
come into evidence. So I'm happy to meet and confer and show what 2 rows are zeroed. Your Honor, just for the record, when we got the report, I zeroed out. I was able to interpret your opinion and change the numbers in Excel. It's a fairly straightforward computation.
Show them, because you've got it in the actual Excel spreadsheet, not just the printed out version. So you've got a dynamic thing that if you show them what you did on zeroing out those columns.
Do you want to do it right now or?
No,
Okay.
no, we're going to go off the record, but show them what columns in the spreadsheet you zeroed out based on the deduction of that replacement income from General Young's opinion.
Okay.
But it actually sounds like there's 2 things they've zeroed out.
But you said there was one column for the General Young's opinion. What else was?
Cost of it's the replacement income and the cost of living because we excluded the investment income. You exclude the Daubert excludes the investment income, so there's no longer a cost of living deduction. That one's small. It's a couple $1,000. There's a $70,000 per year replacement income and another row on the cost of living because the investment income was excluded.
Right. I mean, the cost of living thing will make the number go down. The removal of the deduction will make the number go up, which is what it sounds like.
Not exact the way, because the cost of living would.
Your cost of living was for the replacement income. Okay. Yeah. So both of those would make you go up.
Right. So those are the 2 rows. I can show them in a couple minutes. Okay, you can show them, right? Okay.
So it sounds like both of these things were removed from his calculation based on y'all's Daubert challenge. So,
I guess,
I mean, but show them and explain on the spreadsheet where it is. Well, we'll take 5 minutes.
10:25?
Yeah, get back here at 10:25.
thank you.
Nice, can you?
Well, we have 5 minutes to talk about this morning part. I mean, apart from the expert that we've already talked about 500 times of, yeah, there's now this part that they were discussing about a spreadsheet yet again, something that was a late discovery, trying to have it in. CNN doesn't want because obviously it's not good for them, but yesterday it's just apparently it's a spreadsheet that says the amounts that Zachary supposedly allegedly lost incomes from after this whole hard article as came out and got published by CNN. And apparently because of cost of living and where you was living and everything. I wonder how they're going to make that because he was living in Austria, not in the America. How can they actually fact check that, because if it was in America, fair enough, or how they're going to bring that up, it's actually quite interesting. I'm a little bit interesting and intrigue to know about how they're gonna go come to do a cost of living in Austria. Are they gonna compare even to America? Because I mean, he could have just come to America when he was dealing with that. True, but then they would have it would have the expense of flights and visas and all that stuff. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting how they're gonna get that in, um how that information is gonna be provided, and even who is gonna bring, because are they gonna get a spreadsheet expert that did the spreadsheet? Because obviously there is many ways to do a spreadsheet in Excel or Pages. I think it's no Numbers. Sorry, Numbers is what the Apple product is called. Um, because of the formulas and how all of that it's done, because it's very technical, because if you get a formula wrong in Excel, or I think it's page Numbers, I'll call it keep it calling Pages, you get a completely different value, and it can throw out the figure completely out in the in a spreadsheet and everything. So it's just interesting how yeah, I think they should have a spreadsheet expert. I don't know. It's just interesting that, sorry, it's appealing to my geek side of spreadsheets. I love a good spreadsheet, believe me. I will do anything to be able to do a spreadsheet. It's one of my my geekness moments. It's a good spreadsheet. Like, for example, I've done one for Ninebot's business, and I absolutely love it. I've done one for a budget and everything, and you know that you have to have the correct formulas and the correct assets there to make sure that it gives you the correct information, because the simples error, the simples column or parenthesis or anything that is wrong in the wrong place, you can change the whole value of the cell. So I don't want to give an Excel expert opinion here, because I am not expert or anything, and I don't want to give a class about Excel right now, because that would be a bit boring, considering. But when I heard spreadsheet, I was like, hey, did someone say my name? Because I like a good spreadsheet. Please, no one counts how many times I've said that word, because I've just realized I probably said about a million times. That reminds me of an episode of a show that people were taking shots against the amount of times a certain person said a word. So please don't do that with me saying spreadsheets, because otherwise you would be very happy right now. And I think probably, well, it's almost 5 o'clock here, so you could always say it's 5 o'clock in the UK, so at least it would be fine, I guess. Really sorry, I really don't really have much to talk about. I'm just yapping about nothing and everything at the same time, trying to fill the void of the silence of the break of the court. Because when I thought that he said it was going to go on break, I thought he said 10 past 10, which was only a 5 minute break. But yeah, no, that took quite a while to talk about all those issues and of the spreadsheet again. Yeah, so just waiting now for court to go back. We can carry on with the morning session, but also the judge did say yesterday, I think it's from, well, technically yesterday, lunch break is only going to be half an hour now. Like, literally, the jury is gonna have to swallow their food, not even chew on it. It's so fast for a lunch break. It doesn't even gives them a proper break. And then especially going from next week going into later, going into until 6 p.m. with half an hour break, that's going to be a long time. During the lunch break today, we're probably going to see again coverage of fire. Maybe we'll see. Oh, the I was gonna trying to talk, but no, no, they're back.
Yeah. Exactly, that was it. All right, did you guys get it on the spreadsheet? Or are you still doing that?
Yeah, they're updating ours right now.
Okay. You want to wait? You want to wait to finish that?
I don't, I'd rather use the time.
Okay. All right, anything else before we bring the jurors back? All right, yeah, go ahead and get the jurors. And I don't think the person who had it is sitting here, but there was a cell phone that went off a little while ago, maybe twice. Was it the one that was sitting in the back row next to you? All right. I think it's her. Ma'am, is your cell phone off?
Yes, sir.
Happens again, you're losing your phone.
Yes, sir.
Y'all be seated. Y'all ready? All right, Mr. Axelrod.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Zachary Young, when we broke, I think we were talking about AA21. And I think you testified that AA21 was largely a veteran organized volunteer organization. Is that right?
Yes,
Nonprofit organization,
yes,
volunteer organization.
largely, yes.
Almost everyone who worked there was unpaid.
Most people.
And you certainly weren't paid for your time and effort, were you?
I was not.
Besides AA21, fair to say you knew that there were other groups like AA21 that were organizing efforts to get people out of Afghanistan,
Yes,
right? Other volunteer organizations?
yes,
You were sitting here yesterday when Mr. Young testified, correct?
for part of it.
Okay. Did you see the document where Mr. Young said that there were people, organizations fleecing donators, contributors for chartered aircrafts they charter from their friends?
Objection, relevance outside the scope of his report.
Overruled.
I might have been here, but I wasn't necessarily riveted to everything that was being said, so I apologize if I missed it, but I don't really remember that portion.
Okay. In your opinion, because you were in this space helping organize to get people out of Afghanistan, were you aware of any organizations that were fleecing people?
Not directly. I heard, stories, but, and I think anytime there's chaos wherever there is, whether it's Afghanistan or California fires or anywhere else, there's the potential for that.
Yeah, and there's the potential for that, right? Because in a situation like a war zone, like Afghanistan, or in the situation of a natural disaster like the California fires, a lot of people get desperate, right?
Yes.
Right. And when you have a desperate situation like that, sometimes people come in charging high prices for prices that wouldn't exist in normal circumstances, correct?
I don't have firsthand knowledge of that, but it's theoretically possible.
I mean, you live in South Carolina, right? I think you testified.
Yes.
And unfortunately, that area, like this area, sometimes gets hit with hurricanes, correct?
Sure.
Are you aware of any situations where when a hurricane hits and things get destroyed or there's a lack of water, that people charge higher prices for those things than would exist under normal times?
I don't have any personal experience with that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, of course, but I don't have any personal experience.
Well, yeah, so you've been lucky then. But you understand that does sometimes happen in situations where people are desperate, right?
I understand the concept, yes.
All right. So AA 21 never charged any individuals for evacuations, correct?
Correct.
And I think AA, how many volunteers did AA 21 have?
I think at the height of the organization, about 200.
Okay, it's pretty impressive. When AA 21 was doing the evacuation that you were a part of, the Operation Baby Bus evacuation, I know you were in the U.S., but did AA 21 have people on the ground in Afghanistan?
Not directly. We had through our networks. So someone as an example, AA 21 would know someone who is in Afghanistan. The bus driver would be the most obvious example. But to my knowledge, no one that I would consider part of the 200 was in Afghanistan.
Right, but obviously the people for AA 21 knew the people who were on the ground coordinating, right?
It was a network of network kind of effects, yes.
Right, so they knew the people, and knew the people's names they were dealing with, right?
Some of the people would have, or would have known someone who knew the name.
Right. Couple questions. I think you testified that the cost of that Operation Baby Bus evacuation was like $1 million.
Well, that includes, I guess it depends on how you want to describe the baby bus, but that included the flight of the plane and then the other ancillaries that we talked about.
Right. And I think that you said that operation got out about 380 people.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you $1 million divided by 380, but would you agree that that's kind of like $2,631.58 per person?
Could be.
Okay. Do you have your cell phone on you? Here, let's just do the math real quick. You got a bit.
I trust your math if you want to go for it.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm just going to use the cell phone just for the calculator. Is that all right? So just General Young, may I approach, Your Honor?
Right.
General Young, and Your Honor, if this goes off, that's going to be really bad timing, and I apologize. But if you would just type in 1 million divided by 380 for me, that'd be great.
Sorry, the calculator. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
$2,631.
And 58 cents?
58 cents.
Yeah, I got it right. Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Thank you very much. And I think you were talking about doing some of your communications with people when you were doing AA21. And you talked about, well, no, before we get to that, one of the people that I think you helped evacuate, you called him Javi, and we don't have to get into his last name here. Did Javi end up coming to the U.S.?
He did.
He did.
Eventually.
He's somewhere now living in the U.S.?
I believe he lives in California.
You ever talk to him?
He sent me a note maybe a year or so ago, I think on 4th of July, actually. So I don't talk to him regularly, but it's occasionally I will get a message somewhat out of the blue from one of the 25 or so that, is generally thankful.
It's got to be a source of pride for you.
It is.
It should be. So generally, I think you said the 25. Do you have kind of communications with all of the 25?
No, particularly once we let no one left behind take over the cases, I backed away from it. There's nothing really I can do to help people. The process now is the process, went through a couple different iterations. The time that we talked about where we helped Operation Baby Bus and all that, they were, private charters were allowed to fly. Then you go into the fall and some more charters were allowed to fly, but it became harder. And then eventually the State Department took over. And the State Department actually flew Hafi out eventually in the spring. And so the process has become much more bureaucratic, put it mildly.
I think, is it fair to say that when you were the case manager before AA21 got brought into no person left behind, were you helping some of these 25 people kind of settle wherever they were settling, kind of providing some support to them?
Very little. There were organizations in the U.S. that did refugee settlement, and so we knew of them, and we would. There were a couple cases where I kind of helped facilitate it, but as soon as they had a case manager with one of those organizations, I basically backed out of it.
Okay. You still have Javi's contact information?
I do have it, yeah.
You didn't delete it, did you?
Not Hafi's, no.
Are you afraid that he could be at risk if anyone gets your phone?
Well, he's in the States now, so I don't think that's, I guess there's a risk, low risk.
Okay. All of the communications of AA21, your internal communications of that organization, did you delete those?
Those have been, as I understand it, turned over to no one left behind. So we had a Slack channel built, we had a Salesforce module, we had Google Drive. We're very concerned with the security of that. Frankly, we have a list of 10,000 people who want to get out of Afghanistan. So all of that was either deleted or moved over to no one left behind in a very methodical, planned way.
Right. I mean, because you're running a nonprofit, and there's some aspect of accountability that nonprofits have to have, correct?
Of course.
Right. And so it was very important to preserve the data that nonprofit had, correct?
The data we were mostly worried about preserving at that point would be, for instance, the State Department, requires identifications and passports and things like that. So we had those documents saved, and there's no reason that no one left behind would duplicate all that all over again. So that is the kind of thing. I don't know if that was exclusively the only thing, but that was the kind of thing that we were transferring over to no one left behind. The communication between a case manager and the guard at, Abbey Gate is not the kind of thing we would have saved.
But you saved the communications of how the organization was running, correct? And kind of that biographical information you said you collected.
Of the actual people trying to get evacuated. Yeah, that would have been turned over, as far as I know.
Right. I think one of the opinions you gave where you thought that Mr. Young's fees were reasonable. Is that something you said?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, and tell me if I got this right, that it's a matter of opinion, right?
I think so.
And let's put a little meat on that thought. When you're talking about Afghanistan in 2021, you're talking about a desperate situation, right?
Yes.
Right. And it's a situation where a lot more people wanted to get out than there were seats on a bus or seats on a plane for, right?
Certainly.
Right. So demand was high, right? Demand to get out of the country was high.
Yes.
And availability to get out of the country was low, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, you run a business, fair to say that in a situation like that, that's a situation where prices can go up because demand outstrips supply?
Yes.
And that kind of happens frequently in war zones, right?
I'm not an expert in all war zones, but that is basic supply and demand economics. So.
Basic supply and demand. And if somebody in that situation was created by the desperation of the Afghans in Afghanistan to get out, right?
Well, there are other factors certainly involved, the risk factors, the complexity of it, the vendors on the ground. So, I mean, I do think you might be oversimplifying it a little bit, and I don't mean to be argumentative, but there are multiple factors that would go into it.
Right. But on its face, if you didn't have all these Afghans desperate to get out, you wouldn't have this situation where demand was outstripping supply.
Fair enough.
Right. And in a situation like that, someone can come in and charge what some people would think would be a lot of money, right?
I mean, I think that's a theoretical question. So, again, I have testified. I don't think there's a reasonable, really, market comparison for this, and I think that's just where I'd leave that answer.
Right. But one reasonable person could think that in that situation that a fee was appropriate, and another reasonable person could have a completely different opinion, right?
I suppose so.
Right. And we live in the U.S. We're allowed to have opinions, right?
Yes.
I want to flag them right now because it's important. Now I lost my train of thought. And I think the example you used was that if you have a 16-year-old Afghan girl, I think I have a trip. Please correct me if I'm wrong. If you have a 16-year-old Afghan girl who's in danger of death or worse, or I think you said getting married off at 16 or even younger, I think it would be true. Then even if the prices are high, then in your opinion, it could be okay, right?
Yes.
Because necessity would dictate, if that situation exists, that somebody could charge money and it's worth to pay that money to get out, right?
The companies that paid to have people extracted, I'm sure felt like it was worth the money that they paid.
Right. And because of that desperation in Afghanistan, I'm asking for your opinion, because you gave us your opinion before on the whether the fees were reasonable. There wasn't anything wrong with someone like Mr. Young charging what he was charging to get people out of a desperate situation, was there?
Not in my opinion.
And if there's a 16-year-old girl in Afghanistan who's at risk of death or worse, and there's an operator, and somehow she comes up with the money, or somebody comes up with the money, and they pay that operator to get her out, to save her from death, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No.
Even if that Afghan was able to pay that money themselves, there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
I don't think that's the case in this situation, but, if you have to get out, you have to get out.
Right. And so many people had to get out of Afghanistan because of that desperation and what could happen to them, right?
Yes.
And in that scenario, where that 16-year-old girl or younger was in danger, I think it was your opinion, but correct me if I got it wrong, that you thought that Mr. Young was providing a service that could help someone like that.
He was providing a service that helped many people.
Right. And that was an important service, right?
Yes.
And if that 16-year-old girl today was there risking death or worse, you'd want Mr. Young helping you, right?
Sure.
You'd want him helping you today, right?
I think today is a different situation because of the political situation, how the State Department's involved. And I really don't know what the situation on the ground is today
Right.
in Afghanistan as it relates to people being able to leave. It's I've lost, currency on that.
Completely understand. But for my hypothetical, let's assume that the State Department situation is the same as it was back in August of 2021. But everything else is the same. Mr. Young is who he is. You're who you are. You're running AA21. and that 16-year-old's on the ground, desperate to get out, you'd hire Mr. Young to get her out, wouldn't you? Because he had the skills to help her.
I would personally hire him to get, based off everything I know.
Yeah.
I mean, is that what we're talking
That's
about?
what we're talking about.
If I had, my 16-year-old daughter was there and today,
Not your 16-year-old daughter.
based off everything I know about this case and everything,
Yeah. And that 16-year-old girl is facing that desperate
I
situation.
don't know that Mr. Young still has a network that would be viable.
Assume he does. Assume he's got that network.
Objection outside the scope.
Wouldn't let him get anything.
Sidebar number 3, if I haven't lost count, of the sidebar, say 3 or 4, one of them. But I find interesting the line of questions, and I really like the questions. Excuse me, that CNN lawyers asking that if he had the money, if he didn't, the 16-year-old girl didn't had the money to pay sponsors to get out of, or sponsors to get out, would they still taking it out? Expertise comes from experience on doing something for a very long time, which I believe in a way he has, but then yet again, like Zachary, no one has the physical boots on the ground experience. No one was there. I understand it's not like a vacation going down to Hawaii or something. It's Afghan. It's dangerous. He has to, but it's the fact that but it's just the fact that they do know what they're talking, but they're not going there. It's giving me the okay, but you don't have the experience on the field on it, the practical things. You probably don't know everything that is going on. You don't know if something went wrong and that they had to do something different like you normally would, and you're giving your opinion about something. It's not a concrete piece of evidence to tell how that extraction did actually go. It's an opinion on how it's supposed to go, not so. Yeah, exactly. So it's just like it's a hard thing to prove you're an expert of any field. I'm not just talking about this guy here. Can be an expert on pastries, for example. I would need some evidence that the person knows that pastries, knows how to bake them. I'm talking about pastries because I work in a bakery, and my my mind is on food as always. My mind is always on food. So for me to expect someone to be an expert of pastries, I would have not have need to know that that person knows how to bake them, how to make them, what is the process involved in making them, the process involved of baking them, how to pack them, label them, and the ingredients that are involved. And if a ingredient it's not available, can it be replaced by something? Or how can we make them that gluten-free or dairy-free? It's that even possible? And then I could be able to determine if the person is an expert on that field or not. But he has to have experience. This sorry, I'll stop talking about pastries.
Are you ready? All right. And for the record, I'm overruling the objection. Why don't you you got what you just asked me?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I just have to find it, Your Honor.
Well, I think I remember it.
I'm not sure I do, General.
I don't think I do either. So.
It's kind of, all right.
I want to be careful to read the question back because I've made the ruling based on the question.
All right, I think I asked you, did you personally hire him to get someone, that 16-year-old out today based on everything you know? And you said, is it my 16-year-old daughter? I said, no, it's not your 16-year-old daughter. And you said, I don't know that Mr. Young still has a network. And I said, assume he's got that network. So I'm like, yeah, so assuming he's got that network and that 16-year-old girl is in Afghanistan in danger, you would hire Mr. Young to get her out, would you?
Let me just,
Asking in his personal capacity, not in the capacity of 8821.
I'll state it from that. Yeah, rephrase the question.
Yeah, in your personal capacity, would you hire Mr. Young to?
Objection. And he's asking in his personal capacity again.
Okay, in your capacity of AA21.
Yeah.
And that 16-year-old is in danger in Afghanistan. You'd hire Mr. Young to get her out, wouldn't you?
I think we're conflating two different things here. So I'm not trying to be evasive or overstep whatever the ruling was. You're asking me, in my role as an AA21 member, would I hire him? Is that what you're asking?
That's my question.
Yeah, and this was asked earlier, and I said, no, I would not hire him in my capacity as an AA21. I thought your question was about a personal capacity based off of everything I know now about Mr. Young and everything, we know about Afghanistan. So I think, again, I'm not trying to be evasive. I think there's two, it feels to me like you're asking two separate questions.
I'm not trying to, but let's dig into that. So your testimony for this jury is that if you were still at AA21 and you knew that there was a 16-year-old girl there who was going to get killed or married off, and you could hire Mr. Young to get her out, you're telling this jury that because of the CNN publications, you wouldn't do that?
And that was asked earlier, and I said, no, for AA21, I think there was too much risk of reputation involved.
Because of the CNN publication?
Yes.
So you would let that 16-year-old die or something worse happen to her because of the CNN story?
We'd try other methods.
And what if those didn't work? You just let her die, huh? That's your testimony?
No, that's not my
Objection, argumentative.
testimony. I think we
Again,
try.
Not in the capacity individually. You were saying you would.
So you as an AA21 board member, you pass.
We would try other methods.
And if those didn't work?
We keep trying.
And if those didn't work?
We're not able to get every single person out of Afghanistan that we wanted. So,
Okay.
I think I've answered your question.
Okay. You understand that CNN ran a correction in the story, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen that?
I think so. Yes.
And it's your testimony that you still wouldn't hire Mr. Young in connection with AA21?
Yes, that's correct.
So do you recall being deposed in this case?
Yes.
Hold on one second. We're getting there. So, General Young, I'm taking it from your testimony that the CNN story would prevent you from hiring Mr. Young if you were at A21.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall being deposed in this case?
Yes.
Let's take a look. Governor, any approach?
Right.
Thank you. And the designation is 236, 7 to 9.
Can you give me a moment, Mr. Axelrod?
Sure. Do you have a copy?
I do.
Okay. And Your Honor, let me know when you're ready.
What line?
Hold on, I'm just confirming. 236, 7 to 9.
236 is the page number.
It is, it's up in the right-hand corner.
Your Honor, if you can just give me a second here.
Yeah.
Your Honor, objection, improper impeachment, based on the context.
What line were you going through?
7 to 9, sir.
I think the context we're looking at here is 24, 24, 235, 24, and going on to the predicate there about what capacity and what role. And through 236.15. Yeah, and the final, the Daubert order excludes this testimony.
Why don't you come over here and bring the transcript with you?
Well, I can try not talk about food, but I cannot promise anything because food is my middle name, and I like it way too much. I'm literally just asking Nightbot what he's gonna make for dinner, and food is just a big temptation. I can't just like literally. We went a couple days now without eating because we were very ill, and it's just. Yeah, it was hard going through without eating. All I wanted was to eat, but every time I would eat something, it would not stay in my stomach for very long, so there was no point in eating. But it was just so hard not to and then this food. I work in a bakery at work. I work for a supermarket chain, and I work in a bakery at the moment. And I'm always I'm sorry. I'm gonna probably make you even more hungry. I'm surrounded by bread all the time. The smell of freshly baked bread, just yummy. And then all the pastries. And then we have all, the donuts and all of that stuff. The temptations. Oh, I don't know how I'm not rolling yet, because me and but we've been trying all the different types of breads, like the sourdough bread. There's a jalapeno bread. There's a kalamata, all the dicky, all the bread. Oh, could go on and on.
So I will move on, Your Honor. And so,
Hang on.
oh, I'm sorry. I will move on, Your Honor. And so,
Ruling on the record.
Well, there wasn't a question or anything pending, so,
I think I objected to the question that was asked.
well, to the extent that he was using it, the deposition, I'll sustain the objection to use of the depo for that purpose.
Can I close this up?
you can, sir. General Young, as part of your engagement in this case, you didn't talk to anyone about Mr. Young's reputation after the CNN publications, correct?
I did not.
You didn't talk to anyone about whether they viewed Mr. Young as a risk after the CNN publications, did you?
No.
No one has told you that they view Mr. Young poorly after the CNN publication you talked to in the matter as part of your expert engagement, correct?
Correct.
So the idea that he could be a risk to an organization is entirely speculative, isn't it?
Objection. Calling for speculation. Overruled. Well. Overruled.
Okay, I can answer.
So you can answer the question. Sorry, yes.
No, it's not speculative. It's my professional opinion based off somebody who's worked in the field that a story like that creates undue risk and potential reputational risk to an organization that would be associated with it.
But you didn't talk to anyone in Mr. Young's network or anyone who thinks he's a risk, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't talk to anyone that knows Mr. Young who thinks less of him, correct?
Correct.
No one told you that.
Correct.
Indeed, I touched on this before. Prior to CNN's publication, you didn't talk to anybody who told you that he had a terrible reputation before CNN's publication, did you?
No,
You have no idea what his reputation was before CNN, correct?
I didn't even know he was.
Right.
Okay.
And you have no idea whether Mr. Young was a risk to your organization before the CNN publications, correct?
Well, I didn't know him, so no.
Right. But you didn't do any work as an expert to go out and figure that out, to suss that out, correct?
Correct.
And you could have. I mean, you looked at Mr. Young's deposition, correct? You reviewed it in this case?
Yes.
And Mr. Young named people in his professional network, correct?
Yes.
And some of those people, I think, you were here yesterday, are people that you could have gone out and identified kind of in this intelligence community. You could have talked to them, right?
Well, myself, I'm from that community. I've worked in that community for over, 30 years. I have been on boards. I know what risk looks like, and I don't really need to go out and do an opinion poll on something like that. I can form my own opinion.
Right. You can form your own opinion. But my question is really simply is, you didn't go and talk to any of those people, did you?
I've answered that a couple times. No, sir.
Okay. And fair to say, as you sit here today, you now know that Mr. Young still has a security clearance, correct?
Yes.
So you now know that someone at the U.S. government has evaluated whether the U.S. government sees Mr. Young as a risk, correct?
There's two different kinds of risk I think we're talking about here. One is reputational risk, and the other is he a national security risk? So I think when they're sometimes both matter for a security clearance, for sure. But so I think you're kind of conflating two different kinds of things.
Okay. If you were charged with a crime, could you get a security clearance?
Depends on the crime.
Okay. If you're charged with a felony, could you get a security clearance?
Unlikely.
Highly unlikely. If the government suspected that because of allegations, you could be subject to blackmail, could you get a security clearance?
Well, it's the kind of thing they would investigate. I mean, you're asking about a very general hypothetical, so it could be disqualifying.
Right. And you know that in this instance, it was not disqualifying for Mr. Young, correct? He has a security clearance.
Yeah, I don't think blackmail's involved here, but
Right,
yes.
right. But nothing in his past was disqualifying for his security clearance, correct?
As far as I know.
And you were sitting here yesterday, correct?
Yeah.
During the Helios part of the testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And that company was willing to hold Mr. Young's security clearance, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Right? Yes. Just a brief redirect. Okay. You were asked by Mr. Axelrod a few questions regarding, I think it was hurricanes, right? And
Yes.
how prices can go up depending on market conditions.
Yes,
You also gave a testimony earlier about the reasonableness of Mr. Young's fees, correct?
yes,
You sit on the board for a number of defense contractors.
well, a couple, yeah.
A couple. And based on your experience working with those defense contractors, is a 60% profit margin reasonable for those types of companies?
Same objection.
You're on. They opened the door. They asked him about exorbitant prices. Okay. General Young, did Zach charge any Afghans for the evacuations?
No.
Okay.
Objection. And it's your order. It's the motion to eliminate order.
I'll overrule it. Yeah, you already answered, so.
Okay.
I did pause, though, Judge. I waited for him to object. He didn't object.
No, I didn't. No, I appreciate that.
Corey, can we bring up plaintiff's exhibit? $233. You were asked about the CNN retraction. And can we, that, I believe 233 is in evidence?
Yeah.
You were asked about the CNN retraction, correct, on your cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay, I want to scroll down, continue, scroll down, and I want to highlight this, just that, and you can do that, the whole thing. And do you see where it says the story included a lead-in banner throughout the story that referenced black market? The use of the term black market in the story was an error?
Yes.
Based on what you know of Zach's services in Afghanistan, was the use of the term black market an error?
Objection.
I asked him about the, I'm asking him if he agrees with me. Okay. Based on your professional experience, was there anything unethical about Zach's work in Afghanistan?
No.
Mr. Axelrod asked you a number of times on cross-examination whether or not your pursuits were noble. Do you believe your pursuits were noble in what you did for A21?
Yes.
Do you think Zach's pursuits in evacuating people in Afghanistan, were those in part noble pursuits?
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination, the beginning of the cross-examination, about documents you reviewed in preparation for your report on Zach's work for DynCorp and Amentum.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go to PX 55, please. Is this already in evidence? Can we publish it to the jury?
Yes, come on.
And if we can scroll down to the paragraph beginning, my experience. Is this, and can we highlight in addition the second sentence? Is this one of the documents you reviewed in understanding the nature of Zach's involvement with Amentum and DynCorp?
Right. This is the kind of thing I was talking about. It wasn't necessarily a contract document, but there was documents that I saw that would lead me to believe that he was on this contract.
Okay, and can we go to PX 76? Okay, and can we highlight the bottom? There we go. Can we highlight that his name is Zach and the bullet points? Is this one of the documents you reviewed that highlighted Zach's work?
Yes.
Okay. And can we do a limited production of PX35? Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Was this one of the documents you reviewed in forming your opinions on Zach's work for DynCorp?
Yes.
General Young, I have one final question. In your work for AA21, if before the segment was aired, would you have hired Zach to perform professional services for AA21 prior to the segment?
Prior to
The segment, the CNN segment.
would I have hired him if
In
there
your
was,
capacity as AA21?
if there were no,
There was no
if there was
segment.
no
CNN never ran the segment.
sure.
No further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have questions for General Young, go ahead and jot them down on a piece of paper. If you don't have any questions, don't write anything down, but then tear that page out of your notepad and pass it to the bailiff, and we'll review questions. Yeah, you can get ready. And if y'all want to, on the sidebar.
Right, so that was the testimony of this expert. Well, we still have waiting on the jury questions, but so you would not hire Zach because of the reputation, because of the CNN reports. That's what he says. But prior to the CNN report, he said sure to hiring Zach, but I don't think he was so sure about it. I think like his face that he made when said, yeah, sure, I would like, I was like, if I have to hire him, I would hire him. But so I don't think so that he would still hire Zach prior to the CNN report. I don't think that would be like a happening situation. Another like thing that I noticed, it was actually quite interesting in those emails that they were just showing from that company and Amendum. Zach emailed someone called Jill. Was this the same? I did not notice if on LinkedIn Jill had her last name, but there was also a Jill there. So was this the same Jill that he was texting on LinkedIn, or was it a different Jill? So I'm interested. If anyone knows, please let me know. Because that's, or I can just go back like later in doing some research. But yeah, it was interesting that the story, apparently that the retraction story that CNN did publish was only written, or because we only see it was not like a piece of 30 seconds or less that they did in the middle of broadcasting like Zach said, but yes, there was an article written about it, because Zach said yesterday or the day before or whenever, before the judge comes back, that it was 30 seconds during the broadcasting, and now we see the written version of it. A bit dubious.
All right, General, what is the relationship between your position in AA21 to a position like Mr. Young's CO position in these operations?
So I think the most, the best comparison, the most relevant comparison is really in my role as a case manager. So Mr. Young was doing some of that same work, and I was doing some of that same work in terms of the communication back and forth with folks. Mr. Young kind of was at probably a level closer to the action, if you will, than I was, because we had other people who were, for instance, talking to the bus company or talking to the hotel that I did not personally do directly. We had more people, and so he was kind of doing it more by himself. So there were some similarities in the case manager role for sure, but he was probably a little more down in the weeds than I was.
All right. And if A21 did not charge Afghans, who did they charge? Anyone? Sponsors?
Yeah, so that's the point I was trying to make. And in effect, we didn't charge sponsors. Remember, our group, a sponsor was somebody who could vouch for the Afghan. The donor was who we charged. So we would go to high net worth individuals, foundations, people like that. And in essence, we were charging the donor who made a donation to our group.
Any other follow-up, Mr. Rush?
Nothing further.
Excellent.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right. General, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Since it's a little bit before 11:20, we'll keep proceeding with the next witness. Y'all good? All right, next witness.
Your Honor, plaintiff will call Mr. Richard Bolko to stand.
If you could stand and face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that shall be on this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat and just position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth.
Good morning, Mr. Volko. It's still morning, right? All right. Well, can you please introduce yourself and tell the jury where you live?
Sure. My name is Richard Balco. I live in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Did you know Zach before you were hired in this case?
No, I did not.
And do you need a moment to?
Yeah,
You know,
I'm sorry. I was taking my glasses. So.
Not a problem. Take it.
Thank you.
Have you been retained by a plaintiff in this case?
Yes, I have.
And how much are you charging plaintiff?
$650 an hour.
And just, did you know Mr. Young before you were retained in this case?
No, I did not.
Have you served as an expert witness before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 7 times.
And have you ever testified in front of a jury before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
One other time. So this is my second time.
Okay. And in this prior work, did you always do work for the plaintiff?
I did both, plaintiff and defendant.
All right. And what is your field of expertise?
I'm a Florida CPA. I specialize in consulting with small and medium-sized businesses. I do quite a bit of audit work, quite a bit of taxation, domestic and international, financial modeling, preparing companies for various injection or sale of the company, depending what the needs are.
And can you cover your educational background?
Sure. Where do I start? Okay, so I have a bachelor's degree in business management, international business and business management. Then I have a master's in accounting. I have a master's in business administration, concentration in finance. And I'm also a Florida attorney. I have a law degree.
Where do you currently work?
I currently work for myself. I have a CPA firm. I have a law firm. And I also have a number of other businesses, small businesses that I manage and own.
What kind of services does your accounting and consulting firm provide?
We focus on, we start with a holistic approach. I'm sorry, I'm going to use a lot of this to make it simpler too. But effectively, we do a lot of, we start with consulting. So we see what the business is, what the needs are, whether they want to go ahead and get themselves ready for sale or retirement or whatever the needs are. Then we prepare various financial statements for them. We do audits, we do taxation, we do a lot of ancillary work as well, like payroll or bookkeeping, and financial modeling, a lot of financial modeling.
And prior to starting your own company, did you have any previous work experience?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Can you tell the jury about your before that work experience?
Of course. So I started my career in banking, commercial banking. So I was a portfolio manager. So effectively, my job was to look at the portfolio or the loans that the bank was holding for various borrowers. And I would take those loans and evaluate the risk, do financial analysis on them, make sure that they are still valid for what the bank was trying to do. After that, I worked for Florida Power and Light. We know them locally as Florida Power and Light. Florida Power and Light, however, is was back then, one of the largest producers of power in the United States. So my job was, I worked on the trade floor in their headquarters in Juno Beach. And my job was really to evaluate credit and do quantitative analysis. So effectively, I spend my days working in spreadsheets to help to minimize the risks and evaluate the deals that they had.
Were you responsible for sending anyone in this room their electric bill?
No. No, I didn't deal with that. It's not my responsibility, not my fault. After that, I worked for a TBC Corporation. TBC Corporation, and again, locally, we know them more as Thai Kingdom. Thai Kingdom is one of the 12 companies that TBC Corporation owned. And again, that was years ago, so things have changed. And my job was, I was an accounting director, and my job was to focus on pricing tires, pricing distribution of tires, doing a lot of, again, accounting and analytical work to make sure that the cost of tires was my fault, but effectively to help maximize the profits for the company. And I also participated in about 40 plus acquisitions. So the company was growing through acquisitions to getting more businesses purchased. And the biggest acquisition I was part of was Midas. We heard of Midas Dutch. After that, I ended up working with small and medium-sized businesses in various capacities as a consultant or as a CFO, the chief financial officer, to look at the financials, again, to prepare them for whatever event they wanted to do, either sell them to private equity or to other investors to get injection of cash, whatever the needs were.
And I want to go back. You mentioned you've been retained as an expert a number of times.
Yes.
Have you been retained by our firm before?
Believe once, yes.
Once. And did you testify at trial in that case?
I testified at trial in that case. Yeah.
Okay. And you've worked for other law firms?
Yes.
Okay. Other plaintiffs, defendants?
Plaintiffs and defendants, yes.
What were you asked to do in this litigation?
So in this litigation, I was asked to prepare a financial model that showed how much Mr. Young would have earned over a period of his career if he were to continue to work the way he was working.
And can you summarize your findings for the jury?
Sure. Based on my calculation, and we go a little bit more into detail later on, but based on my calculation, assumptions that I came up with, the number was 21.3 million.
Now, before we walk through your financial model, can you tell the jury what you reviewed in coming to that financial model?
Of course. So I had tax returns for 2017 through 2021. I had bank statements that I used to support those tax returns. I had access to invoices, again, to support the tax returns. I had the DynCorp contract that I reviewed. I had deposition from Mr. Young as well to review, and expert witness testimony from General Young as well.
Did you have tax return for 2022?
I believe there was something about 2022, but
okay. And were those the same returns that we've looked at in this trial?
Yes, I believe.
Okay. For both Zach personally and his company?
That's correct.
Mr. Brooklyn, are you offering an opinion in this case on the effect of the segment?
No, no. So I'm assuming that there was liability, and that was the basis for my model, preparation of my model.
And why aren't you offering an opinion?
I wasn't hired for that.
Okay. Can you describe the analysis you performed, the steps you performed to model out Zach's lost future income?
Of course. So I approached it, I broke it into 4 different components. So I started with, we had to start with a number, starting number. So I developed, I started the model with baseline income. So I had to start somewhere with a number. And after that, I had to determine what would be the appropriate growth rate. So as a business grows, I would go ahead and see if I can determine that number. Then obviously every business has a risk, so I had to determine that number. And then afterwards, I just looked at how long Mr. Young would have worked for and when would he retire, and I just calculated that number through his retirement age.
And did you prepare a demonstrative to help to walk through your computations with the jury?
Yes, of course.
Can we pull up, Corey, the first slide on that? Does this look like the demonstrative you prepared?
Yes.
Is it January 10th? It is. Okay. And can we go to the next slide, please? Are these the 4 steps that we just spoke about with respect to your model?
Yes.
Okay. And okay, let's go one by one. Let's start. Can we go to the next slide? So let's start with how you determine the baseline income. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so I want to walk through, so I guess let's start here. What is the information on this slide?
So what we have on this slide is income for Mr. Zach 2017 through 2021 from his tax returns.
And okay, and let's go to you ended up computing an average baseline.
Yes, so effectively what just a basic overview of what I ended up doing is I took 2017 and 2018, considered those, I did not consider those years for the calculation purposes. I considered them as a ramp-up period. Then I have 2019, 2020, where we had full years of employment, which is the 382,503 and 361,000. I averaged those 2 years. And then for 2021, there was not a full year. That's when the segment ran. So I did not include that number in the calculation.
Okay, I want to walk through each of those assumptions. So let's start with 2017 and 18. Why didn't you include 17 and 18?
So 2017 and 2018, Mr. Young effectively for most of not most, but half the year of 2018 did not have income. So what I consider 2017 and 18 is a ramp-up period. And what I mean by that is Mr. Young worked in the government, right? So at some point, he terminated his job with government, and he ended up starting his own business. Let's call it that. So in order to start your own business, though, you have to spend time to, especially in that industry that he's in, you have to build your network. You have to become proficient, not necessarily proficient at what you do, but proficient at obtaining clients. You have to be trustworthy. You have to have confidentiality of a highest degree. You have to spend the time to build those relationships. So that's why I considered year 2017 and 18 to be those ramp-up years.
Can you give an example in another industry of what you described as a ramp-up?
Sure. So I'm an attorney as well, right? So I'll give an example that's I think pretty it's pretty simple. So from as an attorney, we go to school 3-4 years, whatever it takes. I want to be a defense attorney. I want to take criminal cases, criminal defense attorney. Now, I go to court. I don't know the judges. I don't know jury. I don't know how to behave in the courtroom necessarily, because that's not necessarily what they teach us. So I'll start taking cases. free cases, pro bono cases. And I'm going to learn. I'm going to learn what to do, what to say, how to behave, what the process is. I'm going to hopefully win some cases, develop my reputation with other colleagues, and then develop reputation with the people I'm going to defend. So and then after that, after the ramp up period, then that's when you can start charging for your services. So effectively, that's kind of how it works. And here's a little bit different because Mr. Young had a lot of experience from his government work. So I'll give another example. That let's say you are a prosecutor, right? So again, you go to law school, you go to work as a prosecutor, and you go in front of the court. You learn how to present evidence, how to speak to the judges, how to present in front of the jury, how to cross-examine, how to do all these things, and you get paid for it, some amount of money, right? And then you go into private sector, where you get some big law firm and you get paid more.
And okay, so but there was income in 2018. Can you describe the income in 2018?
Sure. So income in 2018 was income actually effectively from the contract or the ramp-up work that Mr. Young was doing. So and I don't remember the exact date, July 1st, I believe it started, but effectively, income for 2018 was a result of all his efforts that he has spent for the 2017-18, building up his reputation. So if you multiply the 165 times 2, you pretty much come up with what he would have made for that year. But because it was a half year, I decided to exclude that.
So you could have projected that out over the course of the year and included it. It may have affected the baseline, but you didn't include it because of the nature of it being.
Yes, there's additional issues potentially with that number, but I can get to this a little bit later on.
Okay. Now, you didn't include 2021. Why didn't you include 2021?
So 2021 was actually a better year for Mr. Young if you look at the revenue. So and what I mean by revenue is the top number, how much money came into his bank, right? So in 2019, he had $382,000 that came into his bank. In 2020, there was $361,000 during COVID. I think that's pretty good anyways. And then for 2021, he actually brought $505,000. And that was through the time of the incident, the November incident, or when the segment ran. So he actually, his growth was significant. It was about 40% growth. However, and I'll get to this in a minute, I needed to keep that model simple. So I decided, because there was this significant growth, there is now expenses that are built into it. I did not want it to complicate and add uncertainties to what I was presenting.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. What did you do next after you set the baseline income?
So next, I determined the growth rate.
All right. What's the growth rate?
So growth rate effectively is how fast the company will grow over a period of time. Now, no companies grow straight up, right? Or straight up, this way or this way, whichever way. Most companies do this, right? So you start your business, you have your peaks and valleys. You have, as an attorney, you have better years where you have a lot of cases, you have worse years that there's no cases. So it's typically like this. The problem with this is that adds the complexity I was trying to avoid. So, and again, complexity equals uncertainty, equals more assumptions, equals easy way to say, oh, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. So in order to keep it simple, I said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and use a growth rate that is easily accessible and matches to what Mr. Young was doing.
Does a business need income to project out a growth rate?
No, it doesn't. So many businesses or entrepreneurs have an idea, right? They come in and they I'll use one of my clients as an example. Last year, I had a client who came in who has algae. We had algae problems a few years ago, and he has, over a period of few years, he has developed a process and had it documented, scientifically documented, to convert this algae into crude oil crude oil, and some other byproducts he could go ahead and sell. So he spent years building this. I spent money and all that resources, all that knowledge, all that process, the design of the compound he was going to build, all that stuff he spent doing. And so what ends up happening is he spends all this time and money. He's his ramp up years, right? And then he doesn't have any income. So we don't know what the income is. However, we can calculate it by building a complex model. And we say, okay, you can sell this product for this much money, you can sell this product for this much money, and it's going to this place, whatever. And then you build these assumptions, a lot of assumptions. And then these assumptions, and with this model, you grow it at the rate that the assumptions are dictating. And then you go to private equity or investors and you just ask for them to support it.
So you can raise money, a business that has no income can raise money based on financial.
Absolutely.
Okay, and it sounds like you performed growth rate analysis. Was that the only time you've done
No.
company?
I've been doing this for small businesses, medium-sized businesses.
Okay, let's see on this slide. So step 3, before we get into what your growth rate was here. What's step 3?
So step 3 was determine the discount rate. So the discount rate that I determined for that purpose was 5.33%.
Let's talk through before we get to that. What is the discount rate?
So discount rate effectively, and again, I'm going to start using these. So let's say we pay today, right? We pay $5 for a gallon of milk. We go to Walmart, $5. I don't know, my wife does shopping, but it's $5, right? In a year from today, if we go with the same $5 to buy the same gallon of milk, we're not going to be able to buy it because it's $5.25, whatever it is. So what discount rate does is equalizing those two. So effectively, it's an interest rate that equalizes those two, that brings the future dollars back to the present. That's the easiest way to explain it. So it's used for investments. Risk-free investments is part of the discount rate, right? So risk-free means how much you're willing to invest and what is the return that you expect for that.
And is there anything else that a discount rate can be used for?
There's a few other things, but mainly it's called present value. So bring this future dollars to present value and also to account for investment risk.
And is there a relationship between the growth rate and the discount rate when you're performing a financial?
Yes. So typically, the higher the growth rate, the faster the company grows. You would expect the company can grow 20, 30. In Mr. Zach's example, right? He had a growth from 361 to 505, 40% growth rate, and that's without finishing up the year. He was missing, end of the year. So his growth rate would have been much more than that. However, what happens is that the faster it grows, the more risk it is. So you try to balance the growth rate with the risk associated with that growth rate. And it's not growth rate and it's not one-to-one necessarily, right? If it goes this way, the discount rate will go this way. If it goes lower, then obviously the discount rate is lower.
Can you talk about how these factors, the relationship between the growth rate and the discount rate, how that relationship was relevant here with Zach?
So with what Mr. Zach had was, and determining the growth rate was really there was a process to this, right? So here we had a choice, right? Whether to use this, and I'm sorry if I'm confusing or using a little terminology that might not be very common, but using this complex model, or do I use this simple model? So here I had to say, if I use this complex model, meaning if I say year 2021, Mr. Young had $505,000 in income, and I'll have to try to come up what it would be for the rest of the year, have not this segment ran, right? Or I have to determine then whether Mr. Young is willing to employ somebody next year. Is he employing somebody in year 3 or year 4? Is he spending more on staples in year 3 or 5? Is he buying more paper for his printer? Right? All these assumptions you have to build into this. And if you go that path, you create in this complex model. So that is really what I was trying to avoid in this process.
And so, how is Zach's work unique?
Yeah, so effectively, after I looked at this complexity of it, I said, I don't think that's going to be, there's too many assumptions, there's too many unknowns. So it's not going to, it's hard because anybody can come in and, Mr. Young should have hired somebody at month 38 of his business versus 39. I don't know, there's so many uncertainties with that. So what I ended up doing is looking at the growth rate or looking at Mr. Young's business itself. So I tried to determine whether the business itself is, what category or what industry it falls into. And I determined that it is unique from one perspective, but it's not unique from another perspective.
Okay, so how is Zach's line of work unique?
I think it's pretty obvious why it's unique, right? National security consultant, not too many people do that work, right? So for Mr. Young to, there is obviously secrecy around this, confidentiality. There's a lot of, you don't just say Facebook and, Google somebody like this or advertise on Facebook or whatever. So certain, it's word of mouth. It's very unique from that perspective.
How is Zach's work not unique?
So it's not unique because Mr. Young has, effectively, he's exchanging his hours for money, right? So it's and the type of work he was doing based on the Dynacorp contract, he was effectively managing or being business consultant. He was asked to perform certain tasks that might be very specific for national security type of work. However, it was very training, process improvement, things that business consultants wouldn't do anyways. So that's why it was not very unique from that perspective.
See, would a complex model have been more accurate than the model you used?
I think it would be more accurate, much more aggressive for sure, because the growth rate would have been, you've seen these are the real numbers. So the growth rate would have been 40+%. To me, that growth rate obviously would require a higher discount rate or higher risk rate, right? So I said, I want to be as conservative as I could be without being too conservative, obviously, but be representative of what this business can do.
So how did you then select, with those variables in mind, how did you select the growth rate?
So I looked at the companies, again, the unique and not unique part of his business. And I said, okay, this is very much like management consulting. He's even the contract with Dynacorp contract has a lot of provisions that are typical provisions for management consulting type of hire. So I went ahead and I found his industry, the business management industry, and I had the growth rate over a period of 8 years. I averaged it, and that was the number that I used, which was from Statista report.
Okay, and let's talk about the Statista report. What is the report?
So report effectively gathers data of companies in that industry, and it's financial data. There's other specific points to those reports, but effectively what it does is gives you an overview of what these companies in the same industry are, how they perform.
And did you use the Statista report to compute a growth rate?
Yes, so I use that to compute the 8.9% growth rate.
Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so talk the jury through how you use the Statista.
Statista report.
I'm going to brutalize that report for in computing the 8.9% growth rate.
So effectively, if you look at the report, the cover page, consulting services in the U.S., and you look at the revenue growth between 2015 and 2022, you will see that 1 year is 9%, then there was 7.1, then 8.6, and it goes to 7.4. So what I did was I did the average of that, effectively, and the average of that came out to 8.9%.
Did you find that the use of this 8.9% is appropriate given your professional experience?
I think it's very conservative, for sure, compared to what this number could have been if I had used a complex model or the 40+% growth.
You use the term complex model. I want to make sure that the jury understands. So the complex model, would that have projected a higher number?
Significantly higher.
Okay. And you didn't use a complex model?
No.
Okay. Now, this 8.9%, are there any issues with this statistical report in connection with Zach's work?
Absolutely. Absolutely. None of what we do anytime we do analysis, it might be different for publicly traded companies. It might be different for large entities. However, for small businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, there's so much uncertainty that you have to think about or you have to build into those models. So is this perfect? No. Is this as close as do I feel comfortable with this? Yes. I feel more comfortable with this than 40% growth rate. So I all my career, I have done risk analysis, calculated risk and do things like this. And it's an art. Not that I'm an artist by no means, but it's an art. So you have to think about other things in the industry, geopolitical. You have to look at economy and what's happening, versus just looking at the numbers themselves. So that is why it's a little bit of an art versus just a pure science where you plug in numbers and hey, this is what it is.
Okay, let's talk about the discount rate. What did you use as your discount rate?
So I used 5.33% for my discount rate.
And how did you, thanks, Corey. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, how did you select the discount rate?
So the discount rate, again, just to kind of go back to this example of the milk. So this is the rate that we have to use to equalize those two values of money, right? So first I looked at past 20 years. So I looked at 2021 through 2020, 2001 through 2021. And I said, okay, the risk, part of the discount rate is what's called the risk-free rate, right? And that's a rate that banks use between each other. So I said, okay, so that rate set by Federal Reserve and calculated whatever, on average for the past 20 years was and I'm making up the number a little bit because I don't remember all these things, but 0.72%. Then I said, okay, that's 20 years. So let's look at 10 years. So over 10 years, it was 0.58%. That was from 2011 to 2021. Then I said, okay, well, let's look at the period that this happened during. So 2017 to 2021, and the number was 1.08%. So effectively, the risk-free rate was 1%, 1.08% that I could use. And I said, okay, now every business has a risk. First, I minimize risk by not selecting this complex model. It's 40%. But now I'm adding additional 4%, 4.25%, to come to this 5.33% versus just using 1% as a risk-free rate.
Okay, so basically, even though this was a Federal Reserve rate at the time, it's historically higher.
Yes, significantly higher than what it has been for the past 20 plus years.
Okay, so can we go to the next slide? So after you selected your baseline income, you got your growth rate, you got your discount rate, what did you do next?
So the next step was to determine Mr. Young's retirement age. When would he stop earning that income?
And over how long of a period did you project out your model for?
So I projected Mr. Young's retirement at his 72 years of age, which was 28 years.
And how did you select 72 years?
So I looked at, everybody wants to retire early, right? 72, 75, 62, 65. But the study, Small Business Administration study, shows that business owners actually retire later. They retire at 72.6.
So can we go to the next slide? Is this the study you used to come to this idea?
Yes.
Okay, and is this a study that somebody in your profession would rely upon in determining out, projecting out growth and determining a retirement age?
Yes.
Foundation.
Overruled.
Yes, so effectively, a Small Business Administration is an independent agency for federal government, right? And so they've been around since 1950s. They're used by Congress, they're used by municipalities to determine certain things or to learn about small businesses. So it's a trustworthy source. I mean, from what and it's used really quite a bit in someone who does what I do.
Okay, and so projecting out, so starting with the baseline, I think it was 360 some thousand, 370,000, and applying the growth rate and the discount rate and projecting that out, what was the number? Actually, maybe I won't make Mr. Boca remember his calculation.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it's $21,319,456.
And based on your professional experience, is this a reliable figure for projecting out?
Yes. Yeah. Looking at the number of concessions, if you will, or how conservative I was in looking at the growth rate, right? When I went from 40% to 8.9%. Looking at the discount rate when I went from 1% to or the risk rate, I'm sorry, from 1% to 5%. Then looking at how unique his business is and how he actually could charge significantly more probably for the services he was providing. And so I think that number is actually conservative, and also use 72 years versus 72.6 years, right? So I try to cut and be conservative from every side.
Corey, can we go back to the slide that shows the tax returns? So it's way back at the beginning. Okay, so you excluded 2021 from your average baseline, right?
That's correct.
Did you perform a computation though, if you use the same growth rate, 8.9, didn't use the 40% or any other figure? Did you prepare a computation that if we just included 2021 and didn't take into account any of the more complex variables for 2021, did you compute a baseline and project out that number?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I wanted to see both versions of it, of course.
And what was the figure that
the overall through 72 years of retirement? The figure was 17.8 million.
And so about 3.5 million less than
million.
if you only include 2019 and 2020.
That's correct.
Do you think it would be reasonable for the jury to select, do you think it would be reasonable to project out a lower number rather than the higher number in determining and projecting out lost income?
Absolutely. I think if we look at the or include that number, we could definitely do this. However, my reservations are, like I stated before, the growth rate I've already adjusted, the risk I've already adjusted, the years retirement age I already adjusted. So I don't, and not adding 2021 and go into this complexity of the model. I think that's overly conservative.
Mr. Boca, what is a net operating loss?
Net operating loss is
Objection, it's outside of scope.
So he reviewed his tax returns, and then coming up with these figures, he looked at the loss on the tax returns.
This is getting so interesting. I'm sorry, probably you guys are bored, but I like the numbers and the fact that he's actually explaining everything so well that it's very easy to follow it, very easy to understand. But considering that he estimated that Zach had a loss of income of over 21 million on a retirement age of 72 with a baseline of 371. I don't know how old Zach is at the moment. I don't really remember how old he is, but that is giving him more than an average of what is earned, because like at least he has 21 million. That is gonna be a lot of zeros throughout the throughout 10 years. That is still gonna buy. It's just crazy. 21 millions. um So they, sorry, Kay, I was reading your comment and I explained. So basically, they are trying to make understand the jury how much he could have made, in the period that this happened, and from since this period has happened, that no one wants to do business with him, and that's a loss of income, and that's why what he's trying to get back
I learned
from
this.
CNN with this defamation
I'll
case.
overrule the objection. So I don't know if you want to re-ask the question or.
I'll re-ask. Mr. Volker, what's a net operating loss?
So net operating loss is a loss that you incur as a business, typically as a business, and in a period of a year or two, or a great example is, again, ramp-up period, right? So these are times when you have losses. And if you don't do anything with that, you can carry those losses, right? So net operating loss effectively is something that, as a business, I've lost money in.
Can you give an example of a net operating loss and how that could be carried forward?
Sure. So let's say we can use, I like ice cream. Don't judge me. And I have this idea for ice cream. It's avocado ice cream, and it's great, right? I love it because I want to experience different ice creams, right? So I spend a lot of money doing this, and I spent $500,000. I come to find out that now this ice cream nobody likes. Maybe one or two people, right? But nobody likes. So now I have $500,000 that I just spent, and nobody likes my ice cream. So what ends up happening at the end of the year when you prepare your taxes is I spent $500,000 to produce machines and all this other stuff that I had, and I have no income. So now I have $500,000 loss. So next year, I like tacos too, right? So next year I have this idea for tacos, and it's going to be great. And again, I spent $500,000 developing the best tacos, the crunches, the this, the that, and everybody loves them. Everybody likes tacos, right? So then I take those tacos and I sell them, and I make $600,000. But it cost me $500,000 that year, next year, right? That year, and so my income is $600,000 minus the $500,000 I spent to develop those tacos. So I make $100,000. So it's a successful business. Yes, I make $100,000. Now, last year I flopped on this ice cream, but now I have this $500,000 that I can bring forward. And what happens is now, instead of paying taxes on that $100,000 that I've made this year, I can use some of that loss to offset my taxes. It doesn't mean I didn't make money. It just means that I'm not paying taxes, which is a great thing, right? So that's where IRS code actually makes sense, where you keep on next year, tacos are going great. Now I made $300,000. Again, I still have $400,000 left because I used only $1,000. So I'm carrying it over again, and I'm offsetting $300,000. Then next year it's going great, and I can keep on going for 20 years.
So you can, how long can you, does the IRS allow you to deduct a net operating loss for your failed ice cream business?
So effectively, it was 20 years prior to 2018, but 20 years.
20 years. And so that means you can, if you don't use it all the following year, you can continue to deduct it.
Every year till it's gone.
Does a prior year's net operating loss affect the gross income in the following year?
No. So like in my example, right? Nobody likes my ice cream. Everybody likes my tacos. So instead of paying taxes, I'm just sheltering that money from taxes.
Okay, so now let's say you By the way, no offense, I think avocado ice cream is terrible, but I do like tacos. So let's say 2017 was ice cream business, 2018 was tacos. All right. And at the end of 2018, you're going to project out a financial model for your taco business. Would you include the net operating loss that was deducted from the ice cream business in coming to your financial model for the taco business?
No, because it has nothing to do with that. So effectively, it's another item on your tax returns that helps you not to pay taxes for what you have earned in that business.
Did you, just a couple, did you find Mr. Young's tax returns reliable?
Yes, I have.
Objection.
Yeah. Well, what's your basis?
Well, it's the
Just
scope of the
your basis.
report and its foundation.
All right, I'll sustain it.
Mr. Volko, do you know whether or not Mr. Young's taxes were reviewed by a CPA?
That they were prepared by a CPA, yes.
And how do you know that?
It was in his cover letter
It was in the cover letter on the
of
tax.
the CPA. Yeah.
And does the net operating loss on Mr. Young's taxes project from previous years impact your financial model?
No, it has not.
Same way as the ice cream.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the earnings and growth of the business that Mr. Young was in.
No further questions at this time.
So it's right at about noon. We'll break for our lunch. That works. Y'all want to break? All right. There are sandwiches in the jury lounge for y'all to have during lunch. I think they got an assortment of stuff today. We'll take a break for a half hour till 12:35. So just go ahead and eat. If you do wander off and go to the bathroom or use your phone or something, just make sure you're back in the jury lounge at 12:35, and we'll get back in here to continue with Mr. Balco's testimony. And let me give you our instruction. We're going to take our lunch recess. Remember, all the rules that I've given you apply even when we're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify court personnel. If you do use your phones or electronic devices during lunch, just make sure they're turned off before we come back in the courtroom. Go ahead and, I think y'all already know, but have your notepads, put them in the folders, and leave them on your chairs there. I had one other thing for y'all to contemplate during lunch, just based on the progress of this case at this point in time and the fact we need to get this wrapped up by next week. I wanted to ask y'all if, and I'd said, I think on Monday, we're going to get out of here by 5 o'clock because people have lives and things to get home to, or kids or whatever else. Would you all consider going to 6 o'clock or whatever starting on Monday? We're not doing it today. Don't worry about today. I didn't want to spring it on you once you got here this morning of this request. Is that something that's possible if we go a little bit later after 5 o'clock on, starting on Monday next week? So I don't need an answer right now. Think about it over lunch, and just, I guess when we're coming back from lunch, just let me know what your thoughts are on that. Okay. And believe me, on behalf of everybody that's here, we know you're giving us your valuable time, and we're trying to interfere as little as possible. But just looking at where we are in the stage of the case, that was why I'm making that request, just in the giving us a little bit extra time to try to make sure we get done by next week. Okay. All right. Anything else from plaintiff or defense?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right. With that, we'll take a lunch, and we'll see you back in a half hour.
All right, now we're going on a speedy lunch time. This guy's been interesting in my opinion. It has been very enlightening to see exactly how much money he's been making, and that how not very well distributed that thing is. But it's also interesting to know that I agree with what
Courtroom, y'all can be seated. Anything we need to address?
Not for plans, sir. No, Your Honor.
All right, well, good. We'll see you back in a half hour.
sorry,
And
Judge.
oh, that's not yours. Yeah, just give that back to the defense.
Sorry, I thought the judge
Oh.
was quiet now.
And before Mr. Balco started testifying, y'all wanted your little chess. No, we can go off the look. Y'all wanted your little chess clock or whatever. I went back and grabbed the minutes, and starting with just testimony through General Young, plaintiffs had used 499 minutes. Defense had used 475 minutes. So you're actually pretty damn close. Okay.
All right.
I looked at the minutes when you're cross on Mr. Young.
Yeah, but the problem with Your Honor is, so I think we had discussed about how to break out sidebars. And I think that there were many, many sidebars during my cross-examination that took extensive amounts of time.
I'm just saying, this is one of the times when
Oh,
you started
hey! I thought
and finished cross, and he had direct and redirect. But that's the period of time. I'm just saying,
I got
a quick dirty calculation on it was 499 to 475.
I generally like quick and easy. In this case, I may disagree.
I went with the simple model, not the complex one. Too soon?
It seemed appropriate.
Sorry. So apparently yeah, I was talking while the judge was still there and talking, and me trying to see. But I was just going to say very briefly in terms of the morning a recap. We've had a couple of experts this morning. This guy, the financial guy, is actually quite interesting. I know because I'm a nerd. That's probably why I am liking it. But it is very interesting to see like how the calculations that he did works out and everything. Even though we do think that is an incorrect phase of the trial that this is happening. I mean, yes, they could have just brought him in for this phase, saying like, oh, he lost X amount of money because of lost business that he had with that he did not had due to the CNN reporting. And then if a CNN was found liable, they could bring them in again and then now show them all of these calculations and calculations to prove exactly how much money CNN actually cost him, and then just and then during the phase 2, the penalty phase, they could have just showed this, and then they could go to the amount that got shown in the thing. I don't see the importance of knowing now how much you could have made until you was retired at 72 years old by rescuing people from Afghan, because you can't guarantee his business would always have something to carry on. So true. I think they said he's about 42 years old. I guess I could Google it very quickly. Zachary Young, Florida, age, Navy veteran, Zachary Young, blah blah blah. Don't know if they're gonna say his age, but whatever age is, I think he's he's about 40s, something in the 40s. So you can't tell me that in 30 years from now, is still gonna have a business model on rescuing Afghans on evac situations. You can't tell that this is business that has that much not liability, that much business to go on for 30 years of doing this. You can't, if he was in a span of 5 years of doing evacs and everything, okay, fair enough. I would let you go, whatever amount you came on, fair enough. But now for 30 years, they're gonna need evac. Also, how many people are you gonna evac? Are you gonna evac the whole country? Because I'm sure you're not, because there's good and bad people. There's the people that actually needs rescuing, and there's people that don't need rescuing, they can stay there. I don't think no one wants Talibans and those sort of people. So it's coming to the place that's you're not gonna tell me that if he does. And the thing is yes, he doesn't need to do a lot of rescues every year, but still, he doesn't do singly. He does a group of people, and he said it was about 6 people, 7 people, a car, a van, or whatever transport it was. So he can't be telling me that for 30 years he was going to do how many vacs is that in 30 years. So it just doesn't seem plausible, the calculations being made until retirement. Because yes, he could probably do this into retirement because he did do absolutely nothing about it. He commanded other peoples to do things. He would tell people what to do and everything. He wouldn't actually go to Afghan and do the work himself. But yeah, staying at home in Austria, commanding things or just seeing things happening from afar. So even though I do like this kind of testimony and this type of accounting and all of that, it is very interesting, and it's very weird for me to know that the fact that they did the calculations in a retirement age of 72 when he's about 42, let's assume. I'm not sure, don't quote me on that, there's 42. He does look like it is not, yeah, he looks like he's 42. Let's just leave it at that. And again, reiterating again, I don't think he's going to be doing that for 30 years. So how long has the general been doing that? And it's not going to be something, it's going to be probably they could have said, oh, but the business could be doing some kind of other work. Yes, they've already released these tax returns, and the amounts that were on the screen was the amounts that so it's just interesting to me to know that he is calculating something on a business premises that doesn't have much to go. It's the same thing, because we don't know, from 30 years from now on, even YouTube could stop existing. Let's hope not, because I love YouTube. I don't watch anything else apart from YouTube. But it's you can't but if I would lose my channel, because I'm gonna now use his example, like he used ice cream and tacos. So if I lose my business now in terms of you doing YouTube or whatnot, I cannot be going saying, if let's imagine a TV station for law and crime defames me, I go to law and crime and I say, "Are you defamed me? But now you need to pay me from all the money that I was supposed to receive from YouTube or something from the next 30 years probably that is going to take me to retire." And it's gonna nothing can guarantee that YouTube, like for example TikTok, is going to get banned. Doesn't guarantee me that YouTube is going to go out of business. It never goes, but it's just yeah, he claimed that he had no income for years because of many losses, and he was already losing. His business model was based on a fact of something that it's very political, very temperamental in terms of governments in two completely different countries. So the base model that he had on something that he's trying to claim money on, for me, it's not doable, in my opinion. And this is just now a little what? I think that's not on me. That is talking. I was like a little sperm on. Yeah, I think that's from law and crime, not me. Oh my god, sorry, you made me laugh. I was gonna say, I was like, I did notice, but I was like, oh, yeah, but I was like, yeah, no, it is not me, but it's very funny. It looks funny. It does look, I'm sorry, it does look like a sperm. We are all grown ups here anyway. This is an over 18 channel anyway, so it doesn't matter. So we can be very, we all grown ups. We are all over 18. So I don't know what that looks. That looks, yeah, it does look like a sperm. I'm like, sorry. Now my mind is gonna be stuck on that one, and I've lost my train of thought. Oh well, it's fine. It's not to bother, but it's just, yeah. Anyway, sorry. 1 second. Yeah, it is not very tidy. Courtroom. It has dusty books upside down, sperm on a screen, cables all over the floor. It's a very great courtroom, isn't it? Very, very interesting courtroom. And the seal where they have the camera, it's not in the center, so that would annoy a lot of people as well. Oh, 1 second. Nightbot is getting a phone call. Sorry about that. Nightbot was getting a call, and yeah, it was. I think it was my father-in-law, which is always great. Is a great dude. Now there is a great dude. Maybe one day. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I was talking to Nightbot the other day, and there might be a possibility that it is in the works. A possible stream with me and a Nightbot, but it's not gonna be Oh yeah, no worries. Oh, cherry pie in the oven. Okay, I think we might have to come to your house to share the pie, because I hope you have made enough, because we have that rule in the channel, that if you are making any food and if you're talking about it, you need to offer to everybody in the stream. It's not a lot of people, it's only 8 slices. So no, I'm joking. But cherry pie does sound very, very nice. Yay! Thank you very much. Woohoo! Cherry pie is coming. No, oh, I don't know. I need. Oh wow! It's already 20 past, so we only have 15 minutes of the lunch hour to come by, and I've spoke most of it. See, this is what I say. When you start to let me talk, I will be talking until the end of days. I was actually checking just now, Twitter, X, the world of social media, just to see what was going on with Lori Vallow Daybell hearing, but nothing else. Like, there was someone that was live tweeting from the courtroom, but it was not really um saying anything more, so I don't know what happened there. Law and Crime did say that they are going to have the footage of it later. They cannot live stream, but they're going to have um the streams up. But because talking about that, I was gonna say we can do a little bit of a check on update to see how the, sadly, how the fires are doing in Los Angeles, and we're gonna probably do that for the next like 10 minutes, and then we go back to the court. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on the feed, and as soon as the court is back in session, we will go back. I promise. So now I'm just gonna play the update on the fires in LA.
Similar, but my question is, why can't we turn it off? And the answers we're getting are not satisfying. I'm not making any excuses. It's unacceptable. And it is frustrating because we are asking people to trust us, to believe us when we say evacuate.
Audio.
So if we're going to tell them to evacuate, we better make darn sure we're targeting the right people. So don't think we're taking this lightly. I'm not. And I know that my residents aren't. So I hear you loud and clear. The frustration you're hearing from me is based on the frustration I'm hearing as well from my constituents who are asking, when we get it, is it going to be legitimate? Should we listen or should we ignore or disable altogether? I think that's absolutely ridiculous, and I told Kevin McGowan that, to tell people to go on a website when they may not have access to an internet is absolutely absurd, and that is, quite frankly, not something that I am recommending. Obviously, for those that want to find out where the evacuation centers are, or the evacuation locations are, they can go on there, and it is an accurate map. But I'm not going to tell people, if you get the alert, go on and check. I think that we need to fix this problem so that, in fact, when an alert goes out, it is a legitimate alert that people can listen to. So I hear you. I hear that criticism. I personally, when I heard it, didn't feel that I was going to tell people, well, if you get it, just go on a website. They can, but that's not going to satisfy the frustration that people have. So I just want to make it clear to you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. We are at time. We're over time. Thank you. We will do one-on-ones. If you need assistance, please come see me or a member of the team. Thank you, speakers, again. Thank you all for attending.
In the Alpine area last night, and the common question was, how do I navigate the insurance process, and will I be able to get insured again? And so I felt it was important for us to hear from our insurance commissioner, who's been very engaged on this issue. And then I just want to say to everyone, I've been out and I've heard from my residents, and I think we've all had someone impacted by this fire. I keep saying it, you are not alone. I talk to families that have lost everything, and they don't know where to go. And as the supervisor representing that district, but also as a chair, I speak for this board. We are here to support you, and we will be here for the long road to rebuild. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Bass to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair Barger. All of us here are working urgently and around the clock to confront this ongoing firestorm. And when we're on the front lines, when we're in the command posts, when we're in the Emergency Operations Center, we carry with us our friends and neighbors. That is what this fight is all about. It's about those friends, neighbors, and loved ones who have fled their homes, those who have lost their homes, those who have lost their lives. To all Angelinos, we are fighting hard for each of you. So here's our city update responding to this natural disaster. LAFD battled all night on the Palisades fire, the Hearst fire, the Kenneth fire, and airdrop efforts, thank goodness, continue. LAFD also responded to and extinguished fires in Pacoima, Hollywood, Studio City, and more. I do want to let everyone know that Griffith Park, including Runyon Canyon, will be closed through Sunday. Yesterday, President Biden pledged his full support for response efforts, including FEMA reimbursement 100% of our disaster response costs. FEMA also launched resources and support for Angelenos impacted by these fires. Visit disasterassistance.gov to apply. We have worked with the governor and Sheriff Luna to secure the National Guard, which will back up and free up our firefighters and police officers and play a key role in securing our evacuation zones to keep people safe and to protect against anyone thinking of taking advantage of this tragedy. People from across LA, the nation, and the world are asking how to help. Yesterday, I spoke of the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund, and today I'm grateful to share that within 24 hours, they have raised $2.5 million from 4,000 generous donors. Visit calfund.org. I also mentioned that Airbnb has been working through the 211 online portal to provide free temporary housing. Now, the demand has been extremely high, and Airbnb has increased their commitment to providing emergency assistance for now 25,000 evacuees, first responders, and others impacted by the fires. Visit 211la.org to get connected. With so many homes and businesses lost, we are already putting plans in place to make sure that we aggressively rebuild. My office is leading the city effort to clear the way. Red tape, bureaucracy, all of it must go. This will be an enormous undertaking, but we will be ready for it because we will not rely on the old way of doing things. For this recovery, we will have, like we have done in other areas, we shake up the system and move forward with new strategies and policies. I don't believe that there is anything that Angelenos cannot do if we stand together. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce LA County's 3rd District Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking our first responders who were focused in the Topanga region yesterday and responded swiftly to the Kenneth fire. Incredible action from firefighters who are giving multiple fires absolutely everything they've got. Initial reports led our department to serious concerns, but we have the absolute best, most experienced teams leading our efforts, and even with the most challenging circumstances and terrain, they have been able to deliver. Next, I want to express my deep frustration with the alert system that is causing confusion and additional panic for our communities at this time of extreme crisis. Whatever the cause, it is unacceptable, and it is being addressed now by the county's Office of Emergency Management, as Director McGowan described. We'll be investigating what happened, how, and why at every level in our exhaustive after-action process to ensure it is corrected. There is a reason why we have redundancies in our communication system. Crises require them. Please sign up for alertla.org, visit emergency.lacounty.gov, and tune into local radio and TV. Our LA media partners have done an incredible job getting the word out, and it's why we hold these press briefings. In terms of overnight updates in the communities I represent, we had a small brush fire of under 5 acres in Pacoima that the fire department knocked out quickly, and we thank them for their bravery and their swift action. The fires continue to have air quality impacts throughout the Los Angeles County region. A smoke advisory has been extended through Friday. To limit exposure, please remain indoors as much as possible, avoid outdoor physical activity, and run your air conditioner or air purifier if you have one. The Department of Public Health's Chief Deputy, Dr. Anish Mahajan, is here and can help answer questions about air quality. The strength and resolve of Los Angeles County residents, as well as our extraordinary first responders from every level of government, as well as our private citizens from across the country and right here in our own county, will be the way we get through this unimaginable tragedy. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome up LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
Thank you, Supervisor. So good morning. The Eaton fire, current estimated acreage, 13,956 acres with 3% containment. We still have 4,000 to 5,000 structures that may be damaged or destroyed. Once we do our damage inspection reports, we'll get a more accurate number for you. We currently have 1,527 firefighting personnel remaining assigned to this incident. The LA County Fire Department is in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service, the LA County Sheriffs, along with the Pasadena, Arcadia, Sierra Madre Fire Departments, and the Pasadena Police Department. Yesterday afternoon, the fire in the Eaton Canyon did make a push towards historic Mount Wilson. This observatory is okay thanks to the efforts of the firefighters and observatory staff, and no buildings have been destroyed at Mount Wilson. A firefighter did suffer a significant fall injury yesterday at the Eaton fire. He remains hospitalized. He's resting comfortably, and he's in stable condition and expected to make a full recovery. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and we will advise the media once we get the cause determined. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid partners from out of state for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Thanks to the increased number of resources assigned, the region is in a much better posture than we were earlier this week. And I have been advised that mutual aid resources from Canada are arriving now. The National Weather Service predicts that the red flag will continue through Friday, or continue today through 6 p.m. However, our priority is also going to be to prepare for the next red flag event that is predicted to begin on Monday. I would also like to provide a brief update on the Kenneth fire that erupted yesterday near the Victory Trailhead at the border of Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Thanks to the quick action of first responders and aerial assets, the fire has been stopped. It's currently at 1,000 acres. We have 35% containment, and no structures are reported damaged or destroyed. One important topic I want to talk about is that we did have a drone incursion yesterday at the Palisades fire. Unknown exactly what time this small drone hit the wing of our CL-415 Super Scooper aircraft that we currently have on contract from the province of Quebec. The pilots were unaware that they hit the drone. It wasn't until they landed at Van Nuys Airport that the maintenance staff noticed that there was a fist-sized hole in the leading edge of the wing inboard of the landing light. That Super Scooper will be prioritized for repair 24/7. It should be flying Monday. We only have 2 of them. Everyone should know, all of your viewers, flying a drone in the fire traffic area is not only dangerous, but it's illegal. We do have our federal partners behind the scenes are going to be implementing procedures to be able to follow drones in our 2 large fire areas, and they will be able to identify who the operator of that drone is. The most important thing to know is that if you fly a drone at one
Sorry, just swapping back because there is movement back in court. Like I said, they are due back anyway, anytime now from break to start the afternoon session. And then carry on with the testimony to the cross, I think, now of the finance guy. Of that, but it's good to know that the drone person is going to probably be found and be held accountable for that, because I mean, who in their right mind flies a drone into a fire while there is a lot of rescue fires and just people, sometimes people, all I have to say, it's people that are not right there at all times. And yeah, see, right on time, judge. Wow, this judge is so punctual. It's so punctual, this scares, because like literally all is already on a screen. And see, we came back right on time too, because always keeping an eye on. So, and the little sperm thing is still on the screen. I think we need to don't call the court, but that would be hilarious if anyone's like, "Can you just clean the cameras or something?" Because it's not very pleasant to see. No, I'm joking. But anyway, so also today's Friday, which your guys' plans for the weekend. I know that mine and Nightbot's plan is to get out of the house. We've been cooped up for like a week. Sorry to twinkle. Mine and Nightbot's plan is to get out of the house because we've been inside for more than a week now, and if we don't go outside and see civilization, we might think that he has finished. No, I'm joking, but we do need to get out of the house because we are going to steer each other's crazy probably by the end of it, and we need food. There's this thing that we started back up eating again. It's food, and we need some of that to keep us going.
Today or not, it looks like it might spill over.
I do have
Monday.
sound. Hopefully, I'm waiting
I'm not
just
sure.
to make sure that you guys have sound as
Right.
well.
All right, we'll go back on the record. We have an issue.
Yes, Your Honor. It's related to the deposition designations they plan to play. There's one witness, Adam Cohn, where you reserved ruling on whether some of the testimony was relevant for phase one of the trial. We still object to it being played in phase one. It's related to CNN's profitability. I don't think it's relevant to phase one. I think it's prejudicial, and that it should be excluded.
Who was that in the batting order?
It's like.
Let me do this. My notes of what I was excluding are down in my office. When we take the afternoon break, let me go look at what those were. I mean, I remember having a few of those where I noted may not be appropriate for phase one, but.
Your Honor, I can just tell you, we've struck basically all of it, but who he is, and then CNN's profit margin, expected profit margins and actual profit margins. And we proffer it's relevant given the extensive discussions of profit margins and how that would justify journalistic bravado when CNN itself has similar title. I mean, I'm not going to say more until they're admitted, but that's the argument.
All right, let me go down and pull those because I don't have the pages and stuff. I think I still got the depots in the OneDrive. I think are still in there. So we'll take a break. I'll look at it.
There was one other witness, Matthew Phillips, where there were a few profitability designations in there as well that we filed a motion earlier this week on them. Related to some other ones as well, we withdrew all of it except for a couple designations related to profitability that we'd like to still move on.
Did I indicate when I ruled on those before that they were for phase two, not phase one, or what?
You didn't, you overruled the objections, but given your rules on other designations, we felt it was appropriate to include these as well.
The second one was whose depot?
Matthew Phillips.
Phillips, okay.
And it's the designations on page 69 to 71.
What were the pages on cones? You know?
Yeah, they're 190, there's one on 195, one on 197, and one on pages 206 over to 207.
I'll look at those again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I understand the plaintiff still wants them in, so,
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
for
you.
phase one, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I think they're relevant.
That after 4:15, what videos were you talking about playing today? That's not Cone or Phillips video depots, are they?
We cannot play them and,
Okay,
leave here.
all right. Are they depot videos that we were going to play at 4:15 or after that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well, assuming,
Well,
yeah. If we get there, yes.
anything else before we get the jurors in here?
No, not for planning.
All right, I'll bring them back. Okay.
Jurors entering?
Y'all can be seated when you get back to your chairs. They're getting settled in. Mr. Bulk, I'll just remind you, you're still under oath from this morning. Okay, sir. All right, y'all ready?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Axelrod.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bulko, my name is Dave Axelrod. We've never met, correct? That's correct. If I ask you something you don't understand, just let me know, and I'll try to rephrase it.
Perfect.
If I mumble, also let me know, and I'll try to redo it.
Perfect.
Mr. Mezza, if you could put up the Mr. Bulko's demonstrative. I think it's there. Yep. And if we could just go to the next page. Next page. Next page. There we go. Mr. Bulko, this is something you put together, right?
That's correct.
I assume you know it pretty well.
Yes.
All right. So the 2021 income of $280,284, that represents Mr. Young's last year before the CNN publications, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And it goes through, that would go through November 11th. You said it didn't capture all of 2021 because from November to December was after the publication. Is that right?
That's correct.
As you sit here today, and when you prepared this report, do you know of any opportunities that Mr. Young had lined up for after November 11th of 2021?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware of any?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Can you name any specific opportunities that he did not get because of the CNN publications?
No, I don't.
Okay. So focusing just on that 280, 284, I'm going to hand you my calculator, my phone, but do you agree that the calculator function is open?
That's pretty real.
All right. And do me a favor, multiply 280,284
Okay.
by 30. What do you get?
$8,408,520.
And let me ask you this again. How many years did you calculate out from 21?
28 years.
All right, let's do that instead. Multiply 280,284 by 28.
Okay.
Okay, what's that number?
$7,847,952. Sorry.
Say it again, a little bit slower.
$7,847,952.
Okay, so if you had just taken Mr. Young's last year of income before the CNN publication and multiplied it out by 28 years, you got roughly 7.8 million?
That's correct.
What would that number be if you reduced that back from the 30 years or 28 years back to net present value?
Not with this calculator, no.
You can't do it with that.
I would,
All right, fair enough. But you would agree that reducing that back to net present value would reduce that $7.8 million further, correct?
that's correct.
So if you had just taken Mr. Young's last year of income, multiplied it out by 28 years, and then did some net present value calculation, we'd be looking at a number less than $7.8 million, correct?
That's just pure mathematics, yes.
Pure mathematics, right? Okay. So let's just start kind of at the basics real quick. You were hired by Mr. Young's lawyers to do this calculation, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you said that the only other time you've testified as an expert in court, you also work for Mr. Young's lawyers?
That's correct.
Your hourly rate is $650?
That's correct.
And how much, what's the total amount of wages or hours revenue you've incurred on this engagement for Mr. Young?
For last year, I don't have the tally.
Okay, well, give us a ballpark.
Maybe 100 plus hours.
100 plus hours? So 100 by 650, is that about right?
That's correct.
Okay. So just about $6,500? Is that it? Sorry, 100, yeah,
A bit off.
that's bad now, sorry. So I'm a lawyer. $65,000.
That's correct.
That sounds plus or minus close enough?
Yeah, we're not including this stuff, obviously.
Sorry, not
Not
including,
including the trial.
not including the trial and not including kind of the ramp up for trial?
That's correct.
And that would include meeting with Mr. Young's lawyers and kind of getting ready for your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I think you told this jury, but tell me if I got it wrong, you're a CPA,
That's correct.
right? You got a law degree, you're also a lawyer.
That's correct.
Fair to say you split your time between doing CPA work and doing law stuff?
It's a little bit different in my case because when my clients come through from accounting perspective, it's just then I add the law part around it.
Okay. Okay. Do you do litigation? Because I think you do some litigation, right?
I did some, yeah, here and there.
Okay.
Not a whole lot.
You stepped away from it? Good decision. And I think you say you advise businesses, right?
That's correct.
You said you advise small and medium-sized businesses?
That's correct.
And I think you testified on direct that, sorry, my notes are kind of a mess, that with small companies, there is so much uncertainty. Do I have that quote right?
That's absolutely correct.
What do you mean by that?
Small companies have a lot of uncertainties, a lot of assumptions you have to build into whatever they're trying to accomplish, right? Yeah, and they much more complex, I guess. And that's why I was kind of going back to this art versus pure science.
Right. Small companies, there's a lot of uncertainty because they may not have that many customers. So if you lose one customer, that may greatly impact the future of the company, right?
Or the other way around, absolutely.
What do you mean the other way around?
You can get 10 customers and you don't, it's too much work for you. So,
Correct. Yeah. Small companies, you have maybe one employee in the case of Mr. Young, and if you get sick, your company goes belly up, right? That's another risk you could have?
It's a risk, of course.
Right, of course it is. Isn't it true that, unfortunately, lots of small companies in the United States fail every year?
Assuming that's true, yes.
Well, I mean, have you ever gone on the Small Business Administration website? I mean, I think you have, and you looked at their rates where they talk about small businesses failing?
I didn't see it specifically, but if you say so, yes.
Don't take my word for it, but you would agree that in this country, lots of small businesses fail every year.
So, certain industries for sure, more than others.
Okay. And I think you testified that Mr. Young's business was unique, right?
That's correct.
And it was unique, I think you said, because it relied on, I think you used the word geopolitical.
Geopolitical is part of it, yes.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
So any business, and we kind of go back to this wave, and that's why I do this, so it's a little easier reference as well. But any business will have its ups and downs, right? So you will have various aspects, and depending on the industry you are in, it will affect you more or less.
Right. And if your business is reliant on geopolitical events, you're kind of subject, your business's success can be subject to those geopolitical events, right?
If that's where your primary driver is for your business, I assume so, yes.
And is it true that Mr. Young's business was one of the primary drivers was geopolitical events, right?
Yes and no, because even though, unless I'm not understanding your question, even though, let's say, and going back to General Young's example with Afghanistan and evacuations and instability, I guess, in the Middle East, there was always, for that sort of consulting business, right, there's always need in a time of peace and a time of turmoil. So it's not just pure, hey, there's no war, there's no business.
Well, how did Mr. Young make his money in 2021, Mr. Volker?
So in 2021, Mr. Young made his money from Dynacorp contract and then from evacuations.
Okay. And you understand that the Dynacorp contract, the amended contract, wasn't renewed in November 15th.
That's correct.
You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that the majority of the money he made came from Afghan evacuations, right?
That's correct.
Right. Is it true, sir, that if the availability of doing Afghan evacuations went away, if the Taliban just said, and I think Mr. Young, General Young testified this a little bit, if the airport opened up and people could leave, then Mr. Young's opportunity to provide those services, that would go away too, correct?
That's for that particular assignment, probably, yes.
Right, for that particular assignment, right? It would go away. And his business doing evacuations would be reliant on another situation emerging, correct?
Another situation, actually, what I've noticed with Mr. Young's business is that, which is a sign of a growing business, where you step away from one source of income and you go into multiple. So you're starting to diversify, if you will.
Okay, explain that to me.
Sure.
Besides the evacuations that he did in 2021, what other business did he work for?
So he had income for that year. He had income from Dynacorp and from evacuations.
You know, I'm talking about 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Besides the evacuation business, what other businesses did Mr. Young work for?
There was no other businesses.
What's that?
There's no other businesses.
Right. It was just Amentum Dynacorp. That was the only other one, right?
And then the
evacuations, right? And I think you said that he had all these different businesses. No, he didn't. He had the evacuations, and he was working for Amentum Dynacorp, right?
I didn't say businesses. Sources of business, or sources of income, if you will.
Right. So he had two sources of income, right?
That's correct.
Okay. We can agree on that, right?
Yes.
All right. The 2019, 2020 income you have there, how did he earn that?
That was through the contract with Dynacorp.
Okay. And you understand that that contract ended in 2019, correct?
That's correct.
And he was paid severance in 2020?
That's correct.
You understand that that employment was for a certain project, correct?
That's correct.
And that project was canceled, correct?
That's correct.
And you understand that Mr. Young was a W-2 employee for Dynacorp for 2019 and 2020, correct?
That's correct.
So your analysis isn't based on the fact that he would be going back to Dynacorp as a W-2 employee, is it?
My analysis is based on him starting his business, ramping up his business, and then based on the income that he has earned from as a result of his ramp up and his connections and his network to start his business.
So I don't know if that's really answering my question. Is your analysis based on the idea that he would be a W-2 employee back at DynCorp?
No.
Yeah, okay, no. Your analysis is based on the assumption that he would have his own business going forward, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And that business was Nemex, correct?
That's correct.
Yet, you used as your baseline his W-2 employee income, which meant he was an employee at another company, correct?
That's correct.
That's the only income that you used for your baseline,
That's correct.
right? But your analysis projects that he's going to have his own company.
That's correct.
You actually have the tax returns for his company Nemex, correct?
That's correct.
Let's look at those really quickly. So, Mr. Nemeza, if you could put up DX6, which is in evidence, it's for Mr. Volko. And go to page 2. All right, if you could blow that up. Mr. Volko, this is a document that you've looked at before, correct?
That's correct.
And this is Nemex Enterprises, which was Mr. Young's business, correct?
That's correct.
And if you go down, you see that this company had income of $21,383, correct?
That's correct.
Can you go down, Mr. Nemeza? And a reported ordinary business income of $824 in 2017, correct?
That's correct.
That's Mr. Young's business in 2017, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can we go to DX10, Mr. Nemeza? And Mr. Bolko, do you recognize this as Nemex's tax return for the year 2018?
Yes.
Thank you. And you would agree that Mr. Young's business, his business that you're projecting going forward, had income of $5,000 in 2018, correct?
That's not correct.
It's not?
That's not correct.
Why is it not correct?
Because that's the name of his business. Yes, there's some sort of gross receipts or sales. However, that's not where the W-2 income came or was reported.
Sir, if you're a W-2, what does that mean, W-2 income?
You effectively have your taxes withheld.
If you're a W-2, you're an employee, right?
That's correct.
Right. This is Mr. Young's business, correct? Nemex Enterprises.
He's the owner of the business, yes.
Right. And you are projecting Mr. Young's business forward. You're not projecting his income going forward as a W-2 employee for another company, correct?
I'm projecting his business as he developed it over a period of 17 and 18.
And you would agree with me that Nemex Enterprises is Mr. Young's business, correct?
That's his, yes, tax return, that's his K1, yes.
And what was Nemex's business income for 2018?
Based on this, negative $7,410.
Okay. If we could put up Defense Exhibit 12, Mr. DeMeza. Thank you. And Mr. Boko, do you recognize this as Mr. Young's business tax return for 2019?
That's correct.
Okay, and what was the ordinary business income for Nemex Enterprises for 2019?
After deductions, it was minus $51,196.
Okay. You can take that down and put up DX17. Thank you very much, Mr. Demeza. And Mr. Volker, tell us what we're looking at here.
2020, Form 1120S for Nemex Enterprises, Inc.
And this would be Mr. Young's business?
That's correct.
And for 2020?
Yes.
And what does he report as his ordinary his ordinary income for this year?
Ordinary business income is minus $54,093.
And then let's go to 2021. Sorry, Mr. Mez, I didn't give you the link. It is DX141. I don't know if we put this in. I think we did. It's in.
141.
Can you do a limited production so we can?
Sure, that's fine. Okay, thank you. And so, Mr. Bolko, you would agree that this is Nemex Enterprises tax return for 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And what is the ordinary business income for this year?
So the gross receipts were $505,555, and ordinary business income was $280,284.
Right. So you had Mr. Young's business's income from 2017 through 2021, correct?
I had his business and personal income taxes, yes.
And you didn't incorporate his, Nemex Enterprises is Mr. Young's business, correct?
That's correct.
Right. It was the business he was operating in 2021, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't incorporate any of the income that he generated or didn't generate from this business into your analysis for the jury, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. It was probably a horrible question. You didn't use any of the reported income for Nemex Enterprises for 2017 to 2021 for your analysis, did you?
I did for 2021, yes. In the second calculation.
In the second calculation, I'm focused on the first.
Yeah.
So for the first calculation, you didn't use any of Nemex's reported income at all, right?
For the analysis, I did, but not for the calculation.
Right, not for the calculation.
Not for the calculation.
You just used Mr. Young's 2 years when he was a W-2 employee for another company, correct?
For DynCorp, yeah.
For DynCorp, correct. And do you know whether Mr. Young had any possibility of going back to work for DynCorp and after 2020?
I don't.
So I think you testified about this. For purposes of your analysis, you just assumed causation, right?
That's correct.
Right. You assume that Mr. Young will never be able to work again for the rest of his career because of the CNN publications, correct?
In that field, yes.
Right. Well, for any field, right? You assume that he makes $0 for the rest of his life, correct?
That's for the calculation, for the new calculation, yes.
For the calculations that you presented to this jury, you assume that Mr. Young doesn't work at all for the rest of his life, correct?
That's correct.
You did no, and you would agree that Mr. Young could get a job doing something, right?
Everybody can do something, yes.
Right. But in your expert report, you did assume that Mr. Young would get a job, right?
Objection.
Okay. Mr. Young could get a job somewhere, right?
I'm assuming.
Right. But you didn't do any set off at all in the number you gave to this jury. You did no set off. You did no assumption that Mr. Young would earn any money for the rest of his life.
That was under a different calculation.
I'm really just asking the number that you presented to the jury. You assumed a 0 for Mr. Young earning money, right?
That's correct.
As you said here, you didn't look at whether Mr. Young did anything to obtain work, correct?
No.
You just assumed that he would not be able to make money in 2022, correct?
I believe there was in his testimony that he didn't have any money on his tax returns for.
And you just took that as gospel, right?
It was his deposition. I'm assuming it was correct.
Right, but you didn't investigate it all, right?
No.
Are you aware of any projects or anything that Mr. Young had lined up for 2022?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of any projects that Mr. Young had lined up for 2023?
No, I'm not.
2024?
All the way through his 72nd birthday, I don't.
All the way through. So during your analysis, I assume that Mr. Young's lawyers gave you documents to do your analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And you saw no evidence in any of the documents that Mr. Young's lawyers gave you that he had any work lined up for 2022, correct?
Objection, scope.
Overruled. Repeat that question, please.
And you saw no evidence in any of the documents that Mr. Young's lawyers gave you that he had any work lined up for 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you work with small and medium-sized companies, right?
That's correct.
And sometimes, I think when you testified about this, sometimes small companies do really well and they explode, right?
That's correct.
Sometimes small companies do really poorly and they fail, right?
There are some, yes.
Yeah. Medium-sized companies too, right?
All sizes, yes.
All sizes. And you would agree that Mr. Young's projects, you looked at his income, were very different in nature, right? From 2019 to 2020, he worked for Amentum as a W-2 employee, right?
That's correct.
And then after that, he was doing evacuations, correct?
That's correct.
Right, so it's kind of a different business focuses, right?
I don't look at it that way, no.
Okay. I think you testified that you didn't include 2017 and 2018 in your analysis because that was the ramp-up period, right?
That's correct.
You said you tied that back to when Mr. Young left government service.
That's correct.
Okay, when did Mr. Young leave government service?
I believe it was in 2013, 14.
Okay, so what, did you look at what Mr. Young's income was for 2014, 2015, 2016?
No, I did not.
Okay, why not?
It was irrelevant to my calculation.
Looking at what his income was for 14, 15, 16, was it relevant? Why?
Because that has nothing to do with his ramp-up period.
Why are you calling 2017 and 2018 his ramp-up period when you just testified that he had been out of government in 2014, 2015, 2016?
That was based on a deposition and based on a report from General Young.
What did General Young say about 2014, 2015, 2016?
Nothing about those years, no.
So you just assumed that 2017 and 2018 was this ramp-up period, and you ignored whatever Mr. Young was doing in 2014, 15, and 16.
For my analysis, yes.
Okay. And wouldn't it have been interesting to see what Mr. Young was making in 2014, 2015, and 2016?
Everything would be very interesting, yes.
Right. It's interesting, right? Because you're taking what's happened in 2021 and calculating it out to 2048, right? That's 27 years, right?
Yep.
So wouldn't it have been helpful to your analysis to see what was going on in 2014?
Absolutely not.
No?
No.
It wouldn't be helpful to go back 7 years because you're just projecting out 27. So what happened 7 years ago isn't important if you're projecting out 27?
I don't think so.
Okay. You talked a little bit about those NOL losses, right?
Net operating losses, yes.
And isn't it fair to say that if Mr. Young was reporting large, and you agree that a $300,000 NOL loss is pretty big, right? No?
Not necessarily, depending on the business, yes. But it's $300,000 is not a whole lot when you compare it to the earnings.
In no year did Mr. Young make more than 300,000 and change, right?
381,000, 505,000 in 2021.
Well, he didn't make 505,000, did he?
That's if we start building out the complex model, yes.
So what's the difference between revenue and profit?
Revenue is top line, so how much cash you bring into the bank. And profit is how much cash you have left in the bank after you pay all the expenses.
Right. If you're making $300,000 in a year, $381,000, and you take a $300,000 loss, that's pretty significant, right?
But we can go back to my
It's really
ice
just
cream
a
example.
question. It's really just a question. You can answer it or you don't have to.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay. But if you had a $300,000 net loss, that meant that somewhere back in the period before you took that loss, that Mr. Young's business had lost that much money for a year, right?
That's correct.
Or even more, right?
That if it was written off over the period, because again, there's 20 years, so it could have been written off.
Right. But it wasn't 20 years because Mr. Young was working for the government prior to 2014, right?
That's correct.
So based on the net loss, that Mr. Young in 2014 2015, 2016, one of those years which you didn't look at, you know that he had at least a $300,000 business loss, right?
I'm not sure if it was part of his government work. It was confidential, so I did not ask.
Okay. And if you could put back up Mr. Bulko's demonstrative, Mr. DeMezza. And if you go back to the page that's the baseline. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Bulko, in choosing to use 2019 and 2020 and excluding 2021, 2017, and 2018, did you look at any documentary research that would support this analysis? You cite any, you look at any books, any articles that would suggest if you want to build out a model that you would pick those 2 years and discard the rest?
So I had to make a decision, and again, we're going back to the complex versus simple approach. If I were to, 2019 and 2020 were simple years because they were W-2 income years. So we had no issues with the amount of money that he generated as a result of his efforts to build up his business. In 2021, however, he started to have much more significant income with a growth of 40% income, the top line revenue of 40%. However, he started to have expenses. So if I take 2021, I have to then, or if I consider 2021, then I have to start differentiating 2019 and 20 and then come up with 2021 as a complex type of calculation. And then that's where we go back into, you know, would he have his first employee in 2022, 25, 27, spend more on staples or whatever arguments we would have about that, the uncertainties.
Mr. Volkel, my question really was, when you took this approach, did you look at any articles or research that supported taking this type of approach?
There's no, I did not.
You did not. This is just your opinion that this was the right way to do it.
My experience, yes.
And you would agree that if you're trying to project out for a long time, it's better to have more data rather than less data, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had 5 years of data, correct?
That's correct.
And you chose to pick 2 of the 5, correct?
For my calculation, my baseline calculation?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you chose to take 2 of the 5 and not use the earliest 2 and not use the last year, right?
That's correct.
Now moving to your growth rate, you assume for purposes of your analysis that Mr. Young's business would grow on average every year 8.9%, correct?
That's correct.
Now you have no idea if Mr. Young had any repeat customers, right?
That's correct.
You actually did it, right?
The DynCorp, I guess, for 2 years, yes.
Yeah, but the DynCorp was done, right?
That's correct.
Right. And you didn't identify any future clients that he would have, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, you have no idea, as you sit here, whether he would have had any income in 2022, correct?
That's where the complex model comes in, yes.
Right. But you just assumed that his business would grow uninterrupted 8.9% a year, correct?
Well, that's where we go into this peaks and valleys, yes.
Peaks and
valleys. So no business grows this way, right? We kind of, there's better year, worse years, better years, worse years. So growth rate eliminates that uncertainty.
So in phase 2 of your analysis, you essentially took 1 year and then you multiplied that year by 8.9%, correct?
That's correct.
And you took that year, multiplied that by 8.9% and kept doing that out for 27 years, right?
That's correct.
And to come up with the 8.9%, you assumed Mr. Young was in the consulting business, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think what you testified, you can go to the next page, Mr. DeMezza. And go to the next page. Right. So you took the average revenue, annual revenue growth rate of management consultancies worldwide from 2015 to 2022.
That's correct.
And so the companies that make up, that underscore what we're looking at, these are like very large companies, correct?
That's not correct.
That's not correct?
That's not correct. There are a part of it, of course. But
Yeah, there's very large companies. Can you name some of them?
Sure, McKinsey, there is PwC, Deloitte, KPMG.
These are companies, very, very large companies, correct?
They're large companies, yes.
And worldwide, right?
Worldwide, yes.
And so you thought that using annual revenue growth for very large companies, well, first of all, Mr. Young's one-man business has no similarity to a McKinsey, does it?
Yes, it does.
How many employees does McKinsey have?
I don't know.
How many lines of business does it have?
I don't know.
McKinsey probably has more than 10,000 employees, right?
Perhaps.
Do you think I'm wrong?
I'll take your word for it.
Do you think a company with 10,000 employees is similar to Mr. Young's company?
If you look at the rest of the Statista report, you will see the data behind it.
Okay, sir, I just asked a question. Do you think a company with 10,000 employees is similar to Mr. Young's company?
From certain perspectives, yes.
So you decided to compare Mr. Young's company, Nemex Enterprises, that we looked at their tax returns, to the annual revenue growth of management consultancies worldwide, right?
That's correct.
Now, your goal with this was to calculate Mr. Young's income, correct?
His top line revenue, yes.
His top line revenue?
Yes. Oh, well, his income, effectively, yes.
So the number that you came up with does not deduct any expenses that Mr. Young would have to spend to generate that revenue?
Well, it does. That's why you have 2019 and 2020 built into it, because that's effectively W-2 income, which is effectively income after expenses.
I'm not understanding. I gotta be honest. So every year, so you took a baseline.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just make a very simple analysis.
Sure.
You took a baseline of $100, right? You with me?
Yes,
And you multiplied that by 8.9%.
that's correct.
So that would be $109 the next year, right?
1.9, yes.
Where do you account, if you're calculating revenue, where do you account for the expenses in that model?
So if you work for somebody, all these expenses are built into the company's expenses. So you work anywhere, you don't get paid your wages plus expenses of the company. You get paid your wages. So when in 2021, there was a switch in how Mr. Young was recognizing, how he was recognizing his income, that's when the expenses come in.
I'm still not following. So for purposes of your analysis, you think that Mr. Young's revenue will be equal to his profit?
For the purposes of the analysis, you're missing 2019 and 20. So I think you're not distinguishing between W-2 and a self-employed person.
When you're a W-2 employee, you don't have expenses, right? You just get paid by your employer. Your employer has the expenses, correct?
That's correct.
You understand that you're projecting out Mr. Young's income, right? For a company that he would own, right?
That's correct.
And that company would have expenses, right?
That's correct.
So I'm just asking you, where in your model that we're looking at are the expenses accounted for?
That's where you go into the complex model. That's why you start including 2021 in your calculation.
So just for the example that you gave the jury, you don't account for expenses anywhere.
It's already accounted for
Where?
in your W-2 income.
When you're a W-2 employee. When you're a W-2 employee, you don't have expenses, right?
That's correct. That's why you get paid less than if you were the business owner, correct?
Mr. Bolko, in coming up with this model, did you consult any articles that would support the model that you have built?
No.
Is there any model, any article, any research, anything anywhere that you read that said if you're going to project income for a business, you should use an individual's W-2 employee income for a company that they work for.
And we go back to the art versus a science. So no, there is no article that I reviewed.
Right. So this is really just your opinion, correct?
That models my opinion and based on experience, yes.
This is just your opinion based on your experience.
The 25 years of experience in industry and in various industries.
You've never testified as an expert on lost income before, have you?
No, I have not.
You've never been hired as an expert on lost income before, have you?
No, I have not.
So you've never gone through a process like this in court where you've been asked to calculate the income for an individual after an event, have you?
That's correct.
This is your first time, right?
That's correct.
Now, you came up with two models. I think you said one was for $21 million and one was for $17 million.
17.8, yes.
So those are about $4 million apart.
3.5, yes.
So plus or minus 20% apart.
That's what it comes out to, yes.
And you came up with two models because this is an art, not a science, right?
That's correct.
There's no certainty, is there?
There is no certainty.
So you're just kind of making assumptions that you think make sense, and you're coming up with two models, right?
That's correct.
Just a couple more questions. The last part of your analysis is the discount rate, correct?
That's the third part, but yes.
Right. Okay, the third part. Now, with a discount rate, the higher the discount rate is, the lower the net present value will be, correct?
That's correct.
So if you used a 0% discount rate, whatever the number you came up with would be the net present value. They would be equal, right?
That's correct.
And if you use a 10% number, your $21 million number would be less, right?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that the discount rate is incredibly important in assessing economic damages in cases involving lost earnings?
It's one of the two rates, very important, yes.
Right. And you used a risk-free rate for your discount rate, correct?
That's not correct.
That's not correct?
No.
Didn't you use the federal funds rate?
That came out to the same number, but
What's the federal funds rate? Tell us your.
so federal funds rate is effectively we talked about the 20 years where it was less than 1%. So that's the rate the banks use to exchange money or to borrow money.
What's the federal funds rate today?
Today, it went down at the last meeting, so I don't even know, 4.25, 4.75.
And when you did your report, the federal funds rate was around 5.33%, correct?
5.33%, yes.
And explain to the jury, and this is really complicated stuff, so let's try to make it really simple. The federal funds rate is essentially a risk-free rate, isn't it?
That's correct.
So by you using a risk-free rate, you're making the assumption that with your discount rate, there is essentially no risk to the number that you came up with, right?
That's not correct.
You're using a risk-free rate, sir.
Yes.
Right.
1.08%. Yes.
5.33%.
Not for the 2017 through 2021.
Sir, what was the discount rate? What was the federal funds rate in 2023 when you came up with your analysis?
5.33.
And that's a risk-free rate, correct?
That's correct.
That means that there's no risk built into that rate, correct?
At that time, that 5.33 that's your risk-free rate, yes.
Correct. You don't think that you would agree that there is a lot of variability in whether Mr. Young will actually make that $21 million that Mr. Young would have made that $21 million you calculated. You would agree there's a lot of variability, correct?
That there is a lot of up or down, yes.
Up or down, right?
Absolutely.
It could be much higher, it could be much lower, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of risk in the projection that you came up with, right?
A lot of uncertainties, yes.
A lot of uncertainty, right? Especially when you're projecting out 27 years, right?
That's correct.
And you use a risk-free rate, correct?
No, I did not.
The federal funds rate in 2023 was 5.33%, correct?
Federal funds rate for 2023 was 5.33%. Yes.
And that's the risk-free rate, correct?
That's, at the time, was risk-free rate.
And that's the rate you use, correct?
No, it's not. I used 1.08% plus 4.25% comes up to 5.33%.
Which is exactly the number for the risk-free rate, correct?
That's exactly the same number. However, it has 4.25% of risk rate premium built into it.
So just finally, you would agree that Mr. Young netted out an income $280,000 plus or minus in 2021, correct?
It wasn't a full year, but that was his net, yes.
But just to go back to one of the questions I asked you right at the beginning, you're not aware of any other projects Mr. Young had after November 11th of 2021, correct?
No, I'm not.
So Mr. Young made $280,000 in 2021, correct?
Minus the 2 months, yes.
And you've projected that Mr. Young is entitled to $21 million, correct?
21.3. Yes.
That's roughly 75 times what Mr. Young made in 2021, correct?
If you have the calculator, we can.
Sure, I'll give you the calculator. Sure. Yeah, just divide 21 million by 280,000.
That's 75 times.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Yes.
Mr. Boko, had you used the complex model, would the projected lost income been higher or lower?
Projected income would have been probably significantly higher.
No further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just tear a page out of your notepad. If you got any, Mr. Bulko, jot them down. If you don't have anything, don't write it down, and then just fold over your pages and hand them to the bailiff. Hang out for a moment. Counsel, go on.
So that testimony, yeah, we'll see if we have any jury questions now. The judge seems happy. And Kaywood, you sent Nightbot in the downright spiral of reading about the Buffalo Bill thing, but it's interesting that I think he overestimated in this calculations that he did. I think 21 million in the span of 30 years, again, it's too much. And the CNN, well, obviously the CNN guy would agree with me because we are kind of on his side. So, but I still, no matter what, I do have questions. I probably need to go and rewatch the afternoon of day 2 when they were doing the tax returns, because I am interested in knowing how can a company in 4 years straight have a negative balance like it did, yet still keep the doors open, or why the doors are still open, even if it was reporting minus, we were reporting losses on the business. And he was doing crazy amounts of profits through the other company. What was the point of him having even the company open? Well, trading in a way. I just have way too many questions, but that's just my weird little mind going over. And the judge is back with possible jury questions.
Okay. All right, Mr. Bulko, I got 2 juror questions for you. The first one, the amount of lost income, was that based on all of Mr. Young's sources of income and not just evacuations?
Based on, for which year? I'm sorry.
The question is the amount of lost income.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And secondly, where can I buy your avocado ice cream?
I knew it was coming. It's coming up soon.
All right. Any follow-up on that, please?
No, Your Honor.
Any defense? Or Reed? All right, Mr. Balco, you're free to step down.
Thank you so much.
Y'all doing all right? All right, plaintiff, call your next witness.
Your Honor, plaintiff calls Dr. John Vincent.
All right, doctor, if you could stand there, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give on this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Have a seat and just position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Dr. Vincent.
How are you?
Doing okay. Can you go ahead, please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is John Vincent.
And what is your profession?
I'm a clinical psychologist.
How long have you been a psychologist?
Actually, about 50 years, long time.
So what kind of degrees do you hold?
I have a master's degree in clinical psychology and a PhD also in clinical psychology from the University of Oregon. Unfortunately, our Oregon Ducks lost in the Rose Bowl at a perfect season down to 2, but anyway, other than that, all is good.
And do you hold any professional licenses?
Yes, I'm a licensed psychologist in Texas. I'm also board certified in clinical psychology.
Have you ever been published anywhere?
Yes, I've probably got about 200 publications, presentations. I've edited 6 books. I've got another 7th book in the works. So a fair amount of stuff.
What do you do for work?
I actually do 3 different things. I'm a university professor at the University of Houston. I also have a private practice in clinical psychology, and I also do expert work like we're doing here today.
And so as a professor, what do you teach?
I teach several things. Historically, undergraduate courses in abnormal psychology. I've taught graduate courses in ethics and mental health law. Also graduate courses in forensic psychology for both psychology students and law students. Basically, and right now I teach psychotherapy to our graduate students.
And you mentioned you also work as an expert witness like you are here.
Correct.
How many times have you done that?
Oh boy, I've probably been involved in maybe 125, 130 cases.
Do you always work on the plaintiff side?
Probably more on the defense side than the plaintiff side.
And then you mentioned you also have a private practice.
I do.
What does that practice involve?
Mostly with adults, presenting problems, anxiety, depression, substance use. Do a lot of focus on relationship issues. I'm also a licensed marriage and family therapist, so I do works with couples and families as well.
And so you've been a psychologist for 50 years. How many patients do you think you've treated?
Oh my gosh, a lot. I did a calculation a while back. I've probably generated maybe 90,000 direct service hours with clients over the course of my career.
How many people does that represent working with?
Probably a couple of 3,000.
You ever work with veterans?
Yes, so I did my pre-doctoral internship at the VA hospital in Palo Alto, California, and so that was a 15-month experience, mostly with Vietnam veterans. Since then, I've worked with veterans from a variety of the various initiatives, Iraq. I think I worked with a couple of Afghanistan vets as well.
So what's the difference between your forensic work as an expert and your private clinical practice?
Sure. With my clinical practice, my job is to help people deal with whatever emotional challenges they're dealing with. So we formulate a treatment plan, we implement that treatment plan, we try to help them get their life back on track. With forensic work, you're really trying to look at the question at hand here. In this case, we're looking at the damage claims that Mr. Young has launched, basically to determine if indeed the person has significant emotional damages that are linked to the cause of action. In this case, the publication from CNN.
And so let's talk a little bit more about your work in this case. Were you retained on behalf of Zach to work as an expert?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were retained?
It's been a little over a year ago. I think it was October, November 2023, as I recall.
And are you being paid to be here?
Yes, I am.
So about how much are you being paid?
My billing rate is $5.50 an hour.
And is that payment based on the conclusions you arrived at?
Absolutely not. It's based on my time.
Were you instructed to render a diagnosis?
I was instructed to look at the Mr. Young's condition, and if a diagnosis was appropriate, to render that as well.
So, and so more specifically, what were you asked to do in this case?
What I was asked to do is what's called a forensic psychological evaluation, in which we do a whole array of things: psychological testing, various kinds of interviews. We collect collateral information. We look at medical records. In Mr. Young's case, he had been seen by a psychiatrist and a therapist, so we looked at those as well. Pull that information together in a report, and then try to arrive at some conclusions. Does he exhibit some psychological difficulties? What looks like the cause of those? And then what course of treatment would be required to mitigate those damages?
And were you able to reach any conclusions in this case?
Yes.
What are they?
At the time of our evaluation, Mr. Young continued to suffer from major depressive disorder, something called persistent depressive disorder, which basically means that his depressive symptoms have been there for at least 2 years. And then something we call an other specified trauma and stressor-related disorder, which is links to the experience he had with this particular publication and video that was produced.
And did you reach any conclusions about the cause of these symptoms?
Yes, based on our evaluation, I work with a colleague, Dr. Ashley Christensen. She's also a board-certified forensic psychologist. I'm a board-certified clinical psychologist. She's actually one of my students. We worked together on a number of cases. But basically, he appeared to be functioning effectively before the broadcast. After the broadcast, his deterioration actually deteriorated rather rapidly and has continued to plague him up until this very day.
So let's talk a little bit more about how you reached your conclusions. What all did you do to evaluate Zach?
Well, again, we looked at all the documents. I read his deposition as well. I looked at the medical records from his 2 providers in Austria. Again, we did psychological testing. We used standard measures that have been subjected to careful research in terms of validity and reliability. We do what's called structured diagnostic interviews, which are designed to render a diagnosis if that's appropriate. I did a collateral interview with his wife, which gives us a chance to corroborate his self-reports. Again, reviewed his medical records and try to pull all that information together.
All right, so you said you interviewed Zach?
Pardon?
You said you interviewed Zach?
Yes.
So what did he tell you about his symptoms?
Basically, he talked a lot about the kind of position he's in. I think the depressive symptoms are probably the most prominent with him. A sense of worthlessness, sleep disturbance, I think great difficulty. He had some appetite problems. I think he gained weight, lost weight. It's hard to tell how much of that's a medication side effect. A loss of libido, I think a sense of worthlessness. I think he was humiliated. I think the classic symptoms that we see with somebody who exhibits major depression. I hope none of the jurors have ever had that themselves, or they have family members who have, but it's a profound and very debilitating disorder, and I think Mr. Young very much exhibited that. He's also had panic attacks, nightmares, and basically just has had great difficulty emotionally since that time.
So you said major depression again. I think you mentioned another diagnosis you reached, right?
Well, there are 3 of them. Major depression, which is the kind of key, probably the key diagnosis. Secondly, something called persistent depressive disorder, which essentially means his depressive symptoms have been around for a couple of years. That's the definition of it. And something called an other specified trauma and stressor-related disorder.
So that last one, the trauma disorder, is that like PTSD?
Well, PTSD, for somebody to have PTSD, you have to have a very particular triggering event. The way in psychology and all the mental health professions, we use what's called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's developed by the American Psychiatric Association. The DSM has various criteria that go into how we have to determine a diagnosis. For PTSD to occur, the individual has to have had a trauma defined as either something where they were afraid they were going to die or have serious bodily injury, or that they were sexually assaulted. And if those things don't occur, you can't really have PTSD definitionally. So in the DSM, there are a couple of other diagnostic categories we use where that criterion is not met. In Zach's case, that's what we use. It's called other specified trauma stress-related disorder. It's kind of a mouthful here, but that's essentially a way of accounting for trauma symptoms where that initial triggering event of sexual assault, bodily injury, or risk of death does not occur.
So does that mean an other specified trauma disorder is less severe than PTSD?
Not necessarily. I think the symptoms can be every bit as severe. In Mr. Young's case, they actually were. They have persisted for a long time. We typically do an evaluation where we look at the symptoms when they were at the worst possible time, and that was the period shortly after this publication and video came out, and at the time of the evaluation. So we look at these 2 points in time to try and get some sense of kind of how they have changed, if they have, over time. So again, starting with the so-called worst month and then talking about the time of the evaluation. So we get some idea of the temporal or the temporal course of those symptoms over time.
So you mentioned the worst month. What was that?
That was the period of time very soon after this publication and the video came out. Talking about November, December, and I think into January, I think that period of time, that probably 2-month time window was the worst. He's gotten some better since then, thanks to his therapy and medication, but he still obviously has symptoms of all these varieties.
Did he tell you anything about deleting anything during that time period?
Yes, he did. I think, what I regard as a rather impulsive, not very well thought through series of actions. He went into so-called damage control mode. I think he was wanting to kind of eliminate his profile so that nobody could find him. I think there was a time, I think he's talked about it in his testimony here, that he was afraid that the Austrian police may come knocking at his door, that he was afraid that there would be some retaliation amongst the Muslim community. I think there was some real concern of wanting to eliminate his digital profile, and so he erased a whole bunch of information to try to do that.
So you've been able to hear Zach testify here?
Yes, I have.
Was his fear about the Austrian police a rational one?
It's hard to say. When people are afraid of things, I think their perceptions are very much altered. We use an interesting acronym in psychology, FEAR, which stands for false emotions appearing real. And I think what happens is when people are afraid, they tend to see things or perceive things that may not necessarily be rational, but they believe them to be true. I think that's the way a lot of fears operate. And I think in Zach's case, he genuinely was afraid that his safety was at risk. He might get kicked out of Austria. He didn't know something bad might happen to him. I think there was some belief to whether that was true or not. Again, we don't know, but he certainly believed it.
So you said Zach acted impulsively in those months?
I think there was sort of a panic-related behavior. At least that's where I would put it together. I think he was really freaking out. I think there's just no getting around it. He was really, I think he's described it just a mental deterioration. I think he was absolutely blown away by this experience, and I think the emotional fallout from that is very much what we saw, especially in those early couple of 3 months after this first came out.
Is impulsivity the sort of behavior you expect somebody to exhibit after experiencing a trauma?
Sometimes I think people, again, behavior that's not well thought through. When you think about these strong emotional experiences, when somebody's had a traumatic experience, your brain just doesn't work very effectively. I think you can't problem solve effectively. You can't think things through clearly. I think we make choices that are not well thought through, and I think that's the state he was in at the time that he deleted these messages. I think in a way of trying to to reduce his exposure and, again, very much fear-based behavior.
Did Zach tell you anything about how this has affected his relationships?
Well, he did. I think he also talked about that on the stand here. I think he believes he's not the man he was before. I think he's humiliated that he can't be a provider to his family. I think his relationship with his wife has been adversely affected by this. She certainly corroborated that in my interview with her. She talked a lot about what she's observed, basically just is checked out. He doesn't do things. He doesn't take care of himself physically. He's, often doesn't use deodorant, doesn't bathe, doesn't get his haircut, just a lot of sort of deterioration. I think their sexual relationship has been adversely affected. Whether it's medication, whether it's depression, those are very common impacts on sexual relationships. And I think, again, their relationship has been very adversely affected by this experience.
So what about how Zach feels about himself? Did he tell you anything about that?
He did. I think he told the jury about that as well. I think he feels a tremendous amount of shame. I think humiliation. I think, again, he is a very proud person. I think he is ashamed that he's unable to kind of protect his family and I think provide for his family. I think he has been devastated by this experience. And I think it does not see him as the man he used to be. I think that's very much a theme that we see here in what he's talked about.
All right. So you mentioned you also interviewed his wife, Irina.
Yes, I did.
Why did you decide to do that?
Typically, when we do an evaluation like this, we want to talk to somebody outside the person themselves. Now, ideally, we would get somebody who is so-called arm's length, who is not really a party to the case. That is often not possible, and especially wasn't the case here. In this case, we had somebody who I think knew Zach intimately well, I think has lived with him day in and day out through this entire experience. And I think I regarded her as an excellent collateral source. These are partly to corroborate what he has told us. It also corroborates the information we've gotten from his medical records, from his psychiatrist and his therapist. And so we use these as a way of just shoring up that the information we have is accurate. And it also shedded some additional light on sort of what Zach was like before this all happened, and then some of the changes that she's observed.
And you mentioned you also reviewed some Austrian medical records, is that right?
Yes, he's seen a psychiatrist, Dr. Burr, and I believe she's a psychologist, Dr. Gravasi. They are two mental health providers in Austria. They provided what I regard as excellent care, both in terms of medication and therapy for Zach. There has been some improvement. I think clearly he has benefited from that. I think from his point of view, I think his wife acknowledged that as well. And I think we see that in the medical records that there have been some positive changes. He clearly still struggles to this very day. But I think certainly there's documentation that of some of the work that they have done with him.
So, and the last thing you mentioned was you administered a number of tests to Zach, right?
Correct.
So which tests did you give to Zach?
These will be a bit of a mouthful, but the first one we did is one called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. It's a real mouthful. The MMPI has been around since the 1940s. It's probably the most widely used psychological test in the world. It's gone through various iterations over the course of time. I think the current version, the MMPI-3, has been, all these have been subjected to kind of thousands of research studies on validity and reliability. We also did something called the Beck Depression Inventory, which is a self-report measure of depressive symptoms, the so-called Beck Anxiety Inventory, something called the Trauma Symptom Inventory that really targets trauma-related symptoms. We also included a couple of so-called malingering measures. One of the things we're very concerned about in any case where emotional damages are claimed as to whether we can believe what the person is telling us. Clearly there is the possibility that somebody might either exaggerate kind of their symptoms or make them up entirely. And so we have several different ways of trying to assess for that possibility. In Zach's case, we used two measures specifically designed to assess for those kind of symptom or those kind of biases. The MMPI-3 also has built-in, we call them validity indices, that are ways of detecting these sort of tendencies to either embellish or exaggerate or in some cases downplay or underreport various symptoms. The Trauma Symptom Inventory also has similar kind of built-in validity indices. So we want to make sure that the information we get is accurate, as best we can, that the responses are honest and forthcoming. It's part of the reason we get the collateral, to try and get some outside corroboration from somebody else who knows the person. And again, it's very important in doing these kinds of evaluations to make sure that there isn't this exaggeration bias present. And in Zach's case, there was not.
So did the malingering tests show he was exaggerating at all?
No, not at all.
How reliable are these tests?
They're very reliable. Again, they have, like all things in psychology, we subject these things to extensive research, and those have been well studied in this case, and there's no indication in Zach's case that they indicate any signs of exaggeration or malingering, which basically means you're really almost fabricating what's going on.
So how confident are you that he's not faking it?
Extremely confident.
Now, do you know whether CNN retained an expert to evaluate Zach as well?
As I understand, they did.
And did you review his report?
I did.
Objection. It's a proper.
I don't, I said he reviewed his report. I don't know what the next question is going to be.
Withdraw.
We'll see what the next question is.
Did anything in that report change your opinion about whether Zach was malingering?
Quite the contrary. I think we both, that's one of the few things we agreed on.
Objection.
You can't comment on the other individual's conclusion.
We agreed that he was not malingering.
Objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. I guess we're asking
My
questions.
apologies.
Move this straight.
Your Honor, can we say?
What? You want to go ahead?
I don't think the CNN lawyers, they need to be a little bit faster. I mean, they either object too early or object too late, and then they have to be withdrawn the comments out of the court. I mean, they could have, like, yes, they were presumptuous in saying objection before even the question was asked, but then they let such a gap between, because the lawyer that was asking the question, you already knew that they were gonna object, but they didn't. They took so long that the guy responded to the question, and then after they objected. Like, they need to be a little bit more on the ball, which I understand their objection, and I don't think the judge is going to allow it, and is going to probably say to withdraw that last statement, all the body blast, and it just go from there. But the CNN lawyers need to be a little bit more on the ball of the case, instead of taking forever to say something. But so far, what this guy has said, that basically Zach was depressed because of the CNN said about him, and obviously that impacted his business and how he was scared. Admittedly, that can be true. You can be scared about what was said, and you're scared about what happened, but I mean, I'm sorry, but there is more serious things to be depressed about. And I'm saying I'm someone that suffered depression for many, many, many years, but there is more important things than, like, oh, CNN did a bad piece about me, and now I cannot earn loads of money by doing nothing. I actually have to work. That's a little bit depressive. In a way, it's just and the way they say it affects, it's like, yes, a piece can affect you a lot, and it's your piece of work, and it's your work, and everything is something that you've done for ages. It can affect, but now they're having all of that just because of a piece that of a 1 minute piece. I don't really understand how can he say that, but I'm not him. We have definitely completely different lives. But another thing that I was thinking, right, where was he for this evaluation? Was this evaluation done in America, in Austria? Because I'm sure that this psychologist did not go to Austria to evaluate him and the wife. So I'm sure that they've been in America for that, because otherwise I can only imagine how much that cost for him to have the evaluation done all the way over in Austria. So I'm sure he was in in America to be able to get this done, evaluation done both by CNN and by his own attorneys as well. So that's just my face wondering. Earlier I was talking about the weekend. Wait, every time that I try to talk about my weekend plans, the judge decides to come back. It's not like he's even interested in knowing. I'm joking. Um, but yeah, so it's just this. Sometimes I'm left with more questions in this trial than actually answers. Like, I don't know if that happens to you guys or not, but I, during the trial and during the whole information bit, I am writing down questions that I have, and they seem to ask 99% of them the questions, but I still have questions in my mind of certain things that they are saying throughout the whole trial, and I would wish the jury would ask that.
All right, for the record, as far as the last objection that was raised, I'll second the objection, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the response the doctor gave to the last question, you're to disregard that. If you want to re-ask the one before it about did it change his opinion, go ahead and do that, just to clear up the record for what the jury should consider.
So Dr. Vincent, just a yes/no answer here will be good. Did anything in Dr. Cushing's opinion change your opinion about whether Zach is malingering?
No.
So you reached, you diagnosed Zach with a number of different things. How does a psychologist reach a diagnosis?
Well, great question. We try to get information about what the person tells us in terms of the symptoms that they're experiencing. And again, when we go through a diagnostic process, we have very clear sort of things we're looking at. The structured diagnostic interview procedure that we use is again built on the so-called DSM, which goes through each of the various psychological disorders that people could have, and you try to determine which of the various symptoms they're experiencing and whether they indeed have enough of those symptoms to warrant a diagnosis. And so you go across various kinds of depressive disorders, anxiety disorders, psychotic disorders, substance use disorders, personality-related disorders, and essentially try to determine what symptoms they're experiencing and whether they map onto what we would consider a diagnosable disorder. So that's how we do it.
Can a person be diagnosed with a mental health issue if they don't fit the DSM criteria?
No.
And so did you find Zach met the criteria for persistent depressive disorder that are laid out in the DSM?
That's correct.
What are some of those?
Essentially depressed mood, sleep disturbance, sense of worthlessness, lack of interest in activities used to enjoy, the sort of things we see with major depressive disorder. The kicker with persistent depressive disorder is how long those symptoms have been present. And for that diagnosis to count, they have to have been around for at least 2 years. And in Zach's case, that was very much what we'd observed. And so that's where you get the persistent depressive disorder. He also satisfied criteria at the time of our evaluation for a major depressive disorder. In addition to that, you can essentially have both in addition to this third diagnosis that we've talked about.
And did he also meet the criteria for the trauma disorder you mentioned?
Yes, he did.
Did Zach tell you anything about his professional background?
Some of it, clearly a lot of his background was classified, so we didn't get into great detail about it, but certainly I know a good bit about not a good bit, but some about the fact that he worked in the security sector and had a military training, was apparently a Navy SEAL, had a disc injury, couldn't finish that, and had spent some time in the service and spent some time with various agencies. He couldn't talk about what that actually consisted of, and I think that's very much what we've seen here in his testimony.
So you mentioned some of it he couldn't talk about. How do you know there wasn't some kind of traumatic event as part of this classified work that's causing Zach's problems?
Well, we don't know per se. I mean, certainly, anytime you're in kind of difficult, highly charged places, bad things can happen to people. We do know that prior to the time of this publication, he wouldn't satisfy any of the diagnostic criteria for a trauma-related disorder. We would have assessed that had been the case. Had there been a so-called pre-existing trauma disorder present, we would have been able to establish that. And that was not present in Zach's case. So we were able to rule that out based on the evaluation.
So you're saying even if he did suffer some trauma as part of his classified work, that's not the cause of his problems now?
Absolutely. You know, everybody has stressors. Everybody has trauma. I'm sure Zach certainly had some experiences. He alluded to those in his testimony here that were difficult, but nothing that would lead to a psychological disorder of a trauma-related nature, at least in terms of what we evaluated.
And so in terms of the traumatic event that's brought on Zach's symptoms, what was that?
I think it was it wasn't just the video and the publication. I think it's been the impact on his life. Essentially, he's been deprived of the opportunity to earn a living. His reputation has been trashed. I think he has been.
Objection. Sustained, and jury's instructed to disregard the statement about the doctor's opinion about his reputation. Okay.
So if we're talking about a news video here, and you said you think Zach has been in dangerous situations before as part of his professional background, right?
In all likelihood, yes.
So how can just a little news video be so harmful to somebody like Zach?
I don't think it's the video per se. I think it's the impact that it's had. I think when you are deprived of your opportunity to earn a living, when you're no longer able to support your family, when you're no longer able to do the things that you've done your entire professional life, when that's been taken away from you, the trauma of that just persists. It isn't the video per se, it's the impact that has had. And I think that's been what has been so incredibly debilitating to Zach.
So are you saying even if his life was threatened in the past, his identity hadn't been until the CNN story?
Right. I think training in the military, especially is designed, people learn how to deal with trauma and stress all the time. I work with a bunch of veterans over the course of time. I know what they've dealt with, some horrific situations. But once those things are over, they're over. I think the difference here is the impact of this experience has persisted this very day. And I think that's what makes this kind of traumatic experience very different than the sort of other things that somebody might experience. It's the ongoing nature of it. It's the fact that it's unrelenting and it's still not resolved.
So what does the future look like for Zach? What's he going to need to do going forward?
Well, I hope he stays in treatment. I think that's going to be important. I think resolution, obviously, this lawsuit will be important. That's up to the good people of the jury here to figure out what's going to happen with all of that. But I think at some point, I hope he'll be able to figure out how to get some kind of employment again. I think that's going to be important to rehabilitate that part of his life. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. He has a very, very specific niche that he's been trained in. It's not exactly the sort of thing you can look up on Indeed and find a job that maps onto.
Scope, foundation,
Suspended.
move to strike.
Suspended. Ask another question.
So does that mean Zach could get better?
Absolutely. I hope he will.
Is that a guarantee?
Absolutely not.
Is it possible he'll be dealing with the effects of this for the rest of his life?
Depending on what happens in the future, yes, that is very likely. That could happen. We don't know.
Do you think Zach would be having these problems if the CNN story had never aired?
No.
One last question, Dr. Vincent. You mentioned various diagnoses that you've diagnosed Zach with. What's the cause of them?
In my opinion, it is the impact of the publication of the video and the resulting impact on his inability to work since then.
Thank you.
Are y'all doing all right? Want a break before we have cross? Okay. Yes, no.
Depends on how long it'll be.
Let's hope it'll be short.
Already set me up for failure.
Man, it's up to y'all. If you need one. No. All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Axelrod.
Thank you. Dr. Vincent, we've never met, have we?
No, we haven't.
My name's Dave Axelrod. Let me know if I got a question wrong. If you don't understand something I've said, I'll try to rephrase, okay?
I'll do the best I can.
You're a pro, right?
I don't know about that, but thank you.
I mean, I don't know if it was a compliment. I don't know either. But you've done this. I meant what I meant to say, and it was very colloquial way of saying it. You've done this before, right?
A few times.
Right. How many times have you testified?
Testified in actual court maybe less than 10 times.
Okay. How many times have you testified in a deposition?
25, 30 times.
Okay. You're a pro. So let's talk about a couple things really quick just to set the baseline. And I don't think it was very clear to this jury on direct. When did you speak to Mr. Young?
It was, I believe, November of last year.
So November of 2023.
Correct.
Which was 2 years after the CNN publications, correct?
That is correct.
So all of your testimony where you were talking about how things were worse for Mr. Young in the months right after the publication, you weren't there with him, correct?
That is correct.
And you weren't talking to him in that period, correct?
That is also correct.
Yeah, we got to be really clear about this. Everything you know came from Mr. Young, correct?
And his wife.
And his wife. We'll talk about that.
His medical records.
And his medical records. Those are kind of the three things you depended on?
Correct. And his deposition, which is, I guess, his testimony as well.
Fair enough. Just let me know if I'm missing something. I will not be offended. Interrupt me, please. But all the tests that you ran are reliant on getting information from Mr. Young, correct?
That is correct.
And let's be very clear about one other thing. If somebody breaks a leg in their bone, right? They go and take an x-ray and you can tell if somebody's got a broken bone, right?
Yes, you can.
Right. Somebody doesn't have to say, ouch, my leg really hurts. That diagnosis is not dependent on what somebody reports, correct?
That is also correct.
Right. If somebody has the flu, you can go take a flu test, right? And that flu test will tell you, does that person have the flu or not, right?
And they'll also tell you they have some symptoms, yes.
Right. But you don't need the symptoms to diagnose the flu if the flu test comes back positive, correct?
They probably won't get tested unless they have some symptoms, but you're right.
Thank you. This is a little bit different, right?
It is different.
Right. It's a different diagnosis process, correct?
It is.
And so everything that you have to get to diagnose Mr. Young, and I understand you do the collateral, so I'm not diminishing that yet. But in the initial interview, everything you have to get has to come from Mr. Young, right?
That is correct.
And so when you are talking about how Mr. Young's symptoms were much worse in the months right after the publication, to get that analysis for you that you just made, you're relying on Mr. Young telling you that things were much worse right after the publication, correct?
That is correct.
A couple other things before we kind of jump back to the beginning. Isn't it true that all of us, people are complicated things, right?
Boy, we sure are.
We're a mess. Most of us, some of us more than others. And
I'll put myself in that category too.
You and I are together on that one. And our emotions at any given time are the collection of our lives, right?
That is true.
it isn't possible for anyone, Zach Young, me, Mr. Nemex over there, maybe he doesn't count, to say on one day, I feel like this, and not to think that the basis of how someone feels doesn't go back their entire lives and all their life events, right?
We're the product of everything that's happened to us.
Correct. Which makes doing a diagnosis like the one you're doing pretty difficult, right?
It is a challenge.
Right. I want to talk about one really distinct thing for a second. You talked about the deletion of Mr. Young's records, right?
Yes.
You testified that he told you at that point that he was feeling very paranoid about Austrian police.
That was one of the things, correct.
He also told you he was feeling paranoid about, I guess, Muslims in Austria attacking him.
Concerned about that, yes.
He didn't testify about that in court, did he?
I don't know that he did.
Okay. At no point did Mr. Young ever leave Austria, did he?
No, he didn't.
Does that impact your analysis at all about the validity of Mr. Young's fears about the Austrian police coming for him?
Not at all.
Sir, are you aware that at the same time that Mr. Young, roughly the same time Mr. Young was deleting records, he was also making screenshots of things he wanted to keep?
That's what I gather from some of the testimony, yes.
That doesn't sound like panic, does it?
That part doesn't.
No, it sounds calculated, right?
Not necessarily. I don't know what it means.
Okay.
It mean a lot of things.
But when Mr. Young told you about the deletions, he didn't tell you that he had made screenshots of certain documents, did he?
I didn't ask him that, no.
Okay. And he didn't volunteer that, did he?
No, he did not.
Now, I think at the very end, and kind of your getting right to the heart of it, your opinion is, you're actually giving a causation opinion, right?
I am indeed.
And were you here for Mr. Volko's testimony?
Yes, I was.
You guys don't overlap in terms of what you're testifying about at all, right?
I don't believe so.
No, right.
I'm not a numbers guy.
Right. I'll resist the comment. Mr. Volko didn't talk about causation, right?
Don't believe he did.
But you are giving an opinion on causation, correct?
Correct.
And your opinion is that the CNN publications caused Mr. Young's psychological diagnosis that you've given here.
I do and believe, yes, that is my opinion.
But you are not giving an opinion, and this is really important, and I don't think Mr. Delich asked you about this. You are not giving an opinion as to the truth or the falsity of the CNN publications, correct?
Absolutely not. That's outside the scope of my work.
Right. That is completely outside the scope of your,
It is.
as is your slip in testimony about Mr. Young's reputation, correct? You know nothing about Mr. Young's reputation, correct?
Only what he has said in his examination here.
That's not in the scope of your expert testimony either, is it?
Other than what he has told us about the impact this has had on his reputation, which he has told us was extraordinary.
Hey, come on.
Your Honor, he opened the door.
He asked the question of, you're not here to testify, it's yes or no. So
Yeah, you're not here to testify about reputation, are you?
No, I'm not.
So what your testimony is that it's the fact of the publication that caused Mr. Young's psychological diagnosis, correct?
No, that began this cascading of effects based on the impact that that's had on his life. The thing itself didn't cause that. It's the result of it, though.
Right. And just to be very clear, you're not testifying whether it was the publications were true or whether they were false, right?
I am not.
It very well could be, and this jury will determine it, that the statements were not false, and it was the publication of true events that caused Mr. Young's diagnosis, correct?
That's up to the jury to figure out. Yes.
But that's a possibility based on your conclusion, correct?
Unlikely possibility, but possibility, yes.
Wait, it's an unlikely possibility?
I guess that sounds like a little complicated. It's possible, yes.
Right, it's one of two possible outcomes, correct?
Could be.
Okay. So Mr. Young hired you as an expert witness in this case, correct?
His law firm did, yes.
His law firm did it. That's what I meant. And you're being paid by the law firm?
Correct.
And about how much in total fees have you charged on this case?
Haven't kept a running tally. I think there's been a couple of bills, maybe 25,000 total so far.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit more than that. I haven't kept a running count recently.
So I presume, because this is how engagements like this happen, is that they reached out to you at some point, correct?
They did.
And they said, we'd like you to testify, right?
No, they said they would like me to do an evaluation. Whether I was going to testify or not had yet to be determined.
Right. And in that initial call, they told you that because of CNN, Mr. Young's opportunity to earn a living had stopped.
I don't think we got into it at that stage. I don't think they told me that.
Okay. My question is, do you recall what you were initially told about the facts of this case?
That there had been some publication, there had been some impact on his ability to earn a living, and that's all I recall us talking about, and they would like me to do an evaluation of him.
Okay. And you understood when you got this call that they were the plaintiff in this lawsuit, correct?
I did.
Right. And so you understood that at that point, and I understand you're going to do your evaluation, but you understood at that point that they were looking for an expert opinion that the CNN publications had caused their client trauma.
They were looking to evaluate his psychological condition. Again, the link between that and the publication, that's, I guess, what they would assume would happen, but I don't know that yet.
Well, they were the plaintiff in the case, so they certainly weren't calling you to say there's no connection between the CNN publications and Mr. Young's psychological trauma, correct? You understood what they wanted.
Of course.
And that was a report that connected the CNN publications to Mr. Young's psychological trauma.
We didn't know that yet because I hadn't done the evaluation, so I don't know what my report was going to say.
Right, but you know that that's what his counsel wanted when they retained you.
They were wondering if that's going to be my result, but yeah, I didn't know at the outset what was going to happen.
Right, did you know that that's what they wanted?
They were looking to evaluate his psychological condition and link it to what had happened. I'm sure that is correct.
That is definitely correct. Isn't it true, sir, that prior to submitting your report to plaintiff's counsel, you met with Mr. Young's attorneys for a couple hours to make sure that they understood your findings?
I'm not sure I understand. What was your question again?
Yeah, sure.
What's the time frame you're talking about?
Yeah, sure. You finished the draft of your report on December 22nd of 2023, correct?
I presume that's about right, yes.
And after you finished your draft of your report, it looks like you spent about 4 hours consulting with Mr. Young's attorneys about your draft report before you finished it, correct?
I don't know that it was consulting about the draft report. I think we did talk. I don't know how much of it was about the report. Certainly some of it was.
So you think that after you finished your report on 12/22 and then met with Mr. Young's attorneys on 12/27, 12/29, January 3rd, January 15th, and February 6th, you weren't talking about your findings in the report?
Objection, Your Honor. Privilege.
I don't think there is a privilege.
Generically as asked, I'll overrule any objection.
Thank you.
To be honest, I don't recall everything we talked about during those conversations.
Right. It would make sense if you drafted your report on 12/22 and you finalized your report on February 7th, that those hours that you spent talking to Mr. Young's attorneys would be about the report.
I can't remember exactly what we talked about during those conversations.
But it would make sense that you talked about the report, correct?
That's the answer, Your Honor.
I would presume some of it was about my report, yes.
Thank you. All right. Isn't it true, sir, that post-traumatic stress spectrum and depressive symptoms are commonly claimed as psychological injuries resulting from tortious behavior in civil cases?
They certainly are. It sounds like something I wrote.
It is something you wrote. You are. Thank you. Yeah, so
for quoting it.
It made sense to me. So explain that to this jury.
Those are common claims that people have because the sort of things that people that are difficult for them cause those sort of symptoms. So that's a very common cause of that, or very common sort of psychological impact of traumatic experiences.
And isn't it true that the symptoms associated with these disorders, meaning post-traumatic stress spectrum and depressive symptoms, that they present a difficult task for the forensic examiner because in most of them, they rely solely on the self-report of the plaintiff?
Absolutely, that's the case.
Right. So I'm going to try to break that down in English as much as I can, is that these symptoms are tough for a forensic examiner like yourself in this case to it's difficult for a forensic examiner like you're in this case because they rely solely on the self-report of the plaintiff. In this case, they would rely solely on the self-report of Mr. Young.
That plus the corroboration from medical evidence and other sorts of things. But yes, principally they are self-report.
Right. And you go on to say that type of analysis in the forensic setting does not meet the standard of practice.
I'm not sure I remember what I said on that, and I'll have to look at the actual thing I wrote to put that in context. Do you have it for me?
I do.
Let me read it.
Mr. Nemex, if you could put up Defense Exhibit 582 just for Dr. Vincent. And if you go to page, first go to page 3 to let him see what article of his it is.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Are you familiar with that one?
I'm very familiar with that one.
All right, then go to page 14, please. And it is the bottom paragraph under procedures for assessing potential response biases.
Gotcha. I think the key word is rely solely on self-report of the plaintiff. And in this case, we're looking for the fact that we have to corroborate those with other sources of information. In this case, we have the collateral from his wife, we have his medical records. So the key word here is solely.
Right, okay. So let me try to explain this to the jury as best I can.
Thank you so much for putting this up. It's nice to have my work being shown.
And I don't do this very often, but I try to read medical stuff, and usually I can't get through it. You write very cleanly.
Thank you.
Sure.
Take that as
So what you're saying for this jury, and tell me if you agree, is that when you're making these diagnoses, it's hard and it doesn't meet the standard of practice if you rely solely on the person reporting those conditions.
Hard, but not impossible. But yes, if it's solely that, then yes, you have to have corroboration outside of that. That's correct. And you have to have also a way, much like we did in this case, of determining whether those self-reports are actually are valid based on our assessments of malingering. So we have ways of assessing that phenomenon, yes.
Don't take that down, because I think we might be using it again. So isn't it true that although most adults will be exposed to a traumatic or highly stressful event during their lifetime, only a small percentage will develop lasting adverse reactions to that exposure?
That is true.
Okay. Those words sound familiar?
Extremely familiar.
Okay. And isn't it true that empirical evidence, that means tests, suggests that individuals most likely to develop adverse reactions have pre-existing compromises or risk factors that have rendered them less psychologically resilient, which makes, and I can't say this word, etiological determinations and then other stuff more difficult?
Can you pull that up and let me
Sure.
see if I can?
Page 19.
Thank you. Okay, let's see where we are.
It's right at the top, sir. Yeah, if you could blow that up for Dr. Vincent.
Okay, thank you so much. Risk reaction to exposure. I think the key is traumatic or highly stressful, okay. And that is true, that people who are most likely to develop these adverse reactions will have pre-existing risk factors. That is true.
Right. And in this case, you saw no pre-existing risk factors for Mr. Young, correct?
I didn't see any pre-existing conditions. That's different than risk factors.
You did, so you did see risk factors.
Well, everybody has risk factors.
So if everybody has risk factors, does your statement that individuals most likely to develop adverse reactions have pre-existing compromises or risk factors? Make any sense?
Well, in this case, I think we're talking about the degree of those risk factors and what actually they are. So it depends on the nature of those. And I think yes, it depends on the nature of those, right?
But you saw no pre-existing risk factors with Mr. Young?
I didn't say that. I said, he said no pre-existing condition.
Okay. You saw no pre-existing condition?
That's right.
Indeed, isn't it true? You've heard Mr. Young testify and you met with him. Isn't it true that Mr. Young went through years-long gauntlet of psychological exams for his career?
Apparently so, yes.
Okay. So based on that, based on his psychological testing and kind of the stress that he went through his career, would you agree that Mr. Young would be kind of the last person that you would expect to develop this type of long, extreme and consistent stressful adverse reaction?
Not necessarily.
But it's unlikely, right?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't agree with you.
And so to be clear, you've never treated Mr. Young, right?
I never have.
Right. You've only met him as part of this lawsuit.
That's correct.
You actually have never met him in person until now?
Only virtually.
Okay. You only talked to him once?
Yes.
And you met him virtually for how long?
I don't remember how many hours, but it was
a couple hours.
Probably more like 3 or 4.
Now, you did, as part of your work, you did no kind of analysis of whether Mr. Young, I would say no other collateral analysis, whether Mr. Young had like other stress in his life as of November 2021.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, let me ask it a different way. You didn't look at any of his bank records or anything like that to determine if he had any type of financial stress, correct?
No, I didn't.
And you didn't talk to any of his family members besides his wife to determine whether he had additional family stress at the time, as of November 2021, correct?
I did not.
Now, isn't it true that you provided Mr. Young a questionnaire to fill out where you kind of listed the characteristics that he felt about himself before the CNN publications and then what he felt about himself after the CNN publications?
It's an adjective checklist that we use with 3 points in time. Before this happened, the time it happened, 3 months afterward, and at the time of the evaluation. So we look at those 3 data points.
Right. And let me just make sure I understand that. You asked him to describe himself before the CNN publications?
Correct.
In the 3 months after the CNN publications?
Correct.
And then in the next period?
At the time of the evaluation.
The time of the evaluation, which was 2 years later.
Correct.
Right. And isn't it true that in that questionnaire, Mr. Young described himself as social in the period before the CNN publications?
He did, and his wife corroborated that as well.
Okay. You reviewed his deposition as part of this case, correct?
I did.
Isn't it true that Mr. Young testified in his deposition that back in November of 2021, he was pretty reclusive?
I don't recall that. I take your word for it.
Well, Mr. Nemex, can you put up Mr. Young's deposition? Actually, let's just do it this way. Let's just quick. I'm handing you, Dr. Vincent, Mr. Young's deposition.
Okay.
If you could go to page 108, line 9 to 11.
Which day was this? So that would help me.
Is it? What's that? Day 1.
Day 1. What's the page, please?
108, please.
Okay. Just really into it.
Yep.
Got it?
And if you look at 9 to 11.
Yes.
And you see, he said, the question was, back in November of 2021, did you have many friends? And the answer was no, I was pretty reclusive.
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. So he testified in his deposition that he was pretty reclusive in November of 2021, correct?
That's what it says.
Right. And that would be contrary to his report to you that in the months leading up to the CNN publication that he was social.
It's also not what his wife said. Whether reclusive is social, I don't know, but yes, they are seemingly different.
You talked a little bit about malingering, and you would agree that there is no way to determine if the person, like Mr. Young, is telling the truth when they fill out the questionnaire.
We don't, we don't administer a lie detector test, if that's what you're asking.
No, I mean,
These are ways of trying to assess whether indeed the responses are credible. And so the malingering measures allow us to do that. And I think in his case, they would suggest that he was telling the truth.
we'll get into it. So, and you would agree that, so you had Mr. Young fill out this questionnaire, and the questionnaire asked him to use adjectives to describe his emotions and behaviors prior to the CNN publications and after the CNN publications, correct?
And at the time of the evaluation, yes.
Right, at the time of the evaluation. And is it true that prior to the evaluation, Mr. Young described himself as energy, competence, assertiveness, use words like that?
I believe that's what it says, yes.
And then after the publication, Mr. Young used the following words to describe himself: tension, anxiety, worry, fearfulness?
Yes.
Right. And you would agree that if someone was attempting to exaggerate or make it look like they were suffering emotional distress, it's not very hard to pick happy words before an event and bad words after an event.
Theoretically, yes.
Now, I think you testified that Mr. Young was under treatment in Austria. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You never spoke to the doctors in Austria, correct?
I asked, but they chose not to do that, citing privacy concerns.
Okay. Isn't it true, but you did review Dr. Brower and Dr. Gervaisi's notes,
I did.
and you used those notes to corroborate your own findings?
I did,
Okay.
in part.
Isn't it true, sir, that when you looked at those notes of Dr. Brower, they report in the initial session that Mr. Young told Dr. Brower that he experienced a traumatizing event while managing a rescue mission in Afghanistan?
I believe that's what the notes say, yes.
Right. So the notes actually said that Mr. Young had been in Afghanistan.
That was the implication. Again, we don't know whether that was a translation issue or whether that was actually what he said. There's no way to reconstruct that.
Right.
All we know is what's written in the translated note.
And so the translated note said, Dr. Brower said that Mr. Young had been in Afghanistan, correct?
I believe that's what it said, yes.
Right. And you didn't have a chance to talk to Dr. Brower about it, did you?
No,
And you never talked to Mr. Young about it when you were doing your diagnosis, did you?
other than to know that he was not in Afghanistan.
Correct.
I knew that.
Later on in Dr. Brower's notes, isn't it true that it reports last year he had a traumatizing experience in Afghanistan? So it says he was in Afghanistan in 2 different places.
I believe it does, yes.
You never spoke to Dr. Brower. We have that correct, right?
That is correct.
Right.
Although I tried.
Right. Isn't it true that you also reviewed Dr. Gervaisi's notes, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Isn't it true that when you reviewed Dr. Gervaisi's notes, you saw that they also reported that Mr. Young had been physically in Afghanistan?
I can't remember actually the words, but I will take your word for it that that was in those notes, yes.
Isn't it true? What was in the notes is when I asked what brought him here, the patient replied that he had been in
Objection,
Afghanistan.
Your Honor.
Sorry.
You ready?
Yeah, thank you.
You ready? All right. I'm overruling the objection. And Ms. Rexelrod, did you hold up that last question? Go ahead and re-ask it.
Yeah. So now we're talking about Dr. Gervaisi's notes, who is the second doctor that Mr. Young saw in Austria, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that Dr. Gervaisi reported, when I asked him what brought him here, the patient replied that he had been in Afghanistan at the time of the Taliban takeover on behalf of Bloomberg to assist people flee. Isn't that what you wrote?
I believe that's what the note said, yes.
And again, you know from Mr. Young's deposition that that wasn't the case, correct?
That's true, yes.
And at no time did you ask Mr. Young about this discrepancy, did you?
I don't believe I asked him about the discrepancy, no. And I couldn't ask Dr. Gervaisi either because, again, she wouldn't talk to me.
Right. Isn't it true that Dr. Gervaisi later wrote in her notes, he also provided additional information about his high-risk deployments in Afghanistan?
I believe they're in there, yes.
Okay. And when you saw that two different sets of doctors were reporting that Mr. Young had been in Afghanistan at the time of the CNN publications, didn't you say to yourself, this is a big red flag?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
Nope.
Sir, isn't it true that Dr. Gervaisi also reported that Mr. Young had risked his own life during these missions?
I believe it says that.
And you knew that Mr. Young had testified that he was never in Afghanistan. That didn't cause you to say, what's going on here?
No, it didn't.
All right. So I think under direct, you talked about a couple of different reports, or I would say, I'm not good at these words, but like measures that you use to evaluate Mr. Young.
Psychological test, yes.
Psychological test. And Your Honor, if that was a good time to take a break, or if you want me to keep going, I'll keep going.
Okay. Y'all want? Yes. Yes, it is a good time. All right. Why don't you just put your notepads in your folders and leave them on your chairs when you leave the courtroom. We're going to take our afternoon recess. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule: do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of the rules at all, please notify court personnel of any violation. And when we come back, if you use your phones or electronic device, make sure they are turned off before we come back in the courtroom. And why don't you gather back up in the juror lounge at 10 till 3, so about 10 minutes. All right. All right, y'all be seated. Jurors are out of the courtroom. I multitasked while we've had testimony since we came back from lunch on Mr. Cohn's depot designations. The ones that are on page 195 and 197, all over. If you need to step down, you can step down. Sorry. The designations on page 195 and 197, I'll overrule the objection for purposes of phase 1. I'll sustain the objection as to the 206, 207. As to the Phillips designations on 69 through 71, I had overruled them before. I'm still overruling them for phase 1. All right, so however you need to take out the designation, I guess the designated part of Mr. Cohn's for 206 and 207, do that for whatever you're going to play here during phase one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else before we take a break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're off the record. We'll be back in 10.
All right. So, this gentleman, I forgot to write down his name. I think I don't remember. Anyway, he did answer one of my questions that I had. How did he diagnose and talk to Zach, since they were both in two different countries in a way, and they were so. But then tell me, how can you take 3-4 hours to diagnose something? This psychologists, they must be like miracle workers, because I went to a psychologist for years and it took them years to diagnose me suffering from PTSD, from a trauma down from my life, and they took them years to diagnose. Now this guy speaks with Zach for 3-4 hours virtually, all right, and diagnoses him with everything, almost everything that the book has. And I'm like, these doctors, they must be I must be really going down to the cheapest doctors possible, because they take forever to do anything, forever to get an appointment, forever to diagnose something. And even when they do diagnose something, it's I just don't understand. I am dumbfounded at all how can. And but the thing is, this is not the first court that does this. This is almost every single court. They found this amazing um psychologists, doctors, experts that can diagnose people from distance, from literally looking at a person from the distance, and tell what they suffer, and give her an expert opinion about, which is just wild to me, in my humble opinion. Of course, this is all in my humble opinion. But it's been a bit interesting. It's an interesting cross. It was a even more interesting direct. We are possibly in the last break for the day, because they did say yet again that I think they are finishing 4 p.m. local time, which is in an hour and 15 minutes. And then I think they are breaking down for the weekend. And I think starting, I did not catch. Did the judge ask the jury then if they are okay with finishing at 6 p.m. from Monday? I didn't catch if he asked after lunchtime, or did he? Probably did, and I missed that. But anyway, so yeah. Oh, I think I know what that is. You know what that is? Like, the sperm that looks like a sperm in the screen. I think it's a mic, actually, because the courtroom has a bunch of mics from hanging from the ceiling. So it might be even a mic that is there. But I digress. I was just looking at the screen. And it does look like a mic. But yes, so apparently for Monday they are gonna start about the same time, 8:15 in the morning. It's CST, because they are in Central Time, and they are gonna go to 6 p.m. Okay, talking about that, like I've explained many times, I have to go to bed around 10 p.m. my time, which is gonna be about 4 p.m. Trial time. So from the last probably 2 hours of the trial, sadly, there's not gonna be commentary like on breaks and on sidebars and everything, because I will be sleeping. But Nightbot, he's gonna be in the chat to talk to you guys about the trial, to make sure that the stream is going okay, and obviously in the event that something happens, he will wake me up. He knows what to do, but he probably will wake me up, which is okay, because I know it's not going to be happening like every day. But then the good thing is that the verdict, the trial is supposed to go to the jury. The trial is supposed to go to the jury on Thursday afternoon, which is perfect because I can stay up until late on Thursdays to Fridays, because I don't work Fridays to Sundays. So when I finish on Thursday morning, because I finish at 11 o'clock in the morning in my time. When I finish work, I can just stay up late that day anyway to make sure, if there's a verdict, we are here, or we're going to be here for as long as it needs to be here on that verdict watch. And while on verdict watch, we probably going to do, it's the only time that I'm not saying court hopping, but probably we're going to be doing parole hearings, because there is some parole hearings, I think, next week. And even if it's not, we can just catch up on something and watch something while we are on verdict watch, just to keep actually looking at the schedule next week. There is actually revocations of parole next Thursday. So next Thursday, while on verdict watch, we might just watch the parole hearings from that day, to keep us entertained, and then we'll see how long the verdict, the jury takes deliberating, because then it depends. If they come and say that they found CNN guilty, we're gonna go to phase 2, which carries on to phase 2 of the penalty phase. But if they come back and say that CNN it's not liable for whatever happened, the trial ends there and then. And then we're gonna find out, we'll figure out what we're gonna do. Probably not gonna catch up on that trial that starts on Monday, because we're gonna be so far behind. I'm sure there's gonna be another trial coming up. There's always a trial starting, which is it's not the good about this, but it's the good about this, that there's always a trial starting. And but that was one thing that I was thinking. That trial that is supposed to start on Monday, that might be a bit hard, because they are changing courthouses, right? They are going from Hamilton, Tennessee, to Nashville, and the to a different courthouse, and everything. The reasons, I don't know why, but I don't know if they're gonna have streaming though. Because first of all, I don't see anything on the I did not see anything on the docket about it. And then I tried to find the courthouse the schedule, and they are on the schedule, but that courthouse is known for not streaming much stuff. So I don't know, it's going to be interesting, because I am still interested in that trial. Don't get me wrong, I am still very, very interested in that trial. I will follow over it, probably not on the sidelines while we watching this one, because I can watch 500,000 million things at one point, and I have no problem that's just me being a weirdo. But I don't know if it is still going to be live stream. What are we going to see? The Like I said earlier, actually, the Dory I was going to call it Dory Vallow. A Lori Vallow Daybell hearing is actually up now on Court TV and Law and Crime website after the stream. You guys can go on and check it out. I am definitely going to do that, because I want to see what happened, because apparently from the little bit snippets that I was able to see, she presented a motion, and it actually not I don't think she won, but she did a good job on it. Oh, I thought the court was coming back, but no, it was just noise. They are on time to come back, so anytime soon. Wow, these breaks fly by, or I just speak for England, and yeah, the judge is back, so I think we are gonna go back, and yeah, I'll talk to you guys well, probably now at the end of the day, unless they have any sidebars that I can talk to, because sometimes I notice the sidebars. Um, I don't really have much to say. If I have something to say during a sidebar, I'll say, but there's times that there's nothing much to say. And even, yeah, I know, you guys must be
Right.
surprised that
Sorry.
when I run out of
You're fine. You got plenty of team that can nod their heads for you. Mr. Axelrod, you get.
Delegate, Ted, I'll delegate.
they keep on muting the mics, and I don't know where to stop talking and not. Um, it is, isn't it? It is very, very the first time as well that I've seen a trial where the judge comes back at the right time for, and like if he says 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes, not 1 second more or anything. Of course, there's like little delays, like a couple minutes, but still, it's just he's very punctual, and I like that about this judge. And he's funny. Well, he is funny, but I think people laugh more at his jokes because they have to, when your boss makes a joke and you have to, very funny boss, you have to, like, you are contractual to laugh, otherwise, that's it. You guys, sorry. Sorry, coughing fit. You guys don't have to do that with me. You don't have to laugh at my out of pettiness. No, I'm joking. You do have to do that because my ego. No, I'm joking. That was a very bad joke. Never mind. I think they are waiting on jury to come in because they're talking, but we don't have any sound. That's why you're still hearing me. I will probably be quiet now because my own time zone. Yeah, I'll be quiet. Well, they haven't said anything yet. But I know the judge goes from he can, like, his faces are amazing watching this trial. He goes from laughing a lot and then goes very serious.
All right. Yeah, all ready. All right, Mr. Axelrod.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Vincent, Dr. Vincent, I'm sorry. I think you testified before that you saw, Mr. Delich asked you whether you saw any signs of malingering or exaggeration, and you said not at all.
On all the measures that we used, we saw no evidence of that. That's correct.
Okay.
On the MMPI-3, there was a slight indication of kind of higher reports of infrequent responses, but those are with people that have a lot of distress. So would not really a sign of malingering.
Okay. So let's talk about that. So the MMPI-3, thank you. That's a test you administered.
Correct.
And that was to evaluate Mr. Young's current psychological functioning.
That's one of the tests we use, yes.
And the scoring of this test is actually done by a computer, correct?
It does, yes.
So it's an objective test that the computer evaluates, correct?
It scores the responses, yes.
Right. So it's not you and it's not your assistant scoring the test.
It's just Yes, correct.
You pump in the data and it kicks you out a result, right?
It does. It scores it for you.
Right. When the test was scored by the computer, isn't it true that you saw over-reporting bias?
So a slight increase in infrequent responses, which is what that means.
Right. What does over-reporting bias mean?
In this case, it's one of the scales of the MMPI-3 that indicates measures of psychopathology or emotional symptoms. And what you see that in situations where people actually have genuine psychological difficulties. And it could also mean exaggeration, but in this case, I think it was more likely interpreted as what we said in the test.
But so let's break that down. So the computer kicks this out and it indicates that there's over-reporting bias, correct?
It's not the computer scores it. The test itself has a scale that lets us determine the degree to which those symptoms are potentially over-reporting.
Right. And when the computer scored it, it was scored as indicating over-reporting bias, correct?
Higher than number of infrequent responses. You have to be clear what the actual data are, and that's really a so-called elevation of the F scale, which is really an indication of number of psychological symptoms reported. Yes.
Okay. So
again, you see that in individuals who have genuine psychological difficulties, as does Mr. Young.
Sir, I'm just reading your report.
Yes.
And when you spoke about the MMPI-3, you said his profile was valid, despite what in some cases might represent over-reporting of symptoms associated with general psychological functioning.
Yes, that's correct.
That's what you wrote.
I did.
And I understand that you didn't think that was a problem, but what does this sentence mean? His profile was valid despite what in some cases might represent over-reporting of symptoms associated with general psychological functioning.
In some cases, an individual who would report those symptoms, it could mean malingering, but again, we have to corroborate that with all the other information we get, we would never make that determination based on one scale, one test.
All right. But the computer at least saw some evidence of malingering. You ultimately decided that wasn't the case.
We didn't see the signs of malingering. We saw it as elevation of a particular scale within the MMPI-3. It's not a sign of malingering.
You wrote that there was an over-reporting of symptoms in your report, correct?
Higher than average number of symptoms is what that means, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is it true, though, that all the tests that you administered to Mr. Young were all reliant on answers that he gave to you and your assistant, correct?
That is correct. And the corroboration from his wife and the medical records.
Well, we'll get to those in a second, but my question really is just about the tests.
That test, you're correct.
All of the tests involve you or your assistant asking Mr. Young questions and then taking his answers and evaluating his answers, correct?
That's correct.
And this is something that we touched on, and I think you touched on with Mr. Delich before, but in a lot of cases, personal injury cases, employment cases, a case like this, you would agree that there is a danger of malingering, correct?
There's always a danger of malingering, correct.
And isn't it true, we've looked at them already, and you've actually written articles that discuss the danger of malingering related to lawsuits?
Correct.
And isn't it true that the lawsuit itself can be a common reason for exaggerating symptoms?
It provides the context where that might be an incentive for people to exaggerate, yes.
Yeah. Isn't a lawsuit potentially a common reason for exaggerating or malingering symptoms?
If emotional damages are claimed, yes, this could be a context in which that could happen. That is correct.
Right. And the reason why is because someone like Mr. Young or someone in a similar case has a significant incentive to exaggerate or outright lie about their symptoms, correct?
They could, yes. That's why we're so careful about evaluating it.
Right. And in this instance, the incentive is a financial one, correct?
Correct.
And you actually wrote in your report, a potential threat to the validity of information from a forensic mental health evaluation involves the potential for response biases involving malingering or more subtle forms of symptom exaggeration, magnification that can threaten the validity of psychological evaluation results, correct?
That is correct.
What does that mean?
Basically, what it says is that this is always a concern in any case like this where emotional damages are being claimed. So we have to make certain that we assess for potential response biases, in this case, malingering or exaggeration.
Experts must be attuned to the possibility of secondary gain and that the potential for financial incentives or other reasons might lead to bias or outright fabrication of psychological symptoms. What does that mean?
Basically, what it says, again, there is an incentive in the case of any kind of lawsuit like this where somebody's claiming emotional damages to exaggerate them based on the possible incentive of financial gain.
But isn't it true that when someone is being, I don't know what the right term is, if someone is seeing a clinical psychologist rather than a forensic psychologist like yourself, there's much less of a chance of malingering or exaggeration, correct?
Not necessarily. Remember, I'm also a clinical psychologist, and people exaggerate in that context as well. So I've seen that in both contexts. But it's a more grave concern in this case, given what's involved in the case.
Now, isn't it true that there have been like studies that universities have done on the prevalence of malingering, right?
There have been, yes.
And those studies show that if people are looking to gain psychological testing, that there's a large percentage of people that are able to do so.
Not a large percentage, it's actually a relatively small percentage. And it ranges considerably based on the study you're looking at.
Okay. But there are studies that show like up to like 40 to 50% of people are able to gain these tests and exaggerate their symptoms.
I believe there's one study that has that estimate. I think the more likely number is closer to 15 to 20%. But yes, that it is a possibility.
So one of the reasons, I think you've repeated this a couple of times, that you dismissed malingering in this case is the use of collateral reports, correct?
That's one of several bases on which we did, right?
And I think when you say several bases, you mean the Austrian medical records and your collateral interview of Mr. Young's wife.
And the two measures of malingering and the MMPI-3 results and the TSI-2 results. So we have several different indices, yes.
Okay.
Not just those that you mentioned. Paints a very consistent picture, actually.
Okay. And so the only collateral report that you undertook in this case was an interview of Mr. Young's wife, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't take any independent notes of that interview, did you?
I don't believe I wrote them down, no. I think I was writing them in the context of when I was actually generating the report. I usually do it that way now.
Yeah, and you didn't record the interview in any way?
Did not record it, no.
Now,
although it's an accurate depiction of what was said.
You would agree that Mr. Young's wife is hardly an objective source, correct?
She's not an objective source, that is correct.
Right. And she's not.
I mentioned that actually in my report. I mentioned that in my report, actually.
Yeah, but she's not an objective source because obviously she cares about her husband, right? I guess maybe that's not obvious. But in this case, you took from her interview that she cares about her husband.
She does indeed.
Okay. Sorry, I was thinking. I'm going to edit myself. Thinking about my own life. But she also wasn't an objective source because she could also have a financial incentive in this case, correct?
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Theoretically, she could, yes.
You understand, because you've been sitting through here, that you're sitting here for Mr. Bolko, that Mr. Bolko projected that Mr. Young would be owed $21 million in economic damages, correct?
That's what he testified, yes.
And so Mr. Young's wife, you would agree, because it's common sense, that she has a significant financial incentive in this case.
She could, yes.
She could?
She does.
She does. We can agree on that, right?
We can agree on that, yes.
And isn't it true that when you interview a family source as a collateral interview, It's a challenge because you know she's got a financial stake in the case.
You have to take that into consideration. Yes, you do.
You could have conducted other collateral interviews, correct?
I could have, yes.
And you did not.
Yes, I did not.
You chose not to.
I chose not to.
And you would agree that it's very important for the collateral interview to be unbiased.
To the extent that you can get an unbiased interview, yes. They're very hard to get.
Right. And in this instance, you didn't even try.
The best interview source we had for collaterals was his wife. That's correct.
Right. At no point did you say to Mr. Young or his lawyers, does Mr. Young have professional contacts that I could interview so I can get an understanding of what Mr. Young was like for the CNN publications?
I did not ask them that, no.
Right. And so I think we talked about it. In this instance, you would agree that the interview of Mr. Young's wife was not the ideal collateral source interview, correct?
In one way it was, because she probably had the most firsthand knowledge about her husband's well-being and functioning during this entire time. So in many ways, she was actually the best person to ask.
Yeah, but it wasn't objective, correct?
Can anybody be objective?
I mean, I think so. I think the jury can be objective, don't you?
I would hope they can be, yes.
Right.
In this context, though, I think there's always questions about whether somebody can be fully objective. But she was, I think, an ideal source.
But you would agree that someone who doesn't have a financial stake in this lawsuit would be more objective than Mr. Young's wife.
That would have been better had that person been available. Yes, there wasn't such a person.
You never asked. You don't know.
Nobody knows as intimately as his wife does. That is for sure.
But you never asked whether there was another objective person that you could interview, correct?
I did not ask. That's correct.
Thank you. And the other thing that you reviewed that you believe supports your contention that Mr. Young is not malingering was the Austrian treatment records, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And those were the treatment records that we went over briefly, where both Dr. Brower and Dr. Gervasi both indicated that Mr. Young had told them that he was actually in Afghanistan, correct?
He said many, many things. That was a couple of things that you pointed out that he said that were inaccurate. Don't know whether that was a translation problem. Don't know whether that was an understanding problem. We don't know what it was. But that was certainly, that was inaccurate.
And so, coming back to your main point of your testimony here, you're testifying that there was causation between the publication of the CNN segment in the article and Mr. Young's psychological trauma.
The publication and the impact it has had on his life since then, yes.
Right. And again, you're not making any conclusion about whether it was true or false. It was just the publication, correct?
And the impact that it's had on his subsequent ability to earn a living.
And fair to say that until this case, you had never worked on a defamation case, correct?
That is correct.
So you've never worked on a situation where a publication of something allegedly caused someone emotional distress, correct?
That is correct.
Indeed, all of the other cases you worked on where you concluded that an event caused distress involved some type of sharp trauma, such as an accident or an event of violence, something like that, correct?
Well, there's been a whole array of situations, but yes, they're different than defamation cases for sure.
Right. Isn't it true that you've previously written that only in unusual circumstances can a single and direct proximate cause of symptoms be identified?
That's usually the case. This is one of them, actually.
It's very difficult for a psychologist to connect one event to emotional distress, correct?
It is.
Because humans are difficult. We talked about that.
We are all complicated creatures.
Right. And the only thing that led you to conclude that the publication caused Mr. Young's distress was that Mr. Young reported he was fine before the publication and that he reported that he was not fine after the publication, correct?
In simple terms, yes.
There's nothing that led you to conclude that CNN caused Mr. Young's psychological distress besides the timing, correct?
The timing is the most critical issue, yes. It's all we have in this case.
Right. You concluded that Mr. Young had no psychological difficulties before the publications because that's what he reported to you, correct?
That's correct.
You concluded that Mr. Young was fine before the CNN publications because that's what he reported to you, correct?
I just said that, yes.
Isn't it true that in cases where, like this, where a plaintiff is asserting emotional distress damages, that a force like that can lead to conscious and non-conscious symptom exaggeration?
It can.
So what that means is that in a case like this where there's significant financial incentive, Mr. Young could be exaggerating, and he doesn't even understand that he's exaggerating.
Extremely unlikely in this case.
But you actually wrote that such forces can lead to conscious and non-conscious symptom exaggeration, correct?
It's true, it can.
Where the severity of emotional distress claimed by the plaintiff exceeds his actual level of distress.
That can happen, yes.
And in that situation, the forensic evaluator, you, must also be attuned to the possibility of outright malingering, where the plaintiff may fabricate psychological symptoms that do not actually exist, correct?
That is exactly right, and it wasn't the case here.
Isn't it true? Did you use the MFAS test to
Yes.
assess malingering?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true that that test is more useful with detecting symptom magnification among relatively unsophisticated plaintiffs?
There's no really great way of assessing malingering without doing that. I think all of the malingering measures have that quality to them. So yes, that is true.
This is actually from an article you wrote.
It's true, yes.
It's true. That the MFAS test is more useful with detecting symptom magnification among relatively unsophisticated plaintiffs, correct?
That's what I said, yes.
Mr. Young is not unsophisticated, is he?
I believe he's sophisticated, yes.
Right, you think he's very sophisticated, correct?
Yes, in terms of many things, he is.
Right.
Of course, you have to remember that we got more than the MFAST
Right, you had the collateral interview with his wife and you had the Austrian medical records, correct?
and the MINT. That's the other malingering measure, and the MMPI-3 and the TSI-2. We had several different indices of that.
Isn't it true that a forensic evaluator should be especially careful when a spouse is used as a collateral source?
That's true. I will say that's true, yes. You don't have to finish that. That is true.
Yeah, you wrote that, right?
I did.
Just a couple of other things. I'm almost done. I'm sorry. You would agree that there's an added risk of malingering where the patient is sophisticated, correct?
Possibly.
Right. Because a lot of the tests that are used are designed to weed out obvious exaggeration, correct?
There used to weed out a lot of things. So there are various dimensions of malingering. I don't know if you've read much of the literature. It's not a monolithic construct. I think one of the articles that we have written argues for the reason we use multiple measures is to get at the various facets of it. So it's not a single dimension that we're looking to here. So yes, you have to look at it in multiple ways, which is what we did in this case.
Isn't it true that malingering has become a much bigger problem with the availability of information on the internet?
Everything is a bigger problem with the availability on the information, yes.
Now that we agree. But isn't it true that if someone wanted to go and look up the symptoms of extreme depression, persistent depression, and trauma, there's many websites that would tell them what those symptoms are, correct?
It could. I don't believe that's what Mr. Young did, though.
But that's available, correct?
Could be done, yes.
And importantly, if you wanted to go up and look on a website, whether there's information about how to avoid detection of malingering, you can also find that.
You could.
Isn't it true, sir, that one of the most significant red flags for malingering is lack of compliance with prescribed treatment?
One of them.
Right. And I don't think Mr. Delich asked you about this, but isn't it true that Mr. Young exhibited lack of compliance with prescribed treatment?
Only in one instance, I think there was some suggestion that he perhaps do inpatient rehab, and I think for various reasons argued not to do that. That's the only thing I don't believe he complied with.
Right. And let's break that down for the jury, because I don't think they heard about this on Isn't it true that Mr. Young's psychiatrist recommended that he engage in inpatient treatment?
I believe they had that discussion, yes.
Well, you can believe it happened. It's in the records.
In the records.
Prescribed him inpatient treatment, correct?
That's right.
And Mr. Young wouldn't do that, correct?
He chose not to.
Right. And the explanation that he gave for not wanting to do that is that he had to take care of his dog, correct?
I believe that's what was in the notes, yes.
And as you just testified, that not complying with prescribed treatment is one of the biggest red flags for malingering, correct?
I wouldn't regard this as a red flag for malingering at all.
But that wasn't my question.
That was
Isn't it
my
true that non-compliance with prescriptions is one of the biggest red flags of malingering?
Depending on the nature of it, I don't think this applies.
But generally, that's true, isn't it?
In some terms it can be, but I think what you're talking about here isn't applicable. I don't think this is, this particular recommendation based on one discussion, it does not really qualify for failure to follow through with prescribed recommendations for treatment.
Didn't Dr. Brower recommend multiple times that Mr. Young engage in inpatient treatment?
I don't believe it was multiple times. I think it was once or twice. I think it was early on, and I think, again, it was, I don't think there was multiple instances of that. I remember based on the records, but I don't believe there were multiple ones.
Once or twice?
Once or twice, maybe.
And Mr. Young said, I can't go because I have to take care of my dog, correct?
Chose not to. There's lots of people who choose not to. I have many people who would not want to go into inpatient hospitalization. That's a very, very common reaction many people have. I would have the same reaction.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Just a few more questions, Dr. Vincent. Did Zach stop you from talking with his Austrian doctors?
Not at all. In fact, he tried to facilitate it. It was up to them to decide not to talk with me. So he really tried to make that happen.
Do you have any understanding of why they wouldn't talk to you?
Objection. And I can explain it. I don't think you want me to explain it in open court, Your Honor. I explain it sidebar.
I think he gave an answer to begin with.
He did, but I think Mr. Brown
Correct.
is asking a different question.
Only come up.
I can be very quick.
Very quickly, sorry. I didn't want to because I think I've already lost time. Never mind. I'll say that next time.
All right, the objection's withdrawn for the record. So I don't know if you want to ask it again or read the same question.
Yeah, and Dr. Vincent, I think you mentioned it earlier, but why wouldn't Zach's Austrian doctors speak with you?
They cited privacy concerns. I don't know completely what that's about. I don't know what Austrian laws are like with respect to being able to divulge confidential information. I know it's what it takes in the States, but I don't know Austrian mental health law.
And we talked a lot about Zach's Austrian medical records, right?
Correct.
Do you know what language they were in?
Originally, they were in German, I believe. I remember I took German in high school. I can't remember very many words in German anymore, but and they were translated into English, which is what I read.
Was there any indication that there might be translation issues with the records?
I can only imagine there generally are translation issues when you translate anything.
So why weren't Zach's Austrian medical records a red flag for you, like Mr. Axelrod was talking about?
My principal focus wasn't on, whether there were discrepancies about whether he was in Afghanistan or not. I think it was more about his emotional state. That was what we were looking at to corroborate my findings.
And Mr. Axelrod asked you about Zach's compliance with an inpatient recommendation. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you recall Zach, well, can I have to refresh your recollection here?
Please.
I don't.
So did Zach?
That there's anything to refresh.
Do you remember exactly what Zach said about, his willingness to go into inpatient treatment?
Off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly what he said.
You have another question?
Yeah, if that's another question.
So, will looking at Zach's deposition refresh your recollection?
Of course it will. Thank you.
Just
And where we
let Mr. Axelrod know what page you're
Yeah, thank you.
pointing him to.
Page 57.
57?
What line?
27 to 29.
Got it.
Okay, does that refresh your recollection about what Zach said about his willingness to do inpatient treatment?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Should I read it? Would that be the easiest way to do it?
Well,
If he's refreshing your recollection, don't read it, but
Yeah, basically that they made that suggestion. I think it would be very problematic for him, given his life circumstances, especially with managing his dog, and that she consulted with some colleagues about alternatives, and that's when they considered starting the medication instead to see if that would be effective.
Okay. So was he willing to go in if he had to?
Objection.
I can't tell from this.
hang on, wait, doctor.
Sorry, my apologies.
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Sustain the objection. I sustain the objection, so.
Dr. Vincent, do you recall if Zach said anything about his willingness to do inpatient treatment?
I have a vague recollection about it.
Would it refresh your recollection to look again at?
It did, yes. He was amenable, I believe, and I think they considered medication to try that first.
Now, we heard a lot about some things that you've previously written, didn't we?
We did.
Sounds like you've actually published a lot of articles about malingering.
I've done research on malingering, I've written about it. It's such a key facet of doing these kind of evaluations. It's part of why my research team has looked at malingering as an important construct to study and understand.
So would you say it's a phenomenon you study pretty closely?
I have indeed.
And do you have any concerns at all that Zach is malingering here?
None whatsoever.
And you said you've done about over 100 forensic evaluations?
Probably more than that, but yeah, easily that.
So relative to all the evaluations you've done, how confident are you that Zach is not faking it?
I am extremely confident.
Have you ever been pressured to reach a specific conclusion?
People have tried.
What do you do when that happens?
Say no. I come up with my own conclusions, and you either take it or leave it. And I think the good attorneys I work with, like you folks, basically abide by that. They want to hear what I really have to think, not what they want me to say. And I think good attorneys, that's how they operate. And I think that's very much the case with your firm. It's very much with the case of the firms I've worked with, that they want to know my opinion. They don't want to hear what they think they want me, or what they hope that I will say. Right.
So would you issue a report you don't believe in?
Absolutely not.
Were you present during Zach's testimony about the psychological effect this has had on him?
I was indeed.
Did that give you any concerns that he's faking it?
Not at all. His responses seemed genuine. I think he is still.
And
let me ask.
I'll sustain the objection. I guess re-ask your question. Can you all hear? With
Yes.
Those are good.
rain coming down.
Little rain out there.
Talk a little bit louder too, Doctor. And,
I'm sorry.
And Mr. Delich as well.
Let me pull this in a little closer.
So
Mother Nature wants to interfere with the trial.
So, in observing Zach's testimony, did you see any indications of malingering?
No.
What did you see?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Relevance.
If the question's going to malingering, we're talking about this.
Well, it's he's evaluating his testimony generally, which is inappropriate for an expert.
You got the question on something.
It's What did you see?
Yeah, come on. You ready? All right. I'll sustain the objection.
So, Dr. Vincent, after watching Zach testify about the psychological effect this had on him, are you more or less confident in your conclusion that he is not faking it?
Again, it reinforces my confidence that he's not faking.
Do you ever encounter people who don't believe in mental health concerns or invisible disabilities?
Objection, relevance.
I'll overrule it. You can answer, Doctor.
Certainly.
So what is the effect that can have on somebody who does have, mental health issues?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Well, I think the people feel, I think, misunderstood, diminished by it. I think their complaints are often seen as made up or not real, which are absolutely the opposite of the truth.
Can it ever actually exacerbate their problems or delay recovery?
Oh, absolutely.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you got any questions for Dr. Vincent, go ahead and jot them down. Either way, tear a page out of your notepad and pass it down to the bailiff. Yeah, counsel, why don't you come up?
So, while they talk about the jury questions very, very quickly. So the TikTok ban hearing that was today with the Superior Court basically was two things that happened. TikTok has asked the Superior Court to either to file injunctions to stop the ban for a week while they decide what to do, or to stop it completely. The ban. The Superior Court hasn't made a decision or ruling yet. They probably gonna take a couple days. I wouldn't say a week because that would be way too close. But basically that's what happened. They both heard the arguments, the rebuttal, the concerns that the people had about TikTok still carrying on and banned. But there's not a resolution per se as of yet in terms of the outcome of the decision of the Superior Court. If there is one, I will try and I'll post it about it. I am sure there is going to be one rather sooner than later because 19 is just around the corner. And basically that's it. And then now the judge is back.
Doctor, jurors had a couple questions.
Sure.
Approximately how many days in total did it take to measure and then conclude your psychological analysis?
The actual time we spent with Zach was over, I think, 3 or 4 different days, parts of each day, and then all the stuff we read. I mean, there's a lot of other time that went into reading depositions and the other documents here, so it's kind of hard to give me a running calculation, but certainly many hours went into that. I don't know if that answers the question, but that's certainly the case.
All right. Is major depressive disorder the highest degree of that condition?
I think it's probably the most significant, the most serious, the one that's most debilitating. So absolutely, I would put that as the most serious concern of his.
All right. Could the CNN story trigger an underlying condition?
It could, it didn't. I don't think there was an underlying condition here that got triggered. I strongly believe that. I think he was basically in a pretty healthy psychological state to begin with. I think the events and then the cascading effects afterward is where we saw all the impact and emotionally.
Mr. Delich, any follow-up on that? Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Axelrod?
Just really briefly, in total, Dr. Vincent, how many hours did you interview Mr. Young?
I think it's a sum total of 8 to 10, I think, over the course of the various things we did. That's it.
And that was the combination of you and your assistant, correct?
Correct.
I think you only interviewed him for how many hours?
I think maybe 4 or 5 hours. I can't remember breaking down kind of who did what part, but I think 4 or 5 hours.
And then it was 8 to 10 total among the two of you?
Right.
Thank you.
All right, Doctor, you can step down.
Great.
Your Honor, please call Mr. Fuzz Hogan from CNN.
If you will stand up there, raise your right hand, look there for you.
Your face. Mr. Hogan, is the testimony you're about to give the whole truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat. And just position the microphone where it's facing towards your mouth. Mr. Delich, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hogan.
How are you?
You worked on the story that's at issue in this case, right?
I did.
In fact, you worked on the video segment and the digital article, is that right?
Correct.
And you reviewed and approved both as a member of CNN's triad, correct?
I was a member of the row, but which is a component of triad, yeah.
Okay, and at least in terms of your role in the triad, you approved both publications?
I did.
So there's something really simple I'd like to resolve up front, okay?
Sure.
You agree with me that the story in this case reported that Zachary Young was operating in a black market, right?
The text of the story did not do that. The banner and Jake Tapper's lead-in did that.
Yeah, you agree that the banner in the lead-in was reporting that Zachary Young was operating on a black market.
The situation in Afghanistan is a black market, but sure.
Can you hold the microphone closer?
I'm sorry. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask you again, Mr. Hogan. You agree that the story was reporting that Zachary Young was operating in a black market, correct?
Yes.
And you also agree that that's what you intended the story to say, right?
No.
Isn't it true that you intended to describe the situation Mr. Young was operating in as a black market?
The text I approved did not include the phrase black market.
But didn't you intend to describe the situation Mr. Young was operating in as a black market?
No.
No.
In trouble understanding your question, but keep going.
So Mr. Hogan, I'm going to hand you a copy. May I approach, Your Honor? So, Mr. Hogan, you sat for a deposition in this case, correct?
I did. What page?
Page 49, Your Honor, lines 7 to 10.
I don't have a 49. Oh, okay, I see it now. Yep.
Let's get there.
Okay. Thanks.
I think this is improper.
40 line 9, page 49, line 7.
Yes, Your Honor, through the response at 19.
Oh, you said for 10. Again, I still think it's improper.
Yeah, I think he answered the second part, 13 through 19. And the first, starting at 7, it's not contrary to what he said. For that one, your question.
So, yes, Your Honor, I think I'm looking at lines 13 to 19 here.
I think you answered that.
Yeah, and I think he answered that.
So, Mr. Hogan, you agree that you intended to describe the situation Mr. Young was operating in as a black market?
Not in the story. This, should I refer to this? I mean, this is me talking to you in a deposition, not our intent in the story.
I mean, Your Honor, I mean, so do you recall at your deposition when you were asked so if we go still again to page 49 at lines 17 to 19.
Sure.
See that?
Sure. Yes.
And do you recall when I asked?
What was the rest of your question? What, are you going to read what was in there?
Well, so I'm asking whether he intended to suggest that Mr. Young was operating in a black market.
This is particular. Ask that question.
So did you intend to describe the situation that Mr. Young was operating in as a black market?
I wasn't the reporter. I was the fact checker. So it's hard to assign me a lot of intent. But if the story reported the way we've all heard before, I'll draw out conclusions as to what the story reported.
And do you recall being asked at your deposition whether you intended to suggest that Mr. Young was operating in a black market?
Not in the story.
So that was not my question.
It kind of was, but
The question was, were you asked at your deposition whether you intended to suggest that Mr. Young was operating in a black market?
Come up here real quick. You ready? All right. For the record, I'm overruling the objection.
So, Mr. Hogan, do you recall sitting for a deposition in this case?
I do.
And you swore to tell the truth of that deposition?
I did.
And you were asked at that deposition whether you intended to suggest that.
Read it. Cite the line and page.
And you were asked the following question at the deposition. And is that because you intended to suggest that Mr. Young was operating in a black market?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave the following answer, right? I intended to describe the situation he was operating in as a black market, as well as the other operators and the families we profiled, correct?
Right, but you asked me whether I intended, and we reported the story. Recall, I wasn't involved in the banner or the lead-in that said black market. So my intent in the story production, I wasn't aware of the use of the term black market. This context is our discussion in the deposition about defending the term ex post. Like I was talking to you about the definition of the term black market, not my intention with the story.
This is your testimony, right, Mr. Hogan?
Yes.
CNN eventually issued an apology to Mr. Young, didn't it?
I thought it was a correction, but okay.
CNN eventually issued a correction to Mr. Young.
Yeah.
Right? And I think they said in the correction, we apologize, right?
I wasn't aware of that correction either, so I'll trust your language.
Okay. And do you recall in that correction that it said CNN did not intend to suggest Mr. Young was operating in a black market?
Believe it or not, I have not yet read the correction, so I'll trust you on that.
So, Corey, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 234?
Foundation.
Authorized 234 in evidence.
No, Mr. Hogan testified he's never seen it.
But I don't know what 234 is.
Have you ever seen the correction, Mr.
No.
Hogan? Have you ever read the transcript of the correction, Mr. Hogan?
I don't think so. I might have. I don't remember.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to play the video and ask him if he's seen it.
234 in evidence. You pull it up. Right here? IT, it'll pop up on your screen now. Cool, thanks.
And before we go, a correction. In November, we ran a story about Afghans desperate to flee the country who face paying high sums beyond the reach of average Afghans. The story included a lead-in and banner throughout the story that referenced a black market. The use of the term black market in the story was an error. The story included reporting on Zachary Young, a private operator who had been contacted by family members of Afghans trying to flee the country. We did not intend to suggest that Mr. Young participated in a black market. We regret the error, and to Mr. Young, we apologize.
Thank you, Corey. So did you just hear her say, we did not intend to suggest that Mr. Young was operating in a black market?
Okay.
Did you hear that?
I did.
You disagree with that?
Again, you keep assigning the word intent. It's tricky question to answer, but I don't think we intended the story that I approved did not use that phrase. The show added the phrase after the fact, so it's hard to assign intent at that stage in my role.
So you disagree with that, sir?
I just answered the question. Sorry.
Yeah. Your Honor, do you recall sitting for, so we go to lines, Your Honor, lines, page 49 and lines 7 through 12.
Okay, yeah, I guess I agree with that. Sorry, thanks for
So you do disagree with the correction?
Yeah, I didn't think the correction was necessary. Put it that way.
Are you the Senior Director for Standards and Practices at CNN?
I am now. I'm one of the 7 with people with that title.
Okay. Corey, just for the witness, can we put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 281?
Am I talking slow enough? Am I talking slowly enough? Okay, sorry.
Mr. Hogan, do you recognize this document as CNN's news standards and practices?
I do.
Your Honor, plaintiffs would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 281 into evidence.
No objection.
Plaintiff's 281 submitted.
And just so you know where I'm going now, you can go ahead and take that down, Corey. Just so you know where I'm going, I want to cover some of the things you didn't know before publishing the story, okay?
Sure.
Okay. You didn't know whether Mr. Young successfully evacuated anyone from Afghanistan before you published, right?
Correct.
You also didn't know if anyone at CNN even tried to find out whether Mr. Young successfully evacuated anyone from Afghanistan.
I have to say I don't know, but I can't remember those 3 years ago, but yeah.
Would refresh your recollection?
No, it's fine. I didn't know, sure.
Okay. So you didn't know if anyone at CNN even tried to find out whether Mr. Young successfully evacuated anyone from Afghanistan, right?
Not to my memory, no.
And that. So do you know whether anyone tried to find out whether Zachary Young had successfully evacuated from anybody from Afghanistan?
I don't know now, no.
Okay, and you didn't know then before you published it?
No. Sorry.
And that's because you didn't think those things were relevant to the story, right?
I was a fact checker then, so my job was to check the facts in the story as asserted. The story's accurate.
But you didn't think it was relevant to the way you reported the story, right?
It was not, I wouldn't say it was not irrelevant or whatever the word, how to say that, but it wasn't germane to this text I was approving.
Your Honor, line 44, or page 44, line 12 to 15.
Yeah. That's consistent with what I said, isn't it?
So you didn't think it was relevant whether anyone tried to find out that Mr. Young had successfully evacuated anyone from Afghanistan?
I think my line here is consistent to what I just said. It's in the form as we reported the piece that wasn't relevant. No.
Okay, so it wasn't relevant whether anyone at CNN tried to find out that Mr. Young successfully evacuated anyone from Afghanistan, right?
In my role of proving the facts of the story, it was not.
Corey, just for the witness, can we put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 208? Do you recognize this document, Mr. Hogan?
Yes.
Is this Slack message between you and a Mr. Tom Lumley?
Yes.
Are you discussing the digital article in these messages?
Just making sure. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, plaintiffs would move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 208 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, plaintiff's 208 submitted.
Corey, can we go ahead and go to page 2? There we go. All right, and in these messages, Mr. Lumley wrote to you, that Alex story is not poetry in any way, right?
Correct.
And he also wrote, he just wants to publish something to diffuse some drama, right?
Tom does, yes.
Yep. And Mr. Lumley also wrote that it's half a good story.
Correct.
And he went on to say, we should have carried on and reported it out more, correct?
Correct.
And then you agree with him, right?
I said right, which is sort of an agreeable sentiment, but I'm not sure I agree with, and also it's his job to be an editor. He can have opinions about the story that are beyond my role, sure.
And you wrote, it feels like a good character, but he only got 3/4 of the way to the larger, correct?
Correct.
But you approved the story for publication anyway, right?
The facts of the story are correct, which is what my job was, yeah.
So you approved the publication of the story, correct?
Yes.
Okay, even though it was only 3/4 of the way toward the larger?
Every story can be longer.
Mr. Hogan, you approved this 3/4 story about Mr. Young because you thought he was a shit, didn't you?
No.
Do you deny calling him a shit?
I don't.
Corey, let's take a look at that. Can we put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 186? Do you recognize these as messages between you and a Ms. Elizabeth Wolf?
Correct.
And the date on this is early November 11th, UTC, so maybe late November 10th?
Correct.
So this is about 2 days before the publication of the digital article, correct?
I'll trust your judgment on your timing on that, sure.
And you see where Ms. Wolf wrote to you, wow, this dude is promising legal status or refugee status.
Yep.
And you responded, yeah, he's a shit.
I did.
And then you went on to approve a 3/4 true story, didn't you?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross. Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hogan.
Hi.
You saw right there that you called in response. I should put that back up. Mr. Meza, can you put up the X-186? Can you go to that portion that we read? And we'll come back to this a little bit. I just want your answer right now.
Mm-hmm.
Can you pull up that piece, Mr. Meza? Okay. Who is Miss Elizabeth Wolf?
Researcher on the row at the time.
Does she work with you? Did she work with you?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you understand Miss Wolf to be saying when she says, wow, this dude is promising them legal status or refugee status?
So we just been given the screenshots of his communications with people and his LinkedIn, and it looked like he was promising them legal status in countries, which didn't seem like a role he could provide. And also in those screenshots were him calling someone a bitch. So that was that conversation.
Okay. And you wrote, yeah, he's a shit?
That's the moment when I said that, yeah.
And what do you mean by that?
That was shitty behavior, really. I probably shouldn't. The sin, not the sinner, but that was what I was talking about. He seemed like a person who seemed like had shitty behavior. Those LinkedIn posts were shitty.
When you wrote that, did you have any feelings about Zachary Young one way or another?
No.
So let's go back to the beginning and actually give this jury some context about who you are. So who are you, Mr. Hogan?
Hi. I'm a journalist at CNN.
And where do you work?
I work at CNN.
And how long have you worked at CNN?
Since 1987 with some time off and other jobs.
And so let's start at the beginning. So did you go to college for journalism?
I went to college for college, but an English major, yeah, and did some journalism while I was there.
And where did you go to college?
Northwestern.
And after you went to undergrad, did you also continue on?
I did. I came back to Northwestern after a couple of years at Headline News to get a master's degree in journalism.
And you got a master's degree in journalism?
Yep.
And so after you graduate with your master's degree in journalism, what do you do next?
Went back to CNN.
That's right. I missed that part. So you graduated from college and you went to CNN?
I did.
And what were you doing?
Writing and producing shows for what was then called Headline News.
Okay. And let's just, if you could you explain to the jury, what does it mean to write and produce stories?
Wow. So at the time I was mainly working on shows. So you're writing copy for anchors to read, but producing stories is a long process. You do some phone reporting or someone assigns you a story and you come up with a story and then you talk to people who you want to profile in the story and then you go shoot those interviews, come back, write the story, edit the story, talk to an editor, make sure and then talk to people like me and make sure it's correct and put it on the television.
I really want to give the jury the basics of how reporting works. When you say edit things, what does that mean?
So there's both text editing, like you would do in your own word processor. So it's making sure that the language is right and making sure it's a good story. And there's also video editing, which is taking sound elements and visual elements and the reporter track and compiling them together.
So after you graduate from Northwestern with your master's in journalism, what do you do next?
I went back to CNN as a writer in the CNN newsroom.
What does that mean? What were you doing as a writer in CNN's newsroom?
So there's many shows on CNN at the time. That still is true. And you're one of the writers on a show. So you're writing anchor copy to turning wire copy or turning CNN reporting into broadcast writing to make it conversational.
I'm going to try to break you of journalism talk at the end of this examination, but can you explain to the jury what copy is?
Oh, so copy is what the anchor reads or the reporter reads. It's that term, sorry.
That's okay. I'll wean you of it eventually.
Been a long time ingrained, sorry.
So how long were you a writer at CNN?
I was a writer at CNN for a year, then a writer at CNN International for another year. Yeah.
And what do you do as a writer at CNN International?
Same thing. And sometimes producing shows, like the producer of a show takes all those elements, those scripts, the anchor copy, and some tape reports and reporter live shots, and arranges a show that, and then you walk into the control room and work with the director and other technical crew and make the show happen on television.
All right, and so you're then at CNN International for how long?
A year.
Then what's next?
I worked in the documentary unit, the documentary/investigative unit for 7 to 10 years. Yeah.
And what does that mean to work in the documentary investigative unit?
That's much fewer. Like when I was writing in the newsroom, I'd write 30 or 40 stories a day, but this was 1 or 2 stories every couple of months. You would, like I talked about earlier, I'd hear about a story, I'd phone a bunch of people to confirm the story and report the story out. I'd take a crew.
I'm going to ask you to slow down.
Sorry,
just
thank
a little
you.
bit for Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I would report the story, go with the crew to a location like in Arizona, interview, in this case, I just off the top of my head, the doctors involved in the story, the people who were the subject of the doctor's research, shoot reporter doing a stand-up, talking to the camera, and then do more reporting on the ground while we're there, then come back to the office, work with the editor and both the correspondent, a tape editor, and my boss to sort of arrange the story, writing a script, what the reporter would say, interspacing it with sound bites and video and natural sound, and making in that case, at that unit, like a 9-minute story, much like 60 Minutes.
Okay. So that's the documentary investigative stories.
Mhm.
And you were there for 7 years. What comes next?
So then I came back after my first stint on the row was in the late 1990s. Yeah.
All right. So now let's explain something to the jury.
Okay.
What is it? What is the row, and how do you spell the row?
ROW. So it was a row of people originally, and now it's a big desk. But the CNN's so big that the role of, at least when I was there before, if you're a field reporter, there was really no one between you and air making sure that it was correct. And in that time, making sure it was also sort of like what the right, like, is the story well told? So we would work with reporters who had scripted the story, had written this copy down, and were waiting to go to tape edit. Like, is the script what it should be? Both accuracy and sort of like, is it a well told story?
Okay. So if you could just sum it up in the
This is
short.
also, that first time was no internet yet in the context of this digital piece we're going to talk
Oh,
about.
so this is pre-internet.
Oh, the internet existed, but we didn't have a website yet. Or we didn't do any original reporting on the website.
I get that was pre-CNN internet, but what does the row do in, like, as best you can sum it up?
Fact check and yeah, fact check.
Is fact checking important?
Yes.
Why? Tell the jury.
You don't want to get things wrong. We have a promise to the viewer that we're going to tell them things that are true. And making sure we do that is really important. And so it's essential to our brand, it's essential to our promise to you. And so we take a lot of effort to make sure the things we report are accurate.
You take pride in your work?
I do.
So how long are you at the row in your first
3 years.
3 years?
Mhm.
What comes next?
9/11 happened. And so at some point, we had sort of jury-rigged a team to look into Al-Qaeda, and we wanted to codify that. So around 2002, I got assigned the job of overseeing CNN's coverage of Al-Qaeda and the 9/11 investigation.
And how long did you do that?
Till 2004.
Okay, what were you doing in that role?
In the 2004?
No, in the
Al-Qaeda role. So we'd have a daily conference call with reporters from Manila and London and all our reporters in DC and a couple of reporters in Atlanta. And we just, what's happening? What are we hearing? Who should we be investigating? What does the show side of the company sort of, what are they interested in? What are they hearing? What is someone else reporting? Should we go chase that? And just making sure the reporters are on the right stories and then helping them, again, finish that job of collecting a story and putting it on the air.
Okay. So you do that job till 2004. What comes next?
The day desk in Atlanta, the director of coverage, so running the daily operation for the national desk.
Okay. And how long were you there?
I think till the end of 2005.
Okay. And what comes next?
Chicago bureau chief.
All right. Tell the jury what you did as Chicago bureau chief for CNN.
That's more of a logistical job. It's an editorial job for sure. We produced an hour on our own in the bureau, but mainly it's making sure the reporters and the crews in the bureau are poised to succeed. Are they on the right stories? Working with the desk in Atlanta to make sure they go in the right place. They have the gear. They're also, I'm their manager. So are they happy in their life? But it's a lot about sending them places. Oh, thank you very much.
I'm just going to ask you again to just slow down a little bit.
Your Honor, can we see you at sidebar?
All right. What comes next after Chicago? Oh, I'm terrible. I'm not good.
We'll break you that habit too. Maybe.
It's almost quitting time. What comes next after Chicago bureau chief?
I left CNN. I went to work for the Advanced Illinois and Education Reform Group in Chicago.
And how long did you work there?
3 years.
And then do you eventually come back to CNN?
No, I went to Washington. My wife and I wanted to live in Washington, so I worked at a job in George Washington University doing a media project there. And then I spent 7 years at a think tank.
And then you come back to CNN?
Then I came back to CNN in 2020, January 2020.
In 2020? When in 2020?
January, I forget, 20th, I think, actually.
And what role did you step into?
At the Row, the job where I was doing when I did this story.
Okay. And what was your title at that point?
Senior editor.
Okay, at the Row.
Right.
And what do you do? How long did you do that job?
Till August of 2023.
And now what do you do?
I work in standards and practices.
Okay. And since you're,
Standards and practices. I'm sorry.
right. And can you tell the jury what standards and practices is?
Should we do it is the guiding idea, the golden rule. Are we treating our subject of our story the way we want to be treated? And also that's the basics of the role in terms of reporting. There's also video that might be disturbing for the viewer to watch. We watch that video to make sure we're only showing the stuff that's editorially necessary and not anything that's kind of gruesome. Swear words, nudity, anything involving the company. If anyone's reporting on not just CNN, but anyone involved in the Warner Brothers Discovery world, stuff like that.
Okay. So how would you describe the difference between the Row, which you did in November of 2021, and standards and practices, what you do now?
The row is really fact checking. We might be the first cut for a standards thing. We might say, hey, this feels like a standards call, but it really is just fact checking.
In your role in standards and practices, are you trying to assess whether a story is fair?
Yes.
So when was the first time, actually, let me just do this. Could you please put up Defense Exhibit 107, please? Just for the witness. And Mr. Hogan, do you recognize Defense Exhibit 107?
Yes.
And what is it, just generally?
It looks like an email chain between a bunch of people, including me. But the top is me talking about Catherine Daltrick on the row.
Your Honor, I move for admission of Defense Exhibit 107.
Can I just see all the pages? Is that it?
It's a script.
No objection.
All right. That's what I said was admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Can I move this? Move this?
You can do that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Hogan, the way emails work on pages like this is the most recent one is at the top, and the oldest one keeps going down the page. You see that?
Yep.
So I'm looking, Mr. Nemex, if you can blow up the one, yeah, right there. Thank you so much. And so you see that this is an email from Michael Callahan to Emma Lacey Bordeaux. Who's that?
Standards and practices, my colleague then.
Buzz Hogan, that's you.
Yep.
Drew Schenkman, who's that? What's that?
The lawyer,
Okay. Alex Marquardt,
reporter,
Michael Conti,
the producer,
and Adam Levine. Who's that?
the Washington Bureau editor, oversees all the coverage in the Washington Bureau.
Is that him?
That's him.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot your title.
And who is Michael Callahan?
Michael Callahan is the beat leader for national security. So the way the DC beats are organized, we have people who report to Adam who cover national security, Congress and Capitol Hill, transportation. So Michael Callahan is a national security beat leader. Any coverage involving State Department and Pentagon goes through Mike.
Yeah, and I'm just going to make you do this, but explain to the jury what the national security beat is.
So it's, I believe, it's the Pentagon and the State Department, anything involving our national security. So any coverage, so the beat reporters at those two beats, as well as any reporter doing a story involving that sort of topic area.
Okay.
In Washington.
In Washington. Okay. And so Mr. Callahan says, good evening. I wanted to send this Marquardt script tonight that is for the lead on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
It can be done with first thing in AM, but I figured it couldn't hurt to send this now. The show has approved it. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, who is Alex Marquardt?
Alex Marquardt is a reporter at CNN.
Okay. And what's his beat?
He's a national security reporter.
And do you know Alex?
I do.
You work with him?
I do.
What do you think of his work?
Extraordinary. Very brave.
So as we go down, and we're not going to go through every piece of this now, but if you could blow up, Mr. Mezzo, what's below the highlighting that you have there? Yeah. And we're not going to read this now. We'll read it later. But what are we looking at?
So this is a TV script, a package script. Package is the term we use for a tape report. And the all caps is what Alex will say. The parenthetical in sentence caps, the hotel walking shot, is a description of the video that will run over that, what that reporter track, the term for that stuff in all caps. So you can see hotel walking shot. It's just an indication to anyone reading the script. This is what you're going to see. Then Alex will read those next two lines in all caps. And then file photos is the description of the next edit. And then Alex will read from since a chaotic all the way to attack them. SOT in red stands for sound on tape, like a quote. If you're on radio, would you call an element? And so that's in bold, and also that those numbers are the time code on the tape. That way, it can come out of the camera, and the person editing the video, or nowadays, digital transference, they know exactly where to find that quote if they're editing the piece together.
Okay. And we're not going to read the script now, but did you read the script back when you got this email?
I did.
Okay. And what do you think of it?
Thought it was pretty good.
Okay. What do you think the story was about?
I thought it was about the situation in Afghanistan was pretty chaotic, and people who wanted to get out, who helped America, couldn't, has a hard time getting out, and people were offering them ways to get out.
Did you think it was newsworthy?
I did.
So let's go back to the top. And if you could blow up the top two messages. And so you it looks like you forward this to
Correct.
Catherine Doutrich.
Doutrich, yeah.
And you say, per the Slack message, thanks. What are you saying there?
So I think, if I remember correctly, someone had approached me physically in the newsroom, Mike McCallahan, saying, hey, I've got a script for you tonight. Are you going to be around? And so I must have slacked Catherine saying, I'm expecting a script in a Marquardt package script tonight. If you can find it. And so the row has two levels. There's the editors, like my job at the time, and then researchers who are doing a lot of helping the editor with the fact checking. And during COVID, we had a system where one of those row researchers would triage assignments, right, to help us figure out the old days used to call the phone. And so I had slacked her saying, I'm going to need a researcher on the story. And so this is my following up. Per the Slack message, here's the piece I want to assign to someone. And then she's following up at the top of the screen here. She's assigning me Elizabeth Wolf.
Okay, who's Elizabeth Wolf?
At the time, she's another researcher on the row.
Okay. And so what are you all doing? What's going on? What are you doing with the script?
We're looking into the things we can verify. Whether there's facts asserted, it's small and large. Do online research, might have to, and you'll see, I think eventually we feedback to the reporter like we have some questions.
Now, just really quickly, you say per the Slack message. What is Slack?
Slack is an online chat tool. I hope you never have to use it. So it's a way to communicate with colleagues anywhere in the world. It's just like an internet messaging tool system.
Okay. If we can take that one down, Mr. Nez, and put up DX106, just for the witness. Thank you. Yeah, take a look at what's in front of you, Mr. Hogan, and what is that?
This is part of the ongoing exchange over the story. This is Alex replying to me and informing the group of some more reporting, if I recall.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Defense Exhibit 106.
Can I see the other pages?
We have a binder. Yeah, here.
No objection.
Your
That's 106 will be admitted.
They may have published.
You may.
Yeah. And so, Mr. Demez, if you could go to the second page. And if we could blow up the message from Mr. Callahan again, because I forgot to ask you something. The subject of this email, this is again the email that Mr. Callahan said, is for Triad Thursday, high prices to escape Afghanistan. What does that mean?
So for Triad is letting us know that the subject heading, who should be paying attention to the email, right? And so this is the members of the three independent units that are Triad, Emma, who's at Standards, still is, myself, who's in the row, and Drew, who's the lawyer. Those are the three components of the Triad. And high prices to escape Afghanistan is a description of the story. I mean, it's kind of a long for a slug, but if you know what the term slug is, it's an internal communication, like what the story is called.
Okay. So the Triad was the group that is reviewing the script.
Correct.
You're reviewing it for the row?
Yep.
Emma Lacey Bordeaux is reviewing it for Standards?
Yep.
And Drew Schenkman's reviewing it for Legal?
Correct.
Does the Triad review every story at CNN?
No.
But it reviewed this one, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go up the chain. And Mr. Hogan sends an email back up, sandwiching the two pages.
Mm-hmm.
So you see that, Mr. Hogan, you responded 6:19 p.m. to all these people.
Yep.
And you say, hi there, looking with Elizabeth, hope to get notes to you this evening. What do you mean by that?
So that is letting Michael Callahan know that someone's looking at it. He would start to get worried if he heard nothing for a while. And then to who it is. So if there's ongoing email chain updates while we're looking at it, I want Elizabeth to be on those chains. And then she and I both worked the evening shift at the time. And so we thought we could get it done, even though Mike had said he could get it by tomorrow, we thought we could finish it tonight.
Okay. And just to be clear, did you have any role in the reporting of the story?
No,
You're strictly an editor?
correct.
Okay. And what about Miss Lacey Bordeaux? Did she have any role in reporting the story?
Not to my knowledge, no.
She's
No.
strictly an editor?
Correct.
Okay. So did you know anything about this story or about Mr. Young before getting these emails on November 10th?
No. Other than, again, I think somebody had said, hey, we're going to send a story to you. It's going to be on Alex. That's about it.
Okay. So let's go up the chain. You can grab the whole rest of the chain, Mr. Demeza. I'll keep going down. Yeah, there you go. And so you see at the bottom, there's an email from Emma Lacey Bordeaux.
Right.
And she says, hi, tell us about Young. He didn't deny doing this, right? Do we have a photo of him or just online postings? Do we think that's his real name?
Correct.
And again, remind the jury what Ms. Lacey Bordeaux's role is.
Standards and practices.
And what's she assessing?
Assessing the fairness.
Let's go up, and Mr. Marquardt responds. And what's Mr. Marquardt's role in this story?
He's the reporter.
And he writes, we'll reply to Fuzz in the next email and attach all of the relevant screen grabs that will also answer some of Emma's cues.
Mm-hmm.
How do you understand that?
That he would answer her questions and questions I must have had in a review of the piece with some screenshots.
Well, this just got more interesting. I was on Young's LinkedIn profile earlier today. I texted him and told him we were writing a piece and I had more questions for him. And now his profile is gone. Proof, fear not, I have receipts. This all started when Young was brought to my attention by Jill Kornetsky on LinkedIn. I need to ask her if she wants to be called an activist who was in Kabul when it fell and was evacuated. She contacted Young when he was advertising evacuations as far back as August before the deadline. She screen grabbed his profile page, we have, and all of their conversations up until the point he calls her a spiteful bee and tells her to F off. He claimed to her he was ex-CIA. I sent them the profile and OTR. What does OTR mean?
Off the record.
Off the record, they basically told me it was true in some way. Until today, he was very openly advertising his services, and lots of people called him out. I've spoken to a number of them. Separately, Katie Bowe got his number and started texting with him on an Austrian number. He asked that a phone call be OTR, but then just kept texting her, we have. I tried calling, but he didn't answer. Finally, I texted again today and got no answer. Let me know if you have more questions about him. Now he's clearly trying to hide. And so just generally, what is Mr. Marquardt doing in his response email, as you understand it?
That's adding more reporting to the story for our own edification and also potentially to be included in the story. He's letting the managers know, like Mike and Adam, he's learned.
So if we can take that down and put up Defense Exhibit 108, just for the witness. And if you go to the second page, Mr. Hogan, Mr. Demeza. Yeah, thank you. Keep going. And just stop right there. Mr. Hogan, what are we looking at?
An email exchange. It might have forked, but it's effectively the same conversation about this story.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move for admission of DX 108.
No objection.
Since 108 submitted.
You may publish. All right. So, Mr. Hogan, you see that we're now looking at an email from you at 7:13 p.m. On November 10th, November 10th, 2021. And you write, this is again in a reply for Fort Triad. You write, good evening. Row notes in blue below from Elizabeth and me. I'm at the doc's office in early AM, so reachable after 10 a.m. And what do you mean by that? Row notes in blue?
So the way we do the review process mechanically is to exchange emails. And so depending on how many notes we have, we might just send a quick note like in a sentence, but if they're inside the copy and it's easier to sort of refer them, we'll highlight the copy we have questions about, including like highlighting the questions. So if you're scrolling through the email quickly, you can just see quickly what Rose questions are.
Okay. So you're editing the The copy.
I'm reviewing the copy.
You're reviewing the copy.
Yeah, right.
And so, Mr. Demeza, if we can page down. Right, and let's stop right there. And so, Mr. Hogan, I think you said that your notes were in blue, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And so there's some blue highlights.
Mhm.
Tell the jury what they're looking at.
So if you can see the second paragraph that begins, since the chaotic, there's my blue notes. Should we say up high, the Taliban has targeted him? Was he a translator for the U.S. military? Or those are sort of, I'm not sure they're effectively row notes, but they're just my suggestions for clarity. Why this person would be targeted by the Taliban. And then the second question is just a follow-up to that. What was he doing for the U.S. military? And the green copy is added copy. I don't necessarily know that he. Yeah, I think it's Alex changing the copy to reply to my question, and then somebody's X'd out my question saying it's been addressed.
And so going down, you see another note.
Yep.
Is he using his real name on Facebook?
Correct.
Why did you write that?
So I thought it was odd if we were hiding his face, and I can see why he would want to have his identity hidden. It would be strange if he was using his real name on Facebook.
Okay, keep going down. You then have some more edits in blue, including one. Can't backstop this, but have we seen documentation that he was a contractor and is a visa applicant?
Right.
What's that note about?
So can't backstop is that information is not available on the internet. Elizabeth and I don't see that. And so we just asked, do you have documentation of the thing to back it up?
So you're fact checking.
Correct.
You're making sure it's accurate?
Yes.
Let's keep going down. And so let's stop right there. You see the paragraph is, one LinkedIn user posted messages with Young where he said it would be $75,000 for a car to Pakistan. He told another it would be $14,500 per person. And anyway, you go on and say in blue, can I see these? Why do you want to see those?
Just to verify that it was true. To make sure we were reporting it in context.
Right. Why would you want to see if it was true?
Like I said, just to make sure it was in context, make sure it was true.
You're right. Did we ask him specifically about these? I see below he texted us, but in response to what questions? I guess it will be clear when I see these, but sure, we're talking US dollars. Again, just generally, what are you doing here?
I'm just, there's a bit of clarity questions in there. There's a bit of, are we coding it? Are we taking these messages in context, which is both a standards question and an accuracy question? And then I'm asking a really dumb question, like, are we sure it's dollars as opposed to some other currency?
So let's go. Keep going back up, Mr. Demeza. Go up to Mr. Marquardt's response. Yeah, keep going, please. So yeah, keep going. And you see Mr. Marquardt responded. And do you know who he's responding to?
Probably a mix of our questions, but looks like that one's to my question.
Okay. And we're going to look at these at a different time with the jury because I'm going to try to get through this stuff. Generally, just describe what's going on here. What's this jury seeing?
The process of approving a story from the triad perspective. There's a different process of approving a story for whether the show likes it or whether the beat leader is happy with how we're handling reporting, but we're just simply reviewing whether it's ready for publisher to be published.
So this is the triad review, correct?
Correct.
By the time it gets to the triad, has the story already been edited?
Typically, not edited, tape edited. The copy, I think you saw in the email before that the show was happy with what the story looked like, and Michael Callahan is sending it to us. He wouldn't send it to us if he didn't feel like it was ready.
Why would the triad need to look at this if the show had already approved it?
Because that's our role as accuracy, fairness, and legal standards. Yeah.
Okay. It's like a second check?
Yeah, it's like a final check.
If you can take that down and put up PX 186, which is in evidence. And I think we looked at this before, but this is the, what is this?
This is the Slack exchange between Elizabeth Wolf and myself.
Okay. And why were you talking to Elizabeth Wolf about this matter?
She's the researcher assigned to join me on the vetting for the row.
So you were vetting the article?
Yep.
Okay. Now, why would you say Mr. Young is a shit?
We just seen the screenshots of him calling the woman a bitch, and it looked like he was promising things, I think, including, if I recall, legal status, which didn't seem like a promise he could deliver on. So it seemed like it was shitty behavior.
Why did you think that did seem like a promise you could deliver on?
I assume the government of Albania awards people legal status in Albania, not individual private citizens.
And had you seen, before you wrote that, had you seen messages where Mr. Young had offered people legal status in Albania?
I believe I had in the screenshots, yeah.
And really quickly,
It's actually, that's Elizabeth's message to me. It's like, look, yeah.
we put up Defense Exhibit 81, which is in evidence. And I'm showing you one of Mr. Young's messages. And have you seen this before, Mr. Hogan?
I believe I have.
Okay. You see where Mr. Young is offering flights, Kabul, Abu Dhabi per person, 4-month visa in UAE.
As UAE, I might have misspoke about Albania, but UAE was
You
definitely.
go on, it says sponsor needs
Oh, there it goes.
short
Okay.
travel, or we can offer onward to Albania. Do you see that?
Yep, okay.
And if you go down to the very bottom, it says, we have an agreement with the Albanian government to provide refugee status.
Okay.
Do you see that at the bottom?
Yep.
Why did that seem improbable to you?
I don't know enough about that story, that process, but it didn't seem likely he could actually deliver on that to me.
You can take that down. And could you put up PX 150, which has been admitted into evidence? And so, Mr. Hogan, just to orient you, what are we looking at here?
This is more of that ongoing email exchange about the story.
Okay. And so again, this is now on November 11th of 2021, so the next day.
Correct.
And is this ongoing editing of the story?
Yes. Reviewing of the story. Yeah.
And so if you go to the second page, if Mr. Mez, if you can blow that up, yes, thank you. Okay. Mr. Marquardt emails at 11:54 on November 11th. There were tweets sent earlier that we did not discuss that I've added below. And Young just texted me now asking for questions as well as the facts and assertions about me you intend to publish. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. And let's go to the next page. Just catch the very top, the very top. Thanks. And he says, I will send him a list of questions and give him a deadline of, say, 2 p.m.
Mhm.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What did you think about giving Mr. Young a deadline of 2 p.m.?
Not my role in the fact check, but I thought that was fine, given they'd had ongoing conversations with Alex and Katie Bowe.
Let's go back to the main document. And go up from Mr. Marquardt's email, Mr. DeMeza, to the second page. There we go. Correct. Yeah, highlight the next email. Mr. Callahan says, yes, 2 p.m. so we can revisit with Triad. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. Why did you want to revisit with Triad after Mr. Young responded?
We want to see what he says and whether it impacts our view of the story.
Okay, why would the Triad need to review what Mr. Young was responding with?
Make sure we're being fair, to make sure if he got anything wrong, if he has something to say about the story. We'd want to include that. It's part of the reporting as well as part of the fairness.
Go up to the next message. Mr. Levine responds, please share what you intend to send him before you send it.
Yep.
Go up to the next one. Alex then sends a bunch of questions.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go up. Ms. Lacey Bordeaux says, would suggest cutting the extremely in red. We'll get to that later with Ms. Lacey Bordeaux.
Okay.
And then she says, not sure we need to cue about profiting since we're not getting into that. Ditto the thing about CIA. And she says, 2 hours is a pretty sharp turnaround time. I think we should say that that's when we'd like it, but we can be flexible.
Mm-hmm.
What is Ms. Lacey Bordeaux saying in this as you understand it?
That 2 hours is, it's on the text, the 2 hours is pretty quick. and we should let him know that we can extend the deadline if he needs more time.
And then let's just go up to the last email from Mr. Marquardt. Mr. Marquardt responds, sorry, had already sent. He has had a long time to respond. Remember, he had already spoke with Katie Bowe and he deflected. I called last week. I tried to connect on LinkedIn last week. I texted 24 hours ago. And for the digital piece, I get to start on the profiting and CIA questions would help. Do you see that?
Yep.
Did you think 2 hours was an appropriate amount of time?
Yeah, again, not my role, but it did, given what Alex had been talking to him for so long time, it did seem like that was enough to respond to an ongoing conversation, or to say, to raise an issue big enough that we delay.
You can take that down and put up DX 114. Just for the witness. Actually, let's skip past that one. Now, ultimately, the TV segment got approved, correct?
Correct.
Did you sign off on it?
I did.
Why?
It was accurate.
What do you think of the story?
That was pretty good.
Okay. Did you watch it?
I did.
And did you see the portion where Mr. Tapper leads in talking about the black market?
I did.
And did you see the banner where it says black market and all of that?
Yeah, right.
Okay. What did you think of the use of black market in both the lead-in by Mr. Tapper and in the banner?
Yeah, again, I didn't approve it, but in hindsight, it seems like an accurate description. And Mr. Tapper in the lead-in does his own description of the situation, such that Afghanistan in 2021 was effectively a place where you couldn't seek redress for a contract. It seemed like a black market to me.
Yeah, why did you think black market was appropriate?
Because it's a description of the setting in which this was operating. It didn't seem like it was unfair to describe Afghanistan in 2021 with a calamitous withdrawal and a government that didn't plan to be in charge that soon. To be able to say, if you were one of these men in the story who been promised to evacuate, something went wrong, there's no place to go to, seek redress.
In your mind, does the term black market have a negative connotation in this case?
In this case, in this context, not to me, it seemed like an accurate description of the situation.
And why does it have a negative connotation?
Because it's a description of Afghanistan in 2021 as effectively this kind of operation in this kind of setting seemed like an accurate description to me.
Now, Mr. Delich asked you a couple questions about the correction.
Mm-hmm.
Were you included in discussions about issuing a correction?
No.
When did you find out there was a correction?
In the process of this lawsuit.
Okay. Did you agree with it?
No.
Why not?
Again, I just said I don't think it was necessary. I wasn't part of the conversation, so there might have been other factors involved in why we did that, but I didn't think we needed to. I would not have think we have needed to do that.
Why?
Again, it doesn't seem like an inaccurate description of the situation in Afghanistan and this kind of business.
Did you have any qualms about the TV story?
No.
Do you stand by it today?
I do.
So ultimately, was there also a written article?
There was.
Okay, and did you work on that?
I did.
And in what role did you work on that?
Same. The row. Fact check.
Okay. Why does the row need to separately approve a written story?
There's just more copy, and there's just more stuff to look at.
So is your testimony that the digital story for CNN.com then went through the row again?
I did.
And you reviewed that separately?
I did.
And what do you think of that piece?
That was pretty good.
Now, Mr. Delich was asking you about your conversation with Mr. Longley about whether you would approve a story that was 3/4 true. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, what do you understand that to mean?
3/4 true or just 3/4?
Sorry, just 3/4 of the story.
Right. That he's a digital editor. He might have a different idea of what he wanted the story to turn out to be. I don't know what his role was ahead of time, but he usually gets a piece of reporting, depending on how the reporting is done. The digital team can be the first people to do the reporting, but he was in this case the second, like the TV piece was done and the digital piece was done secondly. I think he was just unhappy with how we wanted the story to turn out from his perspective as an editor of a story as opposed to a member of the triad.
Did you have any concerns that the TV segment was published too soon?
No.
Did you have any concerns that the TV segment was incomplete?
No.
Do you think the TV segment's incomplete?
No.
Now, I think you said something in response to one of Mr. Delitz's questions, that the story can always be longer, something like that. Explain to the jury what you mean.
So a story, we've all read stories, and we wanted to learn more about the story. The editor has that interest in making you satisfied, and every story we can chase different angles, we can pursue different lines of reporting. But the story was complete from my perspective. Whether Tom felt differently about that, that's Tom's role as an editor, the digital piece, to get it the way he wanted it.
Is it a situation, do you ever have disagreements with other editors at CNN?
Yeah.
Is that normal?
Yes.
Why?
Because we all have our own perspective as to what stories we want to read and stories we want to publish and how we want to publish them and what they look like and how long they are and when they run and what angles we chase and which characters are, part of the story.
Do you think disagreement's healthy?
Yes.
Why?
Because it makes for a better product. Healthy conflict is important for the process.
Are you familiar with the digital story that was published on CNN.com?
I am.
And what do you think of that story?
That was pretty good.
Do you have any concerns about that story?
Nope.
Do you have any concerns about how that story treats Mr. Young?
No.
Do you have any concerns about how the TV segment treated Mr. Young?
No.
When you approved the TV segment, did you intend to hurt Mr. Young?
No.
Why not?
That's not my job. My job is to tell the truth. And I felt like golden rule. If I was doing what Mr. Young was doing, I would have felt like I was being treated fairly by CNN.
And do you think that you treated Mr. Young fairly?
I do.
Now, when you approved the story, the written story, did you intend to hurt Mr. Young?
No.
Why not?
It's not my job. We don't intend to hurt people.
Did you ever hear anyone at CNN in connection with either the TV segment or the digital story talking about intending to hurt Mr. Young?
No.
And in your opinion, did this, almost done, almost done, Your Honor. As you sit here today, is there anything that you would change about the TV segment or the digital story?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Hogan, we just heard you testify that you assumed Zach couldn't facilitate visas in Albania. Is that right?
Yes.
But you didn't fact check that?
I did not.
And just to be clear, at the time of the story, you were a fact checker, right?
We didn't. Yes.
Okay. And you were at work when you wrote that Zach was a shit?
Yes.
And you never checked whether Young successfully evacuated anyone, right?
We've talked about that. No.
You never called Bloomberg?
No.
Never called Audible?
Nope.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you got any questions for Mr. Hogan, write them down to that page, or if you don't have any questions, tear a page out and pass it to the bailiff. Y'all want to get pre-positioned at sidebar?
On a happy note.
Great. All right, Mr. Hogan, there are a few questions from the jurors. First one, why wasn't the apology from CNN as widely broadcasted as the actual segment, why wasn't the apology from CNN as widely broadcasted as the actual segment in an effort to reach as many people as the segment did?
I don't know that it wasn't. I'm not familiar with that sort of story or why. That seemed like it was, but I think Pam Brown read it on the lead, which would be the same moment that the story ran, at least in context of the lead. But I don't really know.
Okay. Were you the sole approval of lower third in the newscast?
No. I had no role in the approval of the lower third in the newscast.
All right. Who else approved of your text?
The package copy or the both, all of it. So the triad, myself, Emily C. Bordeaux, and Drew Shankman, I think the emails reflect that the lead, in terms of whether it was the story they wanted, but in terms of like standards, practices, fact, it's just the three of us. And then Mike Callahan, I assumed, was happy with it.
We, the jury, saw Nielsen ratings for the 5 to 6 p.m. hour and 10 a.m. time, but not for 1:58 p.m. when the correction occurred.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell us, would that number likely be significantly lower than what we saw for the evening hour?
I really don't know.
All right, to you, are corrections a priority at CNN?
If we get something wrong, yes.
What protocols are in place at CNN regarding corrections?
The people involved, as well as the members of the triad, there's sort of two goals here: to both address the correction fulsomely, but also don't make a new error. So you're very careful about how you do the correction, but a team of people would get together and discuss and work over copy and then discuss the placement of it. So there'll be the triad, the reporter, anyone involved in the story editorially, anyone involved in the error, as well as probably their managers to make sure that they're aware of what we're doing.
All right, can you describe your duties as a fact checker? Literally describe your process.
So mainly searching the internet or any available sources we can find to validate the story, as well as you can see in email or in personal conversations, talking to the reporting team to make sure that they have the things we're curious about, the things we can't confirm, they can confirm for us.
Right.
Making a desk job as well as.
If not significantly lower, how would you describe / predict the ratings for afternoon show?
I really don't have any context for it. Sorry, I don't know the ratings.
How much time passed between your completed edit and the broadcast?
I think I was done. I don't really know off the top of my head, but I'm just going on what I saw in the emails. I would say 2 to 3, 4 hours. In other words, the conversation about going to Mr. Young, we gave him 2 hours. I think I was certainly done by that when the 2-hour window started. So I think it'll be 4 hours, I guess. So 10 to noon to 4. If the piece aired to 4, I don't remember.
And who approves corrections at CNN, the Row or others?
A lot of people. The full members of the triad, anyone involved in if the show or section of the website has to publish it, the people who run those entities, as well as anyone else we feel like we know. It's the managers of those two entities. Yeah. Does that make sense? Okay.
Maybe most importantly, is Fuzz your real name?
No. I was born, my parents named me Christian Hogan. I'm the youngest of 8 children, 7 boys, and I was not even 2 years old when I got all the boys got crew cuts. It was the 16, we all got, and my hair was so soft. My brother went, "Hey, Peach Fuzz," and that was it since I was 2.
Mr. Delich, anything else for Mr. Hogan?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Axelrod?
Your Honor, very briefly. So, Mr. Hogan, when you said that you do fact checking by searching the internet, would that be to confirm like publicly available information?
Correct.
Now, the stuff that you were reviewing in the Marquardt text, where you were like asking him for information.
Correct.
Explain that process.
So that's if we just want to be confirmed for our own comfort that the reporter has the, reporting to support the assertions. Depending on the kind of assertion, if he's asserting the sun rising in the east, we don't need to check that. But if he's asserting the things he's asserting at Mr. Young, we just want to see the screenshots that Alex is talking about in that context. So we talk to the reporter. We do that all the time.
And so, yeah, did Alex send you the screenshots to support his reporting?
Someone did. I'm pretty sure it was Alex. Yeah, might have been his producer.
Is that pretty typical of what you do?
Yes.
The judge asked you a couple questions about Nielsen ratings. The correction was read by Pam Brown, who was guest hosting the lead, correct?
Right. Okay.
What time does the lead broadcast?
4 to 6 generally.
4 to 6?
4 to 6, 4 to 7. I'm sorry, 4 to 6. Yeah.
On the East Coast?
Correct.
And what time, and that's the show Jake Tapper?
Yep.
So was the original segment broadcasted around the same time as the apology?
As you just said, sounds like from the graphics on the screen behind Pam, yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Delich?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hogan, you can step down.
Your Honor, plaintiffs have 1 20-minute video designations. I don't know if the jury will indulge us. No. Okay, that's. I think they've spoken.
You ready to go?
I'm right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No problem.
Unless y'all overwhelmingly say, yeah, we want to stay and watch another video, I was going to say, no, we'll play it on Monday. So I'm glad we're all on the same page. All right. What's that?
More.
All right, go ahead and take your notepads and put them in the folders that are there. I didn't ask when you came back from lunch about my request of going to 6 o'clock starting on Monday. Is there, I don't know if y'all have a spokesperson for y'all or?
Y'all mind if I ask?
No, you go right ahead.
Is there any other option where that can be a last resort? To save time, is there another option where we don't have to stay an hour later every day?
We were thinking fewer sidebars.
We can maybe stay till 6, 1 or 2 days.
I'll second that motion.
The whole 5 days is what I can't worry about, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's, I'll talk with the attorneys a little bit more, and we've been talking about scheduling and what we've got and a plan laid out to some extent. So we'll talk a little bit more and see if we can avoid that. And at a minimum, if there's a day or so, whatever next week that we can do, or limited to, but I'll talk with them a little bit more, but I appreciate it. And again, like I said, we appreciate your time. You're giving us your time away from the rest of your lives that you normally would live. But we got to try to get this thing done.
How far
one way or the other
behind
by
are
Friday.
we?
So
How far behind are we to what y'all had?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
But we'll talk again first thing Monday morning. Let me give you the instruction you've heard. You have any other questions?
I actually do have a question. It was my question about the 158 time. And the reason I asked is because the ticker in the bottom corner said 158 when she read it.
Okay.
So why did it say that?
I can answer, but I don't think I should.
All right.
I mean, it's a really simple answer.
I don't know. We'll tell Mr. Delich.
It was 1:58 Pacific time.
All right. Any other questions? Things in general? All right. If not, I will, we're going to take our recess for the weekend. And obviously we've been having overnights and stuff, but obviously over the weekend, you're around family, friends, or doing whatever. So this is as important as any other time that I told you to keep this in mind. Remember, all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at recess. Remember the basic rule. Do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial except speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case. Try to look up anything online or anywhere else about the case or the information in this case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules I gave you. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, please notify court personnel of the violation. We'll be back Monday morning at 8:15 downstairs where we've been gathering all week, and we'll get you up here and get started at 8:30. We'll do lunch the same way with a half hour and have lunch brought in so we can keep things moving along. Anything else from the plaintiffs?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, y'all have a great weekend. I hope it stopped raining. At least we don't hear it.
Thank you very much.
Be safe.
Have a good weekend, Kimberly.
Thank you. See y'all next week.
All right. There's our courtroom. Y'all be seated. All right. We got anything lingering we need to talk about?
No. I thought you said you had some timing stuff you wanted to talk about.
Well, that was going to be my question. I wanted to see if y'all had anything, but have you gotten any more conversations between y'all since we talked earlier this morning on who you got lined up, how long they're going to be? Oh, and just for the record, based on my timing, including sidebars, because I didn't call them out, plaintiff's at 608 minutes and the defense is at 624 minutes. So you've surged to the lead, Mr. Axelrod.
Yeah, I think, I don't doubt you, Your Honor, but I doubt the count.
Easy.
Yeah, but something y'all both have used about the same amount of time at this point in time. I know some sidebars may have taken a little bit longer. We may have had a few more during certain portions of the testimony, but there's not a great disparity that as of this point in time through 5 days of trial, one side has used 90% of the time versus 10% on the other side. So how did you figure out how long all of your video clips were?
We have it in a little under 2.5. I mean, I think we're going to have to make some strategic calls this weekend to keep it. We've got 50% of 3 days left. So, and that's about that. So we're going to call the witnesses. We're going to call to get the case done by Wednesday. I know if there's a little bit of bleed over on Thursday, but we're going to work really hard this weekend to get ready to do closings on Thursday.
Yeah, well, phase one, we need to be planning and having closings and getting them deliberating by at least, I'd say lunchtime or something on Thursday, just in case. I don't know how long they're going to be out. Heck, they could be out 5 minutes. They can be out 6 hours. So I think generally it might take them more than 5 minutes to select a four-person, but you know what I mean. We have no idea how long they'll be out deliberating. So based on what y'all described, if we need phase two, we have to have deliberations on phase one done by Thursday. Because it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot for phase two other than some testimony and evidence, brief closings, and we didn't really even talk about the amount of time for closing on that, but a brief closing on that, and then send them out to deliberate, but they need to get done by Friday with all that. So, and I got to instruct them too on the second phase.
We understand.
So have you guys factored in or figured out how much time you guys have in terms of your witnesses once they rest?
I haven't, Your Honor. I'll do it tomorrow morning.
All right.
I think,
if you guys you think you can get done by the end of the day, Monday, with your case?
I think that depends on how long the other side crosses Marquardt. we'll work with them, and we'll come in Monday with a status report. I think we've got to make some judgment calls on videos. So we'll work with them over the weekend, come up with a loose schedule that splits the remaining time, Monday through Wednesday, and we'll get it done.
You got the 2.5 hours of videos, Marquardt, and who else on your side?
Lumley. That's in Lumley. But Lumley will be short.
We were going to have Mr. Marquardt here first thing Monday.
I think that's consistent. I don't think we're gonna. We'll do the videos after.
Okay.
So we'll get started with Marquardt right on Monday. I think that's the main. That's the only lengthy witness left. I think depending on how Marquardt goes, the rest of them for us should be quick.
All right. Can you get done in 2 days? If Marquardt's being called during their case.
Of course, the problem is Alex is our main witness, so I'm going to have significant time with them in their case.
All right, look, put Marquardt aside. How much more do you have?
We have 1, Katie Bowe 2, Emma Lacey Bordeaux 3, Otto 4. Those are all relatively quick. Then we have our 2 experts that should not be lengthy. So we have 6 kind of shortish witnesses after that.
Depending on the definition of shortish, it sounds doable.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like, if we, depending on shortish, all those other ones you could possibly get done in a day total.
I sure hope so.
We start at 8:30 and go to 5 with the half hour for lunch.
Your Honor, may I suggest the jury seemed like 6 o'clock every day was a major ask. Maybe we ask them 2 days, an extra 2, get an extra 2 hours, particularly maybe on Wednesday.
Well, it'll depend on one other thing too, because if we got to talk a whole lot about jury instructions, then I'm going to want to let them go and us talk about that so they're ready Thursday.
I know.
If we don't have to talk a whole lot about jury instructions, then obviously we can keep them a little bit longer. So, I said to y'all, go back and look at your closing instructions in light of how I melded your divergent opening instructions and see if y'all can't come to an agreement on a set of the closing instructions. And we may not have to have a whole lot of conversation about it. But I'd figure we'd get that done probably Wednesday afternoon when we were done with them. So that may be the only issue with Wednesday. If you guys
maybe
are pretty much on the same page and we don't have much to talk about, then maybe I'm too optimistic on Friday.
Better than be a pessimist, Your Honor.
Yeah. That drop of water makes it half full, right? We may not have as much to talk about on Wednesday, but, and it may be, well, I guess we'll see where Mark by the end of the day, Monday, if he's done, or if we got to go a little bit later on Monday with him, maybe that'll be the day if he can get done, and then we're starting something new on Tuesday morning. But
then maybe Monday might be the day to ask them to go to 6 so that we can get through Marquardt.
Yeah. All right. Well, it sounded like it. Yeah, I guess it goes to what's your definition, Mr. Axelrod, of shortish. But if all those folks can get done in a day, we got Marquardt on for Monday. I think we might be all right, even without going to 6. So.
But I think really, Your Honor, I think we'll have a much better sense once we get through Marquardt, because I think Mr. Roche is correct. That is the last heavy lift.
The biggest, for both of y'all.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see how we're doing on Monday. And he's not leaving on Monday. He'd be available Tuesday if we needed to come back.
Yes.
Okay.
But that raises the issue that I think I started off Monday with. We have Ralph Otto coming, and Ralph Otto is leaving Monday night. He's going back to Germany. So we would renew our request. I'm not casting aspersions because I don't want to pay another $100. But both sides have kind of taken their time, but we are where we are. We have a very short witness who's flying a very long way, and it will take a very short amount of time. But his testimony is even more important, given kind of some of the way the trials played out.
Right. And y'all are still objecting?
Yes.
Other than it obviously not being, you haven't rested in your case in chief, what's the, what's the,
I think it's our case in chief. You know, we've used equal time so far. And so to have him go, you know, as we're wrapping up our case in chief, I do think it's prejudicial, especially because, as Your Honor is well aware, we don't know what he's going to say. So to sort of have that, you know, surprise factor in our case in chief, I think is prejudicial.
Well, you at least have a declaration from him, so you know something that he may say.
I was going to say.
Yeah. All right. All right. Let me ponder that over the weekend. I'll tell you Monday morning.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, this time, defendant would renew the motion to strike Mr. Bolko's testimony as not complying with Daubert or Florida law.
And what portion of his opinion does not comply with Daubert or Florida law?
I mean, this was pure Ipsy Dixit testimony, no basis. I mean, like having an expert who has a basis for their testimony did a very nice job. Dr. Vincent juxtaposed to Mr. Bolko, who was purely just making opinions based on what he thought was reasonable, fair, and then his whole tortured idea that you don't include revenue because it's W-2, it makes no sense. And none of that was in his report. And if it was, we would have deposed him on it and it would have shown it made no sense. I couldn't understand it, and I do this for a living. I don't know how anybody could understand that. That's the argument, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I can file a paper brief if you'd like.
So,
you don't need to.
I think Your Honor's Daubert was pretty clear on this. Baseline income for 2019-2020 complies with not only Florida law, but other cases on the before and after method. I think the foundation that you wanted Mr. Bolko to lay was relating to the growth rate and the discount rate. Mr. Bolko did that. He explained, I think that we spent at length why you pick a higher growth rate, you got to pick a higher discount rate, why he didn't do that. I think you even made a comment about it before we went to break for lunch that, you know, there's a complex model and the simple model. Mr. Bolko used the simple model. He explained why the 8.9% figure was appropriate based on his expertise. He explained the issues with performing a model like that. I'm sure they're going to get up in closing and point out the issues, but that is what accounting is. It's not a perfect science. You don't have a crystal ball. You're projecting into the future, and I do think we laid the foundation needed for him to introduce testimony on both the growth rate and the discount rate. That was what Your Honor left open. They wanted to object to that. They could have done that. You know, we could have had a sidebar and done it during break. They didn't. And I think
sidebar made the jurors mad.
I realized, that as that was coming out of my mouth, that would have been a bad idea. I think maybe this was the appropriate venue. So, you know, I think on that basis, your Daubert order was clear. We laid the foundation for the growth rate and the discount rate. It satisfies Daubert. It should stay in.
Anything else on that, Mr. Axelrod?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I think consistent with what I had said I don't know. The order on the Daubert stuff was fairly short when I wrote those or what have you. However, consistent with what the brief amount that I said in there, his methodology for calculating it is a fairly standard recognized method of calculating a number. I mean, whether he picks 28 years and then he's going to retire at 72 or 65 or 192 or whatever, each expert can explain their basis for using that, just like they can explain their basis for selecting a discount rate or a growth rate or what have you. That's subject to cross-examination and an opposing expert to impeach. In terms of what you were saying about him selecting or comparing a W-2 versus what's reported on a 1102S or whatever for a S Corp, I understand the concept of what he was doing and utilizing the number. I don't know that you got the answers that you wanted out of it, of him explaining why he was doing it. And again, I think that's an issue that you can raise with your expert or in closing or what have you. But fundamentally, it's an income number for Mr. Young, which is the damage claim in this case. So it directly relates to the claim in this case. And it was pulling an income number. I mean, there may be all sorts of problems that I'm sure you're going to argue about or your expert's going to argue about, but I don't think it fails a Daubert type of issue. And you can make the argument that maybe he didn't clearly justify the number for purposes of being able to for the jury to accept it and buy it and award a damage number. But I don't think anything in his opinion fails either under Daubert our rules of evidence or otherwise. So I'm going to deny your motion to strike Mr. Balco's testimony. Anything else, Mr. Axelrod?
That's it.
For a Friday afternoon?
I'm done.
All right. Anything else on the plaintiff's side?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, y'all have a good weekend. And I'll be back in here, I guess, at 8:15 on Monday. If there's anything else that crops up, I will address Mr. Otto's issue first thing on Monday morning. All right. Y'all have a good weekend.
All right, so I will echo the words of this judge. I have nothing else to say, but because probably I am tired. It's been a very long day. But yeah, echoing the words of the judge, because he said it fine and he said it very well. I wish you all a very, very good weekend, a good evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are. We'll be back Monday morning, bright and early. Again, thank you very much for the support throughout this week. Has been, as always, amazing to be streaming for you guys. And have a great afternoon and evening and night and a weekend, and spend time with your loved ones. And have a good one. Bye-bye.